Chapter 657. His saber intent is very strong. In our 18 southern provinces, there are not many young bladesmen with stronger saber intents than him. When that saber intent first came out, I could not control my saber. When the many bladesmen heard the hum of the saber, their eyes filled with shock. Ignoring the discussions and gazes of the others, Xiao Chun raised the bodies of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one and chopped off their heads. Xiao Chun returned the heads to the Haotian sect as proof that he had completed the mission. Then, he removed the spatial rings of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one. Loose cultivators pursued a life of pleasure. Who knew when they might die? Normally they would not have much wealth on them. However, this group of people had just robbed 2 clans. They should have some things on them. After doing all this, Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon and landed before the Feng clan's clan head. He took out the mission list and said, "You are the one who issued the mission for the Haotian sect, right? Put your fingerprint here." The Feng clan's clan head was somewhat dazed. Even now he could not believe that the 7 Black Wind Killers, who had stirred up trouble in Dingshui City and kept everyone on tenterhooks, had died just like that. After Xiao Chun reminded the Feng clan head again, he reacted and quickly put his fingerprint on the mission list. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks for young hero's help. The entire Feng clan is unable to repay you. You're too serious. I took someone's money, so I helped them eliminate their calamity. That is all." Smiling gently, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then, his white figure vanished into the vast night before everyone's eyes. Xiao Chun had come in the dark and left in the night. He came and went like the wind, disappearing without a trace. The pitch-black night did not change because of him. Only the 7 headless corpses lying on the ground silently spoke of Xiao Chun's achievements and fame. After a long time, when everyone had left, 2 figures with strong auras flew into the city from a distance. When he flew into the city and saw the 7 headless corpses, he looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat depressed. The 2 wore alternating blue and white robes. The one on the right had a sword at his waist, and the one on the left had 2 sabers on his back. If the people of Dingshui City were here, they would have recognized them as Rising Sky Pavilion disciples based on the sect insignia on their chests. Furthermore, they were inner sect disciples with high statuses. Dingshui City was located at the border of the Haotian province and White Feather province. Historically, Dingshui City had been under the jurisdiction of White Feather province and Haotian province. It could be considered a relatively chaotic place. There were many cities like this in all the major states. Such a city with unclear ownership was also a place that individual cultivators were most willing to visit. The square-faced cultivator carrying 2 sabers looked at the 7 headless corpses and said, "Senior Brother Wang, we are too late. Someone killed the 7 Black Wind Killers before us. The Kings, the Black Rocks, the Black Roared, the Sky Saints, the Black. We're 7. The 7. The Black frequently. The 7. The cultivator with the 2 sabers was Lu Feihu. The handsome swordsman with the sword at his waist was Wang Feng. These 2 were the peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Coincidentally, they had accepted the mission to kill the 7. When they received the news, they immediately rushed to Dingshui City. Unexpectedly, they were still too late. Wang Feng remained silent. After a while, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The blood from the wounds has not coagulated yet. This person has not gone far. There should be people in the city who saw what happened." Lu Feihu immediately understood what Wang Feng meant. After wandering the world for so long, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Lu Feihu made a prompt decision and grabbed a nearby cultivator. Then he inquired about what had happened. After the 2 heard it, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Lu Feihu said, "That's impossible. An inner sect disciple that I have never heard of easily killed the 7. If it were one of the 5 old experts of the Haotian sect's inner sect, I might believe it. After all, these 5 are already very close to the strength of a true inheritor." Wang Feng's pitch-black eyes also revealed an uncertain expression. However, he was not in a rush to object like Lu Feihu. After a long time, Wang Feng voiced his opinion. The reason the 7 Black Wind Killers can run amok for so long is not because their cultivation is much higher than that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. After all, loose cultivators do not have as many resources as sect disciples. Instead, it is because of the baleful aura they have and their rich combat experience. With these two added together, inner sect disciples who just left the sect would not be able to gain any advantage against them. Lu Feihu was not stupid. He immediately figured it out. He said, "You mean to say that this person might be a disciple with a lot of experience from the lower realm? His killing intent and combat experience are no weaker than the 7 Black Wind Killers?" Wang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. That is the only possibility." He did not rely on his cultivation to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers. He is definitely not a match for us. This person is definitely going to use the transportation formation from Sky Mount City to Haotian City. We just have to stop him before he gets there. As Xiao Chan left the city, he did not know that 2 peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had already targeted him. At this moment, Xiao Chan had an expression of anticipation as he opened the spatial rings on the 7 Black Wind Killers' hands. Aside from some truly strong bandits, loose cultivators normally would not have a lot of wealth on them. The reason was very simple. If they had a lot of resources, they would not have to take the risk of plundering everywhere. Furthermore, they were not in a sect. If they wanted to buy medicinal pills, they would be much more expensive than sect disciples. For example, in the Haotian sect, an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill only costs 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. In the outside world, it would cost more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones. To loose cultivators, the spirit gathering pearls that the sect gave them for free were treasures that they craved. Even if one had money, it would be difficult to buy them. As loose cultivators, they lived precariously. Who knew when they might die at the hands of others? They always pursued the principle of enjoying themselves while they could, spending as much wealth as they could. However, there would always be surprises. Occasionally, there would be news of someone killing a loose cultivator in the Tianwu domain and obtaining an unexpected fortune. However, today Xiao Chun probably had no fate with this surprise. Of the 7 spatial rings, he opened 6 in a row. In the end, there were no treasures worth looking at. However, there were spirit herbs under 1,000 years old, medicinal pills worth several thousand superior grade spirit stones, and yellow-ranked profound-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques. There were countless of them. These should be the wealth that they had obtained after looting the 2 clans of Dingshui City. Given the size of Dingshui City and its geographical location, it was easy to imagine how many treasures the 4 clans had accumulated. The only consolation was that the 6 of them had some superior grade spirit stones on them. Altogether, they had more than 100,000. To Xiao Chun, who had spent all his superior grade spirit stones on the quintessence gathering pill, this solved some of his urgent problems. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the last spatial ring. That was the spatial ring of the one-eyed man of the 7 Black Wind Killers. This person was the leader of the 7 Black Wind Killers and also the strongest. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, his wealth should be a little more than the other 6 combined. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chan sent his spiritual sense into this person's spatial ring. After a rough scan, he got a rough idea of what was inside. There were more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones, more than 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 inferior grade quintessence gathering pill, and a peak grade medicinal pill for instantly replenishing quintessence. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. At least there was some profit. In total, there were 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. The 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls could be considered a windfall. What Xiao Chun lacked now were inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Only the surging quintessence in the spirit gathering pearls could speed up his cultivation. Superior grade spirit stones could only be used as currency. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chun hurried on his way, pondering over his actions in the previous battle. What was wrong and what was good for him? The last strike of the Blade Flash and Thunder Shadow was the first time that it was used against so many people at the same time, and it achieved an effect that even Xiao Chun could not have imagined. If Xiao Chun was not wrong, this Lightning Shadow Saber Light should be an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. It was of a lower rank than the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, but its effects were not much worse. Moreover, it did not consume as much quintessential essence. In the future, Xiao Chan could use Saber Light Thunder Shadow as his trump card and Blue Dragon Goes to Sea as his trump card. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were different from Earth-ranked martial techniques. One had to continuously comprehend and dig deeper. Every 10% increase in might would result in a completely different outcome. No matter how much one dug deeper into an Earth-ranked martial technique, it would only be like the Four-Season Saber technique. Its potential was limited. After all, its creation was based on essence. However, heaven-ranked martial techniques could continuously make breakthroughs. They were based on even stronger quintessential essence. Even if one broke through to Martial Sage in the future, or even peak Martial Sage, one could continue using it. It would not become outdated. Xiao Chan muttered to himself, I can only bring out 30% of Saber Light Thunder Shadow's might. However, this name sounds rather unpleasant. When I have time in the future, I have to think of a better name. The original move was called Sword Light Fire Shadow, which sounded pretty good. However, after changing it to Saber Light Thunder Shadow, it seemed rather ordinary. Along the way, Xiao Chan looked relaxed. In reality, he was not idle at all. He continuously thought about the various variations of the Saber Light Thunder Shadow. 4 days later, the majestic Sky Mound City came into view. Xiao Chan could not help but increase his pace. When he passed a forest, Xiao Chan could not help but frown slightly. He had been to this forest before. It was a place one had to pass to get to and from Sky Mound City. However, there were no strong spirit beasts in the forest. There were only some ordinary birds and beasts. Logically speaking, there should not be any danger. However, Xiao Chan had clearly felt a killing intent earlier. That killing intent disappeared in an instant. It had been hidden very well. Xiao Chan had always been very confident in his senses. He immediately sent out his spiritual sense and searched the forest carefully. Strange, I clearly felt a killing intent. Why did my spiritual sense not discover anything? Xiao Chan withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a suspicious expression. In the Kunlun realm, the laws were restricted. When cultivators flew, not only were they slower than in the lower realms, but they also exhausted more quintessential essence. Unless their lives were in danger, regular cultivators would not casually fly for long periods of time. Xiao Chan looked at the forest and thought for a while. In the end, he decided to enter it. Chapter 658. At worst, if there was any danger, he could just flee. Among those of the same generation, Xiao Chan did not dare claim to be unrivaled. However, he was still proud of his speed. If he ran into a martial sage or someone close to that level, there was no need to think too much. If a martial sage wanted to kill him, no matter how he ran, it would be pointless to think too much. There was a narrow path in the quiet forest. As Xiao Chan walked on it, his expression remained the same as usual. However, he kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings at all times. All sorts of small birds rested on the green trees on both sides of the path. These birds were unique to the Kunlun realm and were very intelligent. The chirping sounds rang out crisply without end. Carried by the gentle wind, the sounds continued to spread into the distance. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. The more it looked like this, the more cautious Xiao Chan became. The 99 drops of pearl-like quintessence liquid above his dantian spun quickly, ready to counterattack at any time if he met with any danger. Bang! Suddenly, the ground in front of and behind Xiao Chan split open, and 2 figures leaped out. A sharp killing intent spread out like a strong wind. Flap! 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 The birds perched on the trees were startled. They flapped their wings in a fluster and fled in flocks. The person in front held 2 sabers in his hands. The 2 sabers danced around quickly, creating a chaotic saber wind. His aura was startling, like a torrential storm pouring down. The saber wind chopped down the surrounding trees, turning them into wood shavings that filled the air and danced in the wind. When one looked around, dust and wood shavings filled the air behind the dual saber man. Shockwaves surged out like surging waves. When he attacked, he raised his aura to its peak. As for the person behind him, he held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword light was withdrawn, looking simple and plain. He was like a sharp arrow tearing through the air, rushing forward. Compared to the startling aura of the dual saber cultivator, this person was very simple. The two formed a sharp contrast. One was very skillful, and the other had a horrifying aura. When the two attacked at the same time, a dense killing intent encased Xiao Chun. They wanted to take down Xiao Chun in one move. Xiao Chun kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings. He did not panic when the two suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he had found several openings in the joint attacks of the two. Then he quickly analyzed which openings he could use to allow him to suffer the least damage and retreat. The opportunity was fleeting. Xiao Chun had never been a wishy-washy person. After thinking for a moment, he made his move. Xiao Chun drew his saber and sent out a dazzling light. He had already agitated his quintessence and infused it into his saber. Gotcha! Xiao Chun turned around and blocked the simple sword behind him. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained an extraordinary amount of power. When the sword and the saber collided, a series of energy ripples erupted and spread in all directions, directly uprooting the surrounding trees and crushing them into powder. Dust billowed, and when the dust from the man with the twin sabers merged together, the entire scene turned chaotic and blurry. Xiao Chun's arm went numb. He was astonished at the strength of that swordsman. However, the situation had already developed according to his script, so he did not fear it. Xiao Chun's figure trembled slightly, and he used the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to leave behind a clone. Then he soared into the sky and hid in the dust. Amid the dust, the man with the twin sabers watched as Xiao Chun's clone flew over. He rejoiced and immediately swung his saber. Chi! Chi! In the blink of an eye, the two sabers sent out no less than 100 saber lights, chopping Xiao Chun's clone into countless pieces. We fell for it! The man with the twin sabers cursed softly, his expression changing when he saw the situation. When all the dust settled, the two of them looked up and saw Xiao Chun standing on a tree branch a kilometer away, calmly looking at the two of them. Naturally, these two were the Rising Sky Pavilion's Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time already and had made ample preparations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun still managed to avoid their ambush. On the tree branch, Xiao Chun carefully sensed the two's cultivations. The swordsman was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The man with the twin sabers was not weak either, an early-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun could not help but frown slightly. The Kunlun realm was not like the lower realms. Here, a cultivator's strength would increase by a small cultivation realm. It would be incredibly difficult to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. These two medial-grade martial monarchs were probably in trouble. When Xiao Chun recognized the sect insignia on the other party's chest, he said coldly, "The Rising Sky Pavilion's people. I don't think I have any grudges with the two of you. Why are you blocking my way?" Lu Feihu crossed his twin sabers and smiled. "Naturally, we do not have any grudges with you. However, you have something that we want, so you have to stay." Wang Feng said calmly, "Just hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. We will not take the treasures on them." Like the Haotian sect's mission hall, the Rising Sky Pavilion also had a contribution ranking every month. As long as one topped it, they would receive a great reward. Compared to the rewards, the Rising Sky Pavilion did not care about the 7 Black Wind Killers' wealth. When Xiao Chun heard Wang Feng's natural tone, as though it was only right for him to take the heads that he had worked so hard to obtain, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. He said, "In that case, I'll say this as well. Quickly scram. Otherwise, when the Haotian sect's people find out that your Rising Sky Pavilion's people are behaving atrociously here, you will not be able to escape." Lu Feihu smiled sinisterly. His magnanimous face revealed a trace of incongruous viciousness as he said, "Haha, that is if you are alive and able to make it back alive." Right after Lu Feihu spoke, he prepared to make a move. However, Wang Feng stopped him. Wang Feng had exchanged a move with Xiao Chun. Wang Feng had used 50% of his strength in that attack. However, as an inferior-grade martial monarch, Xiao Chun was able to receive it calmly. Unlike Lu Feihu, Wang Feng felt that this person before him was not as simple as an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. Wang Feng smiled faintly and said, "This friend, how about selling the heads in your hand to us? 7 heads for 70,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Xiao Chun said rudely, "Sorry, I do not lack these spirit stones. I gave you face but you rejected it. Why are you speaking nonsense to him?" Lu Feihu had a fiery temper. He cursed and leaped into the air, charging over. Wang Feng's expression turned completely sullen. In his opinion, he had already given Xiao Chun a lot of face. Unexpectedly, this fellow still overestimated himself. 2 were medial-grade martial monarchs, and 1 was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, these 2 were peak inner sect disciples of rank 8 sections. Xiao Chun did some calculations. If he continued fighting, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. Furthermore, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, Xiao Chun was only an inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he had not consumed the quintessence-gathering pill yet. If he refined his quintessence with the quintessence-gathering pill, he would not fear these 2. Xiao Chun would not be able to gain any advantage in this fight. However, this Lu Feihu seemed to be underestimating him. Perhaps he still had a chance. With a thought, Xiao Chun pushed off a tree branch and retreated. Right after Xiao Chun dodged, Lu Feihu's sabers chopped the tree he was standing on into several pieces. Sharp saber chi flew around the forest. Kase! Kase! Many trees fell to the ground after being chopped in half. Lu Feihu's aura flourished as he chased after Xiao Chun, hacking wildly at Xiao Chun as he slowly closed in on him. A few more exquisite saber techniques forced Xiao Chun into a corner. Lu Feihu laughed loudly and said, "Brat, let's see where you can run to." A look of horror flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he retreated in a fluster. However, he quickly hid it and did his best to brandish his saber to block. When Lu Feihu noticed the look in Xiao Chun's eyes, he felt very pleased. He thought to himself, "Your acting is pretty good. Do you think I cannot tell that you are just putting on a strong front?" Bang! The 2 sabers struck the pitch-black blade of the lunar shadow saber. A berserk saber intent and quintessence surged out. Xiao Chun immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew back miserably. When Lu Feihu saw the situation, he was even more certain of his thoughts. He smiled coldly and said, "Now you know how to regret it. Unfortunately, it is too late. Don't think that you are incredible just because you are a disciple of the Haotian sect." Lu Feihu took large strides and charged forward, forcing Xiao Chun to retreat without being able to retaliate. When Wang Feng, who had been quietly following, saw this scene, he was surprised at first. However, he smiled in relief and said, "So that is how it is. I nearly got scared off by this brat." This brat should have suffered significant internal injuries from the initial attack. However, he endured it. He wanted to use his identity as a disciple of the Haotian sect to scare the 2 of them away without having to hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, under Lu Feihu's ferocious attacks, he immediately exposed himself. He could not hide it even if he wanted to. After thinking for a while, Wang Feng concluded that the situation was as he guessed. He relaxed slightly and no longer followed Lu Feihu closely like before. Instead, he followed at a leisurely pace. Each move of Lu Feihu's was more ferocious than the one before. As he advanced, he forced Xiao Chun into a sorry state. He could only barely deal with Lu Feihu. The surrounding trees were destroyed one by one like building blocks, turning into catkins that flew all over the sky. As Xiao Chun raised his lunar shadow saber, he looked like he was blocking the other party's attacks in a sorry state. However, in reality, he was calculating every opening of Lu Feihu's. "No, this opening is too small. Although I can force Lu Feihu back, he will be able to react quickly. I will not be able to injure him. This move will not do either. After I injure him, I will not be able to retreat. Wang Feng, who was at the side, will be able to catch up." Xiao Chun circulated his energy and vomited another mouthful of blood. His face paled even more. Even as he faced the various opportunities, he remained absolutely calm, waiting for the best opportunity. Lu Feihu swung both his sabers and burst forth with surging quintessence. He knocked Xiao Chun into the air and sent him crashing into the ground. When Lu Feihu saw Xiao Chun struggling to stand up, he smiled sinisterly. He walked over step by step, lowering his guard to the lowest. Wang Feng, who was at the side, also revealed a sinister smile. He muttered to himself, "This fellow is finally an arrow at the end of its flight. This is the moment. Make your move." When Lu Feihu got within 2 meters of Xiao Chun, something strange happened. Xiao Chun, who looked weak and had difficulty standing up, suddenly soared into the air. He swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged his quintessence in state of thunder. The 7 saber images split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. The saber light was very bright and thunder roared. Xiaoqin's aura suddenly reached its peak. Chapter 659. These 21 saber images were hard to distinguish. The might of each saber strike was immense. No one dared to underestimate them. The most important thing was that Lu Feihu had just let down his guard. Every step he took was filled with openings. It was impossible to defend perfectly. Dang! 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 Lu Feihu managed to block 18 of the 21 saber strikes. However, he could not block the remaining 3. 3 saber lights tore open bloody wounds on his chest. Fortunately, Lu Feihu's quintessence was much denser than Xiaoqin's. Although the wounds were horrifying, they were not fatal. However, before Lu Feihu could catch his breath, the 21 saber lights suddenly formed a line, forming a vast sea filled with electric light. Bang! The sea of electricity knocked Lu Feihu back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as electricity leaped around his entire body, crackling continuously. The situation instantly changed. However, it was not over yet. As Lu Feihu flew back before he landed, he saw a saber light coming from an unknown place. Like a bolt of lightning, the saber light flew towards Lu Feihu's chest. At the critical moment, Lu Feihu did his best to twist his body. Kasie! A scarlet light shot out. That saber light chopped off Lu Feihu's right arm, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Lu Feihu fell to the ground, unable to get up. With his right arm chopped off, intense pain assaulted him continuously. He rolled around on the ground, moaning in pain. When Wang Feng, who was not far away, saw this sudden scene, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How did the previously listless Xiaoqian suddenly become so lively, instantly turning the situation around? By the time Wang Feng recovered his wits, Xiaoqian was already standing on 3 blue dragon images, rushing towards the distant Sky Mound city. Xiaoqian's speed flabbergasted Wang Feng. Even if Wang Feng chased with all his might, he could barely keep up. After losing the initiative, he would never be able to catch up. Wang Feng looked at the moaning Lu Feihu on the ground and then at Xiaoqian, who calmly retreated. Wang Feng's expression alternated between green and white, clearly extremely frustrated. 2 of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had actually been fooled by a brat who had just left the sect. Furthermore, they had to pay such a hefty price. Along the way, Xiaoqian did not slow down. He flew to the corner of Sky Mound City before letting out a sigh of relief and stopping. The sword-wielding martial artist gave him a very dangerous feeling. With Xiaoqian's current cultivation, if the other party wasn't careless, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Only by consuming the quintessence gathering pill and refining his quintessence could he defeat his opponent easily. But before that, there was no need to take the risk and fight to the death with the other party. The gains did not make up for the losses. Looking at the space ring in his hand, Xiaoqian smiled and strode toward the city gates. This spatial ring was from Lu Feihu's arm. As for Lu Feihu's arm, he had already thrown it away. Instead of rushing to the transportation formation in the city, Xiaoqian rented a quiet courtyard and prepared to open Lu Feihu's spatial ring. Lu Feihu was one of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Although he could not compare to the top inner disciples of the Haotian sect, he should be much wealthier than those loose cultivators. Xiaoqian sent his spiritual sense into the spatial ring and carefully scanned it, not missing any corner. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he revealed an expression of wild joy. In the spatial ring there was a total of 1 million superior grade spirit stones, more than 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 superior grade quintessence gathering pill, and several rank 8 medicinal pills of the same grade as the quintessence gathering pill. After consuming the quintessence gathering pill, it could clear away all the distracting thoughts in a cultivator's heart for a period of time, increasing the chances of a cultivator making a breakthrough when comprehending a martial technique. There were also many other medicinal pills and spirit herbs of a lower grade. All the things that Lu Feihu had accumulated as an inner disciple ended up in Xiaoqian's hands. Xiaoqian could not help but smile. Lu Feihu probably feels like dying now. Xiaoqian tidied up the items in the 7 black wind killer spatial rings and Lu Feihu's spatial rings. Then he put on a cloak and went out, exchanging them for superior-grade spirit stones. With this, Xiao Qian now had a total of 1,800,000 superior-grade spirit stones. He was originally poor, but now he was rich. However, the most important thing were the spirit gathering pearls. After obtaining 100 spirit gathering pearls from Lu Feihu, Xiao Qian would be able to advance to peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. As for the 100-odd inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls that Xiao Qian originally had, he could keep them and consume the quintessence gathering pill to increase his cultivation quickly. It is time to raise my cultivation to peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Xiao Qian took out the 100 spirit gathering pearls and clenched his fist. As long as he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he would be able to defeat Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. Xiao Qian went to the cultivation room in the courtyard and sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Then he placed the 4 spirit gathering pearls on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. When he was a martial king, Xiao Qian had experienced the might of the spirit gathering pearls. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and slowly melted the 4 spirit gathering pearls. Bang! 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 The 4 spirit gathering pearls melted one after another, releasing a horrifying energy that spread out in Xiao Qian's body. His internal organs trembled endlessly. Xiao Qian's internal organs trembled endlessly. As the 4 surging energies clashed with each other, his body churned like it would explode at any moment. Most people could only refine 1 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearl at a time because their physical body could not endure it. Refining 4 spirit gathering pearls in one go like Xiao Qian was no different from sending himself to death. Xiao Qian knew his limits. Given the strength of his physical body, as long as he could stabilize his mind, refining 4 spirit gathering pearls at the same time would not be a problem. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Qian endured the intense pain. He kept his mind calm and did his best to persevere. Dida! Dida! Sweat poured off Xiao Qian's body like rain. In less than a minute, he looked like he had been fished out of water. The intense pain was easy to imagine. However, Xiao Qian had to persevere because he did not have much time left. In this Kunlun realm, just 2 medial-grade martial monarchs would be able to force him back. A superior-grade martial monarch would be able to destroy him. Xiao Qian had his own pride. Even though he was in a dormant state, it did not mean that he had given up on the determination in his heart. After 5 minutes, the intense pain finally disappeared. Xiao Qian heaved a sigh of relief. Then he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, and slowly refined the huge spiritual body formed by the 4 spirit gathering pearls. After 10 great cycles, the spiritual energy in Xiao Qian's 9 meridians flowed out of the 9 main meridians and gathered together. Finally, the spiritual energy condensed into a drop of quintessence liquid glistening with purple light. Then it slowly floated above Xiao Qian's dantian. Xiao Qian opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. After persevering for so long, there was finally some reward. Xiao Qian picked up another 4 spirit gathering pearls and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then he continued to refine them. According to Xiao Qian's estimations, he needed to condense at least 120 drops of quintessence liquid before he could reach peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. 10 days later, after spending a total of 150 spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Qian finally advanced to peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. The number of spirit gathering pearls required exceeded his original plan. Xiao Qian had expected this long ago, so he was not surprised. Compared to a regular heaven-rank cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation seemed to be even stronger. Even Xiao Qian could not figure it out. Rumor had it that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer was a dividing line. If he could cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 7th layer, there would be an unimaginable change. There might even be an ancient heavenly tribulation. However, this was not something that Xiao Qian could think about for now. At this moment, Xiao Qian's quintessence was vast, strong, and reserved. With his cultivation at peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch and his plain and reserved aura, no one would believe that Xiao Qian had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Qian cautiously took out the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill. Then he looked at this quintessence gathering pill with lingering spiritual energy. He revealed a contemplative look. Medicinal pills were divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 were holy pills. Above holy pills were the legendary immortal pills. Even sovereign martial emperors sought immortal pills. However, whether immortal pills existed or not was just a legend in this world. In this world, any medicinal pill that reached rank 8 was extremely precious. The superior grade quintessence gathering pill was the peak of rank 8 medicinal pills. If it was sold for 200,000 medicinal pills in the sect, it could be sold for 700,000 or 800,000 medicinal pills in an auction outside. However, the sect limited the purchase of such strategic medicinal pills. It was very difficult for inner sect disciples to sell them. He collected his wandering thoughts and placed the medicinal pill in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted and turned into a cool liquid that flowed down his throat. Everywhere it passed, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. Qi. However, when that liquid flowed to the top of Xiao Chen's dantian, he felt a burning sensation. The comfortable feeling instantly turned into extreme pain. When the liquid flowed into the liquefied medicinal pill, the 99 drops of pearl-like liquid sizzled and gave off steam. It was like his body was on fire. The fire penetrated deep into his bones, burning in his blood, burning in his bones and burning in his muscles. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's face contorted in pain. His facial features scrunched up. He did not look human at all. Why did one have to endure such intense pain when consuming the quintessence gathering pill? Why had no one mentioned it before? Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and gave off a grinding sound. He felt very suspicious. He did not believe that many people could endure such pain. Even the pain that Xiao Chen experienced from the spirit gathering pearls in his body paled in comparison to this pain. Damn it! Could it be because of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill? Why did the owner not warn me? I should have bought some expensive medicinal herbs to help. If I could not endure it and failed, the 200,000 superior grade spirit stones would have gone to waste. However, in reality, Xiao Chen had misunderstood the owner. The problem was with himself. Most cultivators would not condense quintessence on their own. Not only was it difficult, but it was also time-consuming and required a lot of patience. The most important thing was that after one condensed their quintessence and consumed the quintessence gathering pill, they would experience the same unbearable experience as Xiao Chen. In the vast Tianwu domain, there were countless outstanding people. Those seniors had already thought of refining their quintessence before consuming the quintessence gathering pill. Chapter 660. However, when most people consumed the quintessence gathering pill, the pain tormented them into failure, causing them to fail in their breakthrough. The higher the cultivation technique, the greater the pain one would have to endure. The more severe it was, the more painful it was, and the more severe it was, the crippling of one's cultivation. Aside from a few geniuses, very few people managed to make it through. If Xiao Chen was cultivating bitterly, and was willing to spend some time to listen to the teachings of the seniors, the first lesson would be like this. However, Xiao Chen did not know about this. Right now, he thought that it was because of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill, so he persisted bitterly. However, Xiao Chen had his own opportunity. That was his physical body, which was very strong among those of the same generation. Those with stronger physical bodies than him would not spend time cultivating quintessence. Those with stronger quintessence than him would not spend time cultivating their physical bodies. If Xiao Chen possessed a willpower that surpassed that of an ordinary person, he might be able to make it through. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that he could endure this pain. Otherwise, if he admitted defeat in his heart, no matter how strong his physical body was, it would just be a decoration. Xiao Chen had to persevere. Otherwise, he would waste too much time, which would be too unfortunate. Xiao Chen was in so much pain that his thoughts turned blurry. He only retained a trace of his heart and persisted bitterly. The 100-odd drops of quintessence slowly shrank under the heat of the quintessence gathering pill. Then they merged in 2s and 3s. Every time the quintessence gathering pill merged, there was intense pain. Xiao Chen did not dare to open his mouth and scream. He was afraid that he would accidentally bite his tongue off. This state persisted for an unknown period of time. Just as that trace of Xiao Chen's consciousness was about to fade away, the pain in his body suddenly vanished. Xiao Chen relaxed. Before he could even catch his breath, he collapsed and fell asleep. This sleep was very sound. In a deep sleep he did not think about anything. By the time Xiaochen woke up, it was already 3 days later. He stretched his body a little, and there was a crackling sound coming from all over his body. When Xiaochen stood up, he could not help but feel that he was lighter than before. However, his strength was firmer than before. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Xiaochen circulated his quintessential essence slightly. Immediately he sensed a powerful and restrained power and punched the air. The true essence directly exploded on the fist, and a thunderous explosion resounded in the air. The entire beam began to shake violently. The amount of power he used was clearly the same, but the power he could unleash was more than 4 times stronger than before. This was the power of the quintessential essence condensed by the quintessential gathering pill. Ordinary people could only increase the power by 2 times, but because he had condensed it once in advance, the power was doubled again. Xiaochen's face lit up with joy. He reacted and said, "Could it be that I succeeded?" Xiaochen sank his consciousness and took a look. He saw 30 drops of quintessence neatly floating above his dantian. They had a rich luster and were at least twice as large as before. "Ha ha ha, we really succeeded." Xiaochen was overjoyed. He walked out of the training room and went to the courtyard. He began to feel the effects of being reborn. At this moment, Xiaochen did not know that he had unintentionally completed a goal that very few people had achieved in the past 1,000 years. He only thought that everyone who consumed a superior grade quintessence gathering pill would experience such pain. Bang! 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 Fists howled and strands of quintessence exploded on Xiaochen's fist. The surrounding air churned as the explosive force pressed down. The ground seemed like it would sink in, shaking left and right like an earthquake. Good, good, good. If I meet those 2 fellows from the Rising Sky Pavilion again, I will not have to show weakness. I don't need to pretend to be weak. If I fight them directly, I have a 70% chance of defeating them easily. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and stood upright. A bright light shone in his eyes, filled with strong self-confidence. As for Gue Wu's group, there was no need to care about them. Even if 6 or 7 people surrounded them, Xiaochen could defeat them, beating them into submission. After sorting out his emotions, Xiaochen collected the deposit for the courtyard. Then, without further delay, he prepared to rush back to the Haotian sect. As Xiaochen rushed to the transportation formation in the city, he discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Occasionally, cultivators flew out of the surrounding restaurants and inns. Furthermore, they were all heading in the same direction. In the Kunlun realm, flying in the air exhausted a lot of quintessence. If there was nothing major, no one would fly in the air for no reason. After all, if it was just traveling, there would not be much of a difference in speed between traveling on land and in the sky. Quick, let's go. The top genius of the 9th battle realm, Renhua, is going to challenge the top bladesman of our 18 southern provinces, Fengxingsheng. The geniuses of the 10 great battle realms have all been in the limelight recently. Several famous young experts have been defeated by them. Of course, there are no mediocre people in the battle realms. They have the bloodline of the ancient giants and are born with divine strength. Their strength is vast and they love to fight. Furthermore, they are the top geniuses among them. However, their rise is too fast. Fengxingsheng is an expert second only to the 7 giants. He ranks in the top 100 of the proud son of heaven ranking. Even the older generation people praise his saber techniques. In this great age, everything is possible. How can we still look at it with the old standards? As Xiaochen stood in the air, he listened to the scattered news coming from all around. Finally, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. There were geniuses from the lower realms challenging the local experts of the Tianwu domain. Furthermore, both sides had significant backgrounds. Hence, many cultivators rushed over to watch the excitement. I have been in the Tianwu domain for a long time already, but I have not seen a true fight between the top experts of the younger generation. It would be good to go and take a look. After changing his mind at the last minute, Xiaochen decided to join in on the excitement. He would definitely learn a lot from a fight between experts of the same generation, broadening his horizons. The battle realms Renhua and the 18 southern provinces proud son of heaven ranking 7 giants, Fengxingsheng. One was the top genius of the 9th battle realm, and the other was known as the top bladesman of the south. The commotion caused by the two's arranged battle far surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. Nearly all the experts above martial monarch in Sky Mound City made a move. There were even many martial kings rushing over from all directions. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. The location of the arranged battle was Nine Sword Peak, which was very close to Sky Mound City. That place was vast and sparsely populated. There were no spirit beasts or natural treasures on the mountain. It was just like a desolate mountain. With this place as the location of the duel, no matter how large the shockwaves were, there would not be any problems. Xiao Qin followed the crowd and flew to the location of the duel. When he looked to the front, he saw 9 tall peaks on the plain. They looked like 9 treasured swords rising from the ground and piercing the sky. That place was 9 Sword Peak. The 9 peaks were shaped like treasured swords, hence its name. Xiao Qin asked around and found out that this 9 Sword Peak was a holy land for duels. Due to the special environment of this place, experts of the younger generation frequently came here to challenge. The shockwaves from the previous battles had shaved off several kilometers of the tall peaks. Even so, the 9 peaks were still more than 20 kilometers tall. One could easily imagine how majestic 9 Sword Peak had been in the past. 4 or 5 people already stood on one of the 9 peaks. All of them were tall and stout, exuding the ferocious aura of wild beasts. The auras of these people merged and surged towards the sky, stirring up the white clouds in the sky. Even before the battle began, it already felt like a storm was brewing. Unexpectedly, aside from the few in closed-door cultivation, the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms are all here. This lineup is really big. I have long heard that the people of the battle realms are the most united. Now that I see them, the rumors are indeed true. Indeed. That is why most people would not seek trouble with the people of the battle realms. They are madmen in the first place. When a group of madmen fearlessly fights with you, that is even scarier. Haha. Those who are 1 cultivation realm higher than them would have a headache if they met with this group of people. The local cultivators of the Tianwu domain beside Xiao Qin discussed softly. As they spoke, they appeared very relaxed. Xiao. A loud piercing sound could be heard from afar, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. A sharp aura swept over like a strong gust of wind. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look and saw a person flying over from the west. This person was tall and skinny, and his face was very narrow, giving him a stern look. This person held a saber in his left hand and wore clean and simple blue robes. He flew over expressionlessly and stopped at the summit of a mountain. This person glanced around, and his gaze was like a sharp saber light, seemingly solid. With one glance, the faint fog around the summit slowly scattered. Feng Xingxing is here. Thousands of martial monarchs in the surroundings of the mountain range looked into the distance. Even more cultivators stopped to watch on the ground below the mountain peak. The place was very lively. Among the crowd, Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, what a strong saber intent. He is the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. I hope he lives up to his reputation. Feng Xingxing glanced at the people from the battle realms 3 mountain peaks away. The corners of his lips curled up, and pride appeared on his stern face. He said indifferently, there are so many people here. Sita gang, are you planning to gang up on them? As Feng Xingxing spoke, the top geniuses of the other battle realms scattered. Now, only the stout Renhua remained at the summit. Ha ha ha. Feng Xingxing, you overestimate yourself. Do you think we need to work together to deal with you? Renhua released his aura and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with boundless tyranny and arrogance. His voice reverberated in the mountain peaks for a long time without stopping. In the end, it turned into a whistling gale that drifted back and forth between the 9 mountains. The wind howled and the clouds parted. Feng Xingxing's white robes fluttered loudly in the wind. Pa! 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 Suddenly the wind howled. A chain of crisp explosions rang out. Everyone looked over. It turned out that when Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered, there was an intense energy fluctuation. Every time his clothes fluttered, there would be an explosion. The continuous explosion shook the air until it buzzed. Countless rocks on the mountain peak rolled down like an army of thousands of men and horses. What a powerful move! Everyone gazed at Renhua, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Just a single sentence was able to cause such a great might, so exactly how thick is his true essence? Furthermore, Feng Xingsheng, who remained calm under the surging sound waves, was probably unfathomable as well. When Xiao Chan saw the simple exchange of moves between these two, he felt somewhat astonished. This Ren Hua was only a late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. However, Ren Hua's flexibility in using quintessence and strength far surpassed Xiao Chen's. Chapter 661. Feng Xingsheng remained expressionless on his stern face. He smiled coldly and said, "Insignificant tricks. The 5 of you attacking together is actually nothing much. How arrogant. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant later." Ren Hua snorted and pushed off the mountain peak heavily. Then he drew a black ruler and flew forward at lightning speed. The distance between the 9 mountain peaks looked very close from a distance. In reality, even the closest one was a kilometer away. Bang! 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 Every time Ren Hua passed a mountain peak, he would push off heavily with his feet. Every time he pushed off, his speed would increase. Crunching sounds came from the mountain peaks. With the force of his feet, the mountain peaks shattered, becoming shorter by several inches. Dust filled the air, giving off a startling aura. Such a large formation was in line with the rough and unrestrained combat style of the people of the Battle Realms. Although it took a long time to describe, Ren Hua arrived before Feng Xingsheng in just 4 or 5 flashes. The heavy black ruler seemed to contain a tremendous force as it hacked at Feng Xingsheng with a berserk aura. The instant it landed, it seemed to split the air in half. With the naked eye, one could clearly see a shockwave parting the air like a curtain of water. Feng Xingsheng turned around slightly and drew his saber, blocking the descending ruler. A loud collision resounded, deafening everyone's eardrums. Feng Xingsheng did not move at all. He easily received such a heavy blow that seemed to be able to break the sky. Ren Hua chuckled and said unconcernedly, "Your hand must be numb. This is just the appetizer." Feng Xingsheng said coldly, "You overestimate yourself. I am not as weak as you make me out to be. This ruler of yours is really weak." Kase! A dazzling saber light flickered like stars as Feng Xingsheng drew his saber. A sharp saber intent gathered and merged with quintessence to form a strand of pitch-black saber chi. Ren Hua's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Feng Xingsheng to be able to draw his saber so easily under the pressure of his heavy ruler. Ren Hua's figure flickered as he retreated. The friction between his body and the air gave off a dull sonic boom. The corners of Feng Xingsheng's lips curled up slightly. His right hand, which held his saber hilt, was like an artist waving a baton, swinging it forward rhythmically. That strand of pitch-black saber chi immediately swept out, forming a curved black line in the air. As Ren Hua retreated, the curved black lines between the two surfaces slowly widened, giving off a strange sense of beauty. Ren Hua's expression turned unsightly. The arc formed by the black saber chi seemed to expand endlessly. It was less than 2 inches away from his face. The strong wind from the saber chi caused the hair in front of his head to flutter wildly. The skin on his face also hurt. The black saber chi was like a blade of death. If he was a little slower, his head would immediately be chopped in half. Furthermore, the distance between them was simply too close. There was simply no time for him to use his heavy ruler to block the attack. All he could do was continue to retreat. At this moment, his life was hanging by a thread. He could only gamble that the saber chi would weaken before he ran out of quintessence due to time. When the people outside saw this, they did not think much of it. It was just Feng Xingsheng sending out a strand of black saber chi to force Ren Hua back. Unexpectedly, Ren Hua's situation had already reached a point where he would die if he was not careful. Feng Xingsheng revealed a disdainful smile. His right hand moved at lightning speed, and he sheathed his saber. Shio! When the saber was completely sheathed, the black saber chi instantly formed a black ring and flickered before disappearing into nothingness. Ren Hua, you are looking for the wrong person if you want to use me as a stepping stone to become famous. If you want to defeat me, get the top 3 geniuses of your 10 great battle realms. You are not qualified. Feng Xingsheng smiled faintly. Then he shot forward like an arrow, turning to leave before everyone's doubtful gazes. What's going on? Is the battle over? Several people could not understand what was going on. They had not expected this battle, which they were all looking forward to end so quickly. Most people did not even know who won. Only a few people could see that Ren Hua, who landed miserably on a mountain peak, had a symmetrical saber scar on both his left and right cheeks. It looked like someone had used a black brush to draw on both sides of Ren Hua's face, a very comical sight. In just one move, the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingsheng, who was second only to one of the 7 giants on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, defeated the top genius of the 9th battle realm. With such strength, Ren Hua ended the battle so quickly. The cultivators who had come to watch this startling battle felt greatly disappointed. They had not expected the battle to end in such a manner. Ren Hua did not even have a chance to use the giant bloodline that he was famous for in the battle realms before he was defeated. Damn it! What's going on? This is too unexpected. Feng Xingsheng was right. Ren Hua is indeed looking for the wrong person if he wants to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. He truly lives up to his reputation as the top bladesman of the younger generation of the South. I believe that after the new year, he will challenge the 7 giants to prove himself. Recently, the newcomers of the 10 great battle realms have been in the limelight. Several of the local experts have been defeated. Feng Xingsheng has helped our 18 southern provinces gain some pride. However, this Feng Xingsheng humiliated Ren Hua like that. The strongest genius of the first battle realm, Hao Lang, will definitely help him vent his anger. The battle ended as quickly as it started. Only after a long time did people react to it. The discussion slowly turned fervent. Amid the noisy crowd, Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. He revealed a contemplative light, which seemed out of place in this bustling scene. Feng Xingsheng's earlier saber strike had given Xiao Chen a great comprehension. Others might not understand, but as a genius bladesman like him, Xiao Chen understood it very well. That seemingly simple saber strike actually contained many exquisite techniques. The first thing that impressed Xiao Chen was the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. 60% comprehended saber intent was actually already considered great perfection. However, when Feng Xingsheng bounded in the saber chi, it did not leak out at all. This ensured that the arc-shaped saber chi's angle became larger and larger. When it approached a circle, the saber chi's energy and aura did not disperse at all. Next was the state of wind. Xiao Chen felt that Feng Xingsheng should have touched the threshold of the will of wind. Otherwise, that saber strike would not have been so fast, not giving Ren Hua any chance. The most horrifying thing was the instant Feng Xingsheng withdrew his move. When the black saber chi formed a ring, Xiao Chen clearly felt a frightening force. Xiao Chen clearly felt a frightening force. If Xiao Chen had been in Ren Hua's shoes, he would not have believed that he could survive that saber strike. However, such a strong saber strike only left 2 faint saber marks on Ren Hua's face. How strong was one's control to do that? There was always someone better. This Kunlun realm was indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to defeat that Ren Hua. Furthermore, he only had a 60% chance of victory. He needed to last 500 moves. However, Feng Xingsheng defeated Ren Hua in 1 move. Xiao Chen's thoughts continued to expand. What kind of strength did the 7 giants who were stronger than Feng Xingsheng have? What kind of strength did the Holy Science, who always occupied the top 3 positions of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, have? The road ahead would be difficult. Xiao Chen had expected it long ago, so he did not overthink it. Feng Xingsheng's saber strike had given him a lot of inspiration. Xiao Chen prepared to go back and ponder on it. He had long since been able to bring out the might of his 60% comprehended saber intent. However, he had not been able to control it perfectly. This was a good opportunity. Xiao Chen had not watched this battle for nothing. Not only had it broadened his horizons, but it had also provided substantial help to his comprehension of saber intent. After quietly leaving the bustling scene, Xiao Chen flew to Sky Mound City alone. His white figure looked very plain and unadorned. Xiao Chen withdrew his sharpness, not showing any brilliance. No one would care about him. Many heroes appeared in the glorious Tianwu domain. Experts of the various lower realms appeared, showing off their sharpness. On the stage of this great age, these people revealed their brightest side, wanting to leave their names in the annals of history, immortal for 10,000 years. For now, Xiao Chen was just a spectator. He could only silently watch a battle of Fengxingxing's level like the other passers-by. Xiao Qian had no affinity with the excitement. He only watched quietly, not saying anything. However, he would not do nothing. Xiao Qian's burning blood never stopped. He only hid his pride in his heart. He was a dragon that would soar through the 9 heavens in the end. The transportation formation left in the Immortal epoch allowed Xiao Qian to return to the Haotian sect millions of kilometers away in an instant. After Xiao Qian returned, he immediately rushed to the mission hall, preparing to hand in the mission for killing the 7 Black Wind Killers. There were still 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones waiting for him there. Although Xiao Qian now had a net worth of 1 million superior-grade spirit stones were not enough. Hence, these 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones were still very important to Xiao Qian. At the same time, Zhuo Yushi and his group of friends successfully completed the escort mission without any surprise or danger. They each received more than 10,000 of the 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones, feeling overjoyed. This escort mission is not dangerous at all. Given the Haotian sect's reputation, who would dare to cause trouble? I already said that this mission is the most suitable for us. That's right. We obtained more than 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones, and even got to see the sights of various places along the way. This trip was not in vain. Zhuo Yushi and his group of friends chatted frankly with assurance, clearly in a good mood. Along the way they ate well, played well, and saw many beauties. Suddenly, Zhuo Yushi thought of something. He walked over to the counter and said to the mission administrator behind him, "Senior, I have a question. I have a companion called Xiao Qian. He seems to have taken on a mission to kill loose cultivators. Has he returned yet?" The black-robed administrator revealed an unhappy expression, but he still said, "Not yet. Your friend took the mission to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers. It has already been half a month. He probably will not return." When Zhuo Yushi heard this, his expression could not help but change. No matter what, he still felt very grateful to Xiao Qian. Back then, when the two of them were just acquaintances, Xiao Qian was willing to buy the quintessence gathering pill for him. Xiao Qian was even afraid of hurting Zhuo Yushi's pride, saying that he was lending it to him. With such a character, this person was definitely worth befriending. Chapter 662. When a friend behind Zhuo Yushi heard this, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. I already told him not to overestimate himself long ago. However, he did not listen. Now he even lost his life. This kind of person deserves to die. He did not even look at himself first. Back then, when we tried to advise him, he still dared to show us an attitude. I have heard of the 7 Black Wind Killers before. Several of the inner sect disciples with deep pockets wanted to kill them. In the end they all died. That Xiao Qian has not returned yet. He is probably dead. Come. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and collect our stipend. After we collect our stipend and the rewards from this mission, we can buy some medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Zhuo Yushi shook his head without saying anything. He did not want to say anything more. After all, no matter how much he thought of Xiao Qian, he was already dead. There was no need to dwell on it. The most important thing was to live a good life. As Zhuo Yushi thought this, he raised his head and saw an extremely familiar white figure at the entrance of the mission hall. That person's delicate face did not show any joy or sorrow. There was no expression on his face as he calmly parted the crowd in the mission hall and headed for the window to hand in missions. This person was dressed in white robes with a blue headband and a saber at his waist. Who else could it be but Xiao Qian? Xiao Qian was stunned. When he saw Zhuo Yushi and the others, he nodded at the stunned Zhuo Yushi and continued on his way. Zhuo Yushi and the others had stupefied expressions as they exchanged glances. They all saw extreme disbelief in each other's eyes. I bet that this fellow gave up on the mission and ran back. Definitely. Even when 2 or 3 of the inner sect disciples worked together, they would find it hard to complete the mission. How could he possibly complete it? I bet as well. These people had just been saying that Xiao Qian was dead. However, when they saw Xiao Qian walking out alive, their first thought was that Xiao Qian had given up on the mission. Xiao Qian handed over his mission list to the black-robed administrator. Then he took out the heads one by one. Without changing his expression, Xiao Qian said, This is the signature of the Dingshui City's Phone Clan's clan head. These are the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. Will Senior please verify them? Once these words were spoken, the expressions of Zhuo Yushi and the others immediately changed. They sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said, "How can this be? This fellow actually really killed the 7 Black Wind Killers." The 7 Black Wind Killers were very famous. Senior inner sect disciples of the Haotian sect had once died in the hands of these 7 people. Thus, the inner sect disciples were rather familiar with the 7 Black Wind Killers. When they heard that someone had killed the 7 Black Wind Killers, they all cast their gazes on Xiao Chen, who was in the midst of submitting his mission. The black-clothed administrator did not dare to be careless. He immediately called someone over to check and verify it. It did not take long for the black-clothed administrator to receive the verification. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Clearly, the administrator had not expected Xiao Chen to really complete this mission. He took out 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones and said, "The mission items and the signature are all real. This is your reward." After verifying the verification, several people were astonished. They could not believe that a lower realm disciple who had just entered the inner sect killed the 7 Black Wind Killers. As for Zhuo Yushi and the others, they felt conflicted in their hearts. They no longer dared to say anything. After the rewards were given, there were still contribution points that had not been calculated. The black-clothed administrator continued, "You accepted this mission last month, but the mission was handed in this month, so the contribution points will be for this month." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. The last time he came, he had already asked around about the contribution points. There was a contribution ranking in the inner sect. At the end of the month, the top 20 inner sect disciples would be summarized. When the inner sect disciples collected their stipends next month, they would receive additional stipends based on their ranking. You killed the 7 Black Wind Killers. 1,000 contribution points. You can check the contribution ranking. Your name should already be on it. Although the black-clothed administrator was surprised that Xiao Chen could kill the 7 Black Wind Killers, he did not ask any questions. Everything was official. After thanking the administrator, Xiao Chen went to the contribution ranking. The contribution ranking was a crystal wall. The crystal wall was divided into 100 boxes from top to bottom. The first box had the name of inner sect disciple Yun Feiyu. 9,000 contribution points, first rank. Xiao Chen had heard of this person before. This person was very low-key and mysterious among the inner sect disciples. He did not belong to any of the 5 big factions. He was a loner. Unless he was in closed-door cultivation, the first place on the contribution ranking was always his name. Yun Feiyu was considered the strongest person most likely to become the next true inheritor. He was very incredible. After Yun Feiyu, the remaining 5 people were the leaders of the 5 factions in the inner sect. From 2nd to 6th, they were Yu Jiqiang, Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Zihao and Lan Feichen. These 5 people were very strong. They often extorted resources from the other inner sect disciples. Hence, it was not surprising that they were in the top 10. The 7th and 8th places were 2 veteran inner sect disciples. They were also loners. However, they were not as famous as Yun Feiyu. The 9th and 10th places were the 2 people who had been in the limelight recently, Situ Gang and Gue Wu. One of them came from a battle realm, and the other came with millions of superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they had pretty good talent. Soon they used the vast resources to rise up in the Haotian sect's inner sect. Xiao Chen continued to look and discovered that his name happened to be in the 20th place. If his ranking did not change before the end of the month, he would be able to collect an additional stipend next month. Gue Wu, who is in the top 10, only has 5,000 contribution points. It looks like if I chase after him, I have a good chance of getting into the top 10. However, I'll forget about it for this month. Half the month had already passed. Xiao Chen still had to temper his physical body and comprehend his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. He did not have time to complete missions. Xiao Chen thought for a while and prepared to leave the mission hall. He would collect his stipend for this month first. The value of 10 spirit gathering pearls was rather tempting. When Xiao Chen passed by Zhuo Yushi, the latter had a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but did not know how to say it. Brother Xiao, congratulations. Zhui Yushi called out to Xiao Chun after holding back for a long time. Xiao Chun stopped walking and did not turn around. He replied softly, "Many thanks." Sages were all lonely. Xiao Chun was not a sage, but he would not resign himself to mediocrity. He wouldn't look down on those who coveted stability, but these people shouldn't criticize and snort disdainfully at the decisions of others because of their own choices. One could resign oneself to mediocrity, but one could not wantonly mock others because they had dreams. If Zhui Yushi joined forces with these people, it would be hard for him to interact with them in the future. Xiao Chun shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Then, he calmly walked out of the mission hall before the many inner sect disciples' incredulous gazes. The stipend was 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 spirit gathering pearls. Xiao Chun intended to change his environment. His original residential district was too small. Furthermore, there were too many people. It was not suitable for personal comprehension. After tidying up the original wooden hut, Xiao Chun was blocked by a group of people the moment he stepped out. "Brat, you are doing pretty well. You even completed the mission of the 7 Black Wind Killers." A few young experts from Gue Wu's faction, who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill long ago, led 10 odd people as they blocked Xiao Chen's path in an aggressive manner. However, Gue Wu was not among the group. The leader was a black-clad swordsman with a cold and sinister appearance. Gue Wu's cultivation was pretty good, 2 grades higher than Xiao Chen's. He was a late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. The black-clad swordsman revealed a ferocious light in his eyes. Leading a group of inner sect disciples who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he appeared very overbearing. Xiao Chun knew why the black-clad swordsman was here. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. If you had not come to look for me, I would have gone to look for you." The black-clad swordsman laughed loudly and said, "Are you seeking death? Don't think that after killing the 7 Black Wind Killers, you can challenge our young Master Gue. Honestly speaking, young Master Gue is already a medial grade martial monarch. This month, he will try to make it into the top 5 of the contribution ranking." Someone at the side said, "If you are smart, take out all your spirit gathering pearls. You are from the Sky Dome realm. Using spirit gathering pearls would be a waste." Relying on their numbers and the fact that Xiao Chun was only an early-stage inferior grade martial monarch, this group of people did not care about Xiao Chun at all. Their words carried a heavy threat. Such a commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Gue Wu's group had taken most of their spirit gathering pearls, so they were already furious. Unfortunately, they were alone and not as strong as Gue Wu, so they did not dare to voice their anger. Seeing that Xiao Chun wanted to resist, no one thought highly of him. After all, he was alone. Furthermore, Gue Wu was already a medial grade martial monarch. His position had stabilized further. Even if Xiao Chun could defeat this group of people, he would have a hard time dealing with Gue Wu's revenge. "Take out your spirit gathering pearls. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here today." The black-clad swordsman shouted sternly as he pointed at Xiao Chun. This group of people had long wanted to make an example out of him. They wanted to establish their prestige. They could not wait for Xiao Chun to cause trouble so that they could teach him a lesson. "Ha ha ha. I want to see how you are going to take them out." Xiao Chun smiled gently and his figure flashed. Then, he punched at the black-clad swordsman. The black-clad swordsman placed his right hand on his sword hilt and smiled coldly. "Good timing. Xiao." Right after the black-clad swordsman spoke, Xiao Chun suddenly increased his speed. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages. He was incredibly fast, and his fist grew larger in the black-clad swordsman's eyes. How can he be so fast? The black-clad swordsman was startled. He had only drawn his sword halfway when the punch struck his chest. Boom! The surging quintessence on the fist exploded. The air trembled and a huge force pressed down, causing the ground to tremble. The force of the explosion pierced through the black-clad swordsman's protective quintessence, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and fly back. The sword in the black-clad swordsman's hand fell to the side. He had an expression of horror on his face as he coughed and vomited another mouthful of blood. He said with much difficulty, "Attack together. Beat him up." After the initial shock, the 10 people recovered their wits. They quickly swarmed over and surrounded Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and flipped his palm. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. He did not draw the saber, only infusing his dense quintessence and 60% comprehended saber intent into the scabbard. Xiao Chun could use these people to test out the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent that he comprehended from Feng Xingxing's saber technique. Chapter 663. Xiao Chun remained calm and composed. Amid the sharp attacks of the inferior-grade martial monarchs, he strolled leisurely. As he swung his scabbard, he scattered the incoming attacks. After Xiao Chun found an opening, he quickly swung his scabbard with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Saber intent and quintessence exploded out. Many figures were knocked back. After they fell to the ground, they could no longer get up. Xiao Chun did not go easy on them. Those who got hit had at least a few broken ribs. They would not recover without a month of rest. The others were even more startled. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had not drawn his saber yet. If he had drawn his saber, the people on the ground would have been dead. The battle did not last long. Xiao Chun's strong quintessence held a suppressive advantage over these people. Xiao Chun was clearly only an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. However, when he clashed with them, he easily broke their martial techniques. Several people felt confused. Dang! The tip of the lunar shadow saber struck the ground heavily, giving off a melodious sound. When the black-clad swordsman's companions looked around, none of them could stand up. Strands of saber intent lingered in the air, still buzzing like a powerful treasure saber humming. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he frowned slightly. He still could not control his 60% comprehended saber intent as he pleased. However, it was already much better than before. Xiao Chun, don't be too cocky. When young Master Gue returns from his mission, just you wait. The black-clad swordsman cursed viciously as he fell to the ground. Xiao Chun smiled gently and said calmly, "In that case, tell Gue Wu that I, Xiao Chun, will be waiting for him. Even if he does not come, I will go and look for him. As for you, scram now." Before the surrounding people's astonished gazes, Xiao Chun raised his leg and kicked the black-clad swordsman into the air. The force was so great that the crowd could not keep up with the speed of the black-clad swordsman flying back. With anger in one's chest and a person's heart in a bad mood, a real man would take revenge. Since this person dared to snatch Xiao Chun's spirit-gathering pearls, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Even until the end of time, he would make him spit it out. Xiao Chun would have to face Gue Wu sooner or later. How could he fear the black-clad swordsman's threat? In the eastern part of the city, there was a courtyard for the inner sect disciples. There were quiet cultivation rooms and all sorts of training grounds. The environment was elegant, clean and simple. The rank 1 spirit vein in the cultivation rooms was for the owner alone. It was at least 10 times better than that of the residential area. However, the price was also unimaginably expensive. A month's rent would cost a whole 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Although Xiao Chun felt a heartache, he could tell that using just 1 spirit vein's origin was worth this price. Moreover, he needed a spacious and quiet place to comprehend saber intent. Xiao Chun Mu, spirit lake. And he and spirit in Xiao King. And Chen and. Several hundred meters apart, several similar courtyards could be seen on both sides of the lake. Actually, this was where the inner sect disciples with deep experience lived. Only those senior disciples who had been in the inner sect for a few years or even a decade could afford the expensive rent. Ordinary people could not afford it. Senior Brother Xiao, this is your new residence. There are already maids and servants in the courtyard. If you prefer peace and quiet, you can ask them to leave. That manservant looked at Xiao Chun respectfully as he pointed to the courtyard. Xiao Chun looked around and felt very satisfied with his surroundings. He said, "You can leave now. Bring those unrelated people away as well. Just send them food once a week." After everyone left, Xiao Chun stood under a large tree in the courtyard. He replayed the fight between Feng Xingxing and Ren Hua in his mind. After a while, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and stopped thinking about anything. He started to comprehend the inspiration that he had gained. The large tree was 100 meters tall, and its leaves fluttered and fell. When the wind blew, the colorful leaves danced in the wind, circling around Xiao Chun. The white-robed Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Xiao Chun's delicate face had his eyes tightly shut, looking like he was in a deep sleep. 4 days. Xiao Chun stood under this tree for 4 days not doing anything. He did not do anything at all. It was like he was in a meditative state. Some yellowed leaves stuck to Xiao Chun's head and shoulders. It was like he did not notice them. He did not brush them away, just standing there. In the quiet courtyard, Xiao Chun was like a decoration. If an outsider came in, they would not discover a living person standing in the courtyard at first glance. At some point in time, the quiet decoration like Xiao Chun suddenly moved. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and casually swung his saber. Xiao Chun did not care about the angle, target, or purpose. This saber strike was completely random, following what he had comprehended in the past few days. Xiao. A strand of dazzling saber chi tore through the air. A strong wind blew and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The saber chi was like a precise scalpel, gently cutting through the fallen leaves that filled the sky, splitting the leaves in front of it in half. Then with a flash, they turned into motes of colorful light and disappeared into the air. The wind was still blowing, and the leaves were still flying. It was like that strand of saber chi had never appeared at all. After a long time, the wind stopped and the withered leaves fell to the ground in a sparse manner. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. Everything was the same as before. If it weren't for the many leaves on the ground that had been neatly split in half, Xiao Chun wouldn't have been able to see them. No one would have discovered that Xiao Chun had just sent out a strand of saber chi. Furthermore, it was a strand of saber chi containing a 60% comprehended saber intent and 50% comprehended quintessence. Just like that, a strand of strong saber chi appeared silently and disappeared without a trace. None of its aura leaked out. When Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, he did it cleanly and smoothly. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile. He said, "I finally managed to execute a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. However, I have prepared for this saber strike for 4 days. My opponents on the battlefield would not even give me a second to prepare." After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out a small jade bottle from the universe ring. Then, he poured out a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was called the spiritual heart pill. Like the quintessence gathering pill, it was a rank 8 medicinal pill. It could temporarily increase a cultivator's comprehension ability without any side effects. This was something that Xiao Chun had obtained from the Rising Sky Pavilion disciple, Lu Feihu. He could use it at this moment. After consuming the spiritual heart pill, and the medicinal energy spread out, Xiao Chun felt refreshed. His thoughts expanded infinitely, and he gained a new understanding of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xiao Chun's comprehension ability was very high in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the 4-season saber technique. With such a foundation, the effects of the spiritual heart pill were much greater than that of a regular person. The spiritual heart pill only lasted for 10 minutes. However, in these 10 minutes Xiao Chun gained a lot. His understanding of the perfect saber intent deepened. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Xiao Chun felt like he was suddenly enlightened. He swung his saber 3 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged saber intent and saber chi. None of them leaked out. After another 3 days, Xiao Chun consumed the remaining 3 spiritual heart pills. As he swung his saber light, the 60% comprehended saber intent was perfectly contained in the saber chi. He could break it as he pleased. There was no need to prepare or think too much. With a casual swing, he perfectly merged the saber intent into the saber chi. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun practiced the 4-season saber technique. After perfectly controlling the 60% comprehended saber intent, he executed the 4-season saber technique again. With each saber strike, Xiao Chun actually gained a new comprehension. The might of the spring thunder chop, burning to desolation, fated person in autumn waters, and grieving frost all increased significantly, giving Xiao Chun a pleasant surprise. After practicing spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Xiao Chun felt refreshed. Then, he executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique cycle of seasons in one breath. In that instant, the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, appeared in the courtyard. All sorts of scenes, April's peach blossoms, July's flowing fire, October's autumn wind and winter's snow appeared intertwining with each other. Xiao Chun swung his saber. With the support of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, the energy of the cycle of seasons turned into a beam of rainbow light, flying towards the lake in front of the courtyard. Boom! A huge energy burst out, and a shocking pillar of water appeared on the lake. It was 100 meters wide and 3 kilometers tall. With one glance the water rippled, looking majestic and majestic. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The energy supporting the pillar of water instantly vanished, and the huge wave fell cleanly. Several of the inner sect disciples who also lived here felt that energy. They quickly leaped out of their courtyards and stopped to take a look. The lake water surged endlessly. However, they could no longer feel the strong and powerless aura a moment ago. This was very strange. Strange, I wonder which senior brother was trying out a new martial technique earlier? The many inner sect disciples who leaped out all shook their heads gently. Then they returned to their courtyards with suspicious expressions. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "The might of a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Feng Xingxing could defeat Ren Hua in one move back then." If this 10th-rank genius of the battle realm had not made any improvements, given Xiao Chun's current strength, he would have a 70% chance of defeating him. "Xiao Chun, get out here." Just as Xiao Chun was thinking and preparing to go out, a shout suddenly came from the other side of the lake. 18 pillars of water immediately burst out of the calm lake. The sound was startling. Xiao Chun looked into the distance and raised his eyebrows. He saw the person who had arrived. It was Gue Wu, who had rushed back from his mission. Behind Gue Wu was a group of companions. All of them had terrifying auras and even released killing intent. On the road on the other side of the lake, the inner sect disciples from the residential area all ran over. If Xiao Chun guessed right, Gue Wu had purposely spread the news. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chun in front of everyone and re-establish his prestige as a giant of the inner sect. 1 week ago, Xiao Chun had injured all the subordinates Gue Wu sent to collect the spirit gathering pearls. If Gue Wu could not get back at him, he would lose his status as a giant of the inner sect. In the future, no one would obey him. "You're finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and pushed off with his feet. Then he flew towards the center of the lake. Chapter 664. The lake water rippled and undulated. The blue sky and white clouds churned in the water. Although the lake looked calm, there was an undercurrent. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the water and landed firmly on the surface. Then he looked calmly at Gue Wu. Gue Wu's cultivation had indeed broken through the bottleneck of inferior-grade martial monarch, reaching middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Gue Wu was indeed quite capable for him to make such progress in such a short time. However, that was all. This was not enough to shock Xiao Chun. His target had never been Gue Wu. He just did not want to waste too much effort. Once he did, he would trample on the other party forever, settling things once and for all. This had always been Xiao Chun's principle. Gue Wu's skinny face looked cold and emotionless. A murderous intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. He said, "I knew that you would not submit so willingly. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge problem for me." Xiao Chun had publicly refused to hand over the spirit gathering pearls, and easily defeated his subordinates. His actions dealt a severe blow to Gue Wu's faction. Gue Wu's prestige plummeted. At this moment, the leaders of the other factions all gathered here, hiding in the crowd. If Gue Wu could not defeat Xiao Chun, then Gue Wu's faction would immediately be attacked by the other factions, and they would be eliminated. Xiao Chun found this funny. He said indifferently, "Submit? That word does not exist in my dictionary. You are taking it for granted." "Xiao Chun, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really going to go against me? If you apologize for what happened that day and hand over the spirit gathering pearls, I can let you off today." Gue Wu shouted coldly and unleashed his aura, pressing down on Xiao Chun. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chun with his aura first. Xiao Chun did not say anything, allowing the other party's seemingly solid aura to surge over. The berserk aura was as heavy as a mountain. It caused the lake water on both sides to churn endlessly. As the waves churned, they moved up and down. The inner sect disciples who received the news that Gue Wu purposely leaked all looked over without blinking. They all wanted to know where Xiao Chan, an unknown disciple from the Sky Dome realm, got his confidence to challenge the new giant of the inner sect, Gue Wu. Who do you think will win? In an inconspicuous corner of the lake, the leaders of the 5 inner sect factions were also quietly watching the duel. The one who spoke was the leader of the 5 factions, Yu Jiqiang. Beside him were Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Zihao, and Lan Feichen. Upon hearing this, Lan Feichen, who had fought with Gue Wu before, said, "There is nothing much to say. Xiao Chun will definitely lose. Gue Wu has an extremely strange technique for deflecting force. I exchanged 1,000 moves with him and exhausted his quintessence before I defeated him. Furthermore, back then, Gue Wu was an inferior grade martial monarch. Now that he has advanced to medial grade martial monarch, he is probably even stronger." Feng Wuheng said calmly, "Although this Gue Wu is nothing in our eyes now, it should not be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Chan." Bai Zihao and Meng Hongguang also expressed the same opinion. They believed that Xiao Chan would definitely lose. Yu Jiqiang smiled gently and said, "Since that is the case, then why are you all here to watch this fight that has no suspense at all?" The 4 all smiled awkwardly. Bai Zihao said, "Everyone's goal should be the same. There are still a few months before the true inheritor selection begins. For this Xiao Chun to be able to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers, he must be quite capable. It would be best to have him test Gue Wu's limits. You all should also want to see how much Gue Wu has grown, right?" Feng Wuheng sighed softly. These 2 fellows from the lower realm are indeed unexpected. Situ Gang's strength goes without saying. However, this Gue Wu is a great threat to us as well. As the 4 spoke, Gue Wu slowly lost his patience. Under the pressure of his aura, Xiao Chun did not feel uncomfortable at all. Xiao Chun appeared calm and composed. Waves surged up and down, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. His figure was like a majestic mountain, not moving at all. "Let's see how long you can continue pretending," Gue Wu shouted ferociously. With a flip of his hand, he drew a sword. Then he casually sent out a strand of sword chi at Xiao Chan. Gue Wu shifted his feet slightly, and that strand of sword chi brushed past Xiao Chan. With a chi sound, it entered the lake. Gue Wu had just dodged that sword chi when he arrived before Xiao Chan. His sword flickered with a withdrawn light as it pierced towards Xiao Chan. Dang! Xiao Chan quickly drew his lunar shadow saber. As the saber light danced, he casually knocked away the surging sword strike. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar of water erupted from behind Xiao Chun. The sword chi that Gue Wu sent out earlier exploded at the bottom of the lake. The huge explosive force formed a whirlpool, and the surrounding water sank by 2 meters. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's feet hovered in the air as he fell towards the bottom of the lake. Taking advantage of the critical moment when Xiao Chun fell, Gue Wu laughed maniacally and sent out a series of sword flowers. Then he pulled back his right hand. Hundreds of sword images suddenly gathered together. The 1-meter-long sword instantly released a dazzling light, and a sharp sword intent filled the air. It turned out that Gue Wu had not casually sent out that initial sword strike. He had been waiting for this critical opening. Great! This move should be able to end the battle. Meng Hongfei could not help but exclaim when he saw the situation. Gue Wu's scheming was indeed outstanding. Since his opponent did not have an opening, he created one for his opponent. Then, he seized the opportunity to deal with his opponent in one move. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Indeed, this Gue Wu could not be underestimated. With just 2 moves, he created such an excellent opportunity for himself. Seeing that the sword was about to strike his chest, Xiao Chan could not be bothered to dodge. Xiao Chan circulated his quintessence and infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, forming a dense saber chi. Then he hovered in the air and clashed with Gue Wu. Bang! Something strange happened. Gue Wu, who carried a strong aura, attacked at lightning speed when Xiao Chan was in the air and could not borrow any force. Unexpectedly, Gue Wu got knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber strike. His feet slid on the water, and 2 walls of surging waves appeared on both sides of his body. What's going on? Everyone was astonished. They could not understand what happened. Gue Wu, who held the absolute advantage earlier, got knocked back by Xiao Qin's decisive saber strike. Lan Feichen, who had exchanged moves with Gue Wu before, was even more astonished. He said, "That should not be the case. Given Gue Wu's deflecting techniques and Xiao Qin's low cultivation, he should be able to casually dissipate the quintessence of this saber strike." Xiao Qin turned around and pushed off into the air. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, he immediately stood on the blue dragon image and charged at Gue Wu. The shock in Gue Wu's heart could not be described with words. The martial technique that he relied on to survive was actually unable to disperse the force of Xiao Qin's saber strike. Before Gue Wu could be shocked, Xiao Qin had already pressed forward. He infused his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, and a clap of thunder resounded. Xiao Qin executed the four-season saber technique's first move, the spring thunder chop. Gue Wu did not believe it. He circulated the quintessence in his body and tilted his body, trying to dissipate all the force of this saber strike. Bang! Gue Wu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Then, he landed miserably on the water, burning to desolation. After knocking back Gue Wu with one move, Xiao Qin was not surprised. He took advantage of the momentum and executed the most explosive move of the four-season saber technique. Bang! 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 Gue Wu executed the strong four-season saber technique one after another. Despite being only an inferior-grade martial monarch, Xiao Qin forced Gue Wu into retreat. His earlier ferocious aura was swept away. Such a scene flabbergasted everyone. The expected one-sided victory did not happen. Instead, it turned out to be such a situation. Fated person in autumn water. A gentle saber light flashed, like a fated person smiling faintly. Then, it knocked Gue Wu into the bottom of the lake like a cannonball. Up in the air, Xiao Qin stood on the blue dragon image. His face was expressionless as he stared at the calm surface of the lake, looking like he was searching for something. The surrounding inner sect disciples were all shocked speechless. For moves, Xiao Qin used only 4 moves to defeat Gue Wu. No one had expected such a result. Cycle of seasons, endlessly multiplying. Suddenly, Xiao Qin's gaze stopped on the calm surface of a lake. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the cycle of seasons, all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Then, a 7-colored saber light leaped out. What is he doing? Isn't the fight over? The many inner sect disciples could not help feeling suspicious. They could not understand Xiao Qin's actions. Boom! Before the confused voices faded away, a huge whirlpool appeared on the calm lake. A 3-kilometer-tall, 300-meter-wide pillar of water burst into the air. The sound was deafening, like the sky was collapsing and the ground was collapsing. It stunned everyone for some reason. When everyone looked up, they saw a person in tattered clothes at the highest point of the pillar of water. That person was tossed high into the air by the pillar of water and landed heavily on the ground like a sandbag. Gue Wu's body landed on the shore. The huge impact gave off an explosive sound. His naked body bounced a few times on the shore before landing on the ground. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of Gue Wu's mouth. Wounds covered his entire body. He looked incredibly weak and his gaze turned hazy. Xiu! The blue dragon under Xiao Qin's feet roared. As it moved up and down, Xiao Qin instantly arrived in front of Gue Wu. The surrounding inner sect disciples all moved back, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Qin. Earlier, Xiao Qin had clearly defeated Gue Wu, forcing him into the lake in a sorry state, not daring to get up. However, he had not let Gue Wu off, forcefully blasting him out even when he was at the bottom of the lake. It was clear that this white-robed bladesman, who did not seem to have a temper, was a ruthless character. Gue Wu, who was on the ground, recovered a little. As he looked at Xiao Qin in front, fear filled his heart. He pushed himself off the ground with both hands and retreated continuously. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Do you still think that there is a need for me to submit to you now?" Today, Xiao Qin had completely defeated Gue Wu, ruthlessly defeating him in front of everyone. The wounds on Gue Wu's body would take at least half a year to recover. As for the shadow in his heart, he would never be able to get out of it. When Xiao Qin made a move, it was like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly trampling on his opponent, not giving him a chance to make a comeback. When Xiao Qin saw this person's sorry state, He smiled coldly and ignored this person. He turned around and stepped on the lake's surface, flying back to his residence. That is a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Suddenly Yu Jiqiang, the strongest of the 5 factions on the other side of the lake, exclaimed. Chapter 665. The expressions of the other 4 changed. They all felt a deep threat. Lan Feichen said. In our 18 southern provinces, only Feng Xingxing can achieve a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Could it be that this fellow is as strong as Feng Xingxing? That can't be wrong. Only a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, combining quintessence and saber intent perfectly, would be impossible to break. Feng Wuhan sighed. Meng Hongfei also sighed softly. Originally, I wanted to see where Gui Wu's bottom line was. Unexpectedly, an even more troublesome Xiao Chan suddenly appeared. Yu Jiqiang smiled slowly and said, Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Feng Xingxing is known as the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. He is also the top true inheritor of the Full Moon Pavilion. For him to obtain this title, he did not just rely on his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xiao Chun is far from comparable to him. We still have a chance. Senior brother Yu, what do you mean? Bai Zihao rolled his eyes as if he thought of something. A sinister smile flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, This fellow's potential is pretty good. However, his cultivation is far from ours. We have plenty of opportunities before he rises up. Lan Feichen said coldly, That's right. One Yun Feiyu has suppressed us for so many years. If another Xiao Chan comes to snatch resources from us, we will never be able to become true inheritors in this lifetime. Senior brother Yu, your cultivation is the highest. We will listen to you. The other 3 did not even think about it, immediately agreeing to Yu Jiqiang's suggestion. Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly and said, This matter needs to be discussed at length. However, for now there is a big fool who will help us test it out. White-robed bladesman, there is still a battle between us that has not been decided yet. Are you thinking of leaving already? Everyone looked over and saw Situ Gang among the Battle Realm disciples on the shore laughing loudly. Then he soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Qin's back. A resonant dragon roar resounded. When the blue dragon image under Situ Gang's feet heard the sound of air tearing behind him, it seemed like Xiao Chan had reached a state of telepathy with him. Without needing to deliberately control it, the blue dragon phantom circled once, and Xiao Chan instantly turned around. Facing this domineering punch, Xiao Qin's eyelids sank slightly. He did not dare to be careless. He circulated his vital qi, and the 12 acupoints on his right arm quietly opened. Then he punched out as well. Bang! A terrifying explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The surface of the lake that had just calmed down surged again in an instant. 81 pillars of water shot into the sky. Splash! The lake water fell down like raindrops, drenching the 2 people's clothes. Both of them retreated 100 steps, and their feet landed heavily on the surface of the water. At the same time, a pillar of water rose up behind them, intertwining with each other. Sitagang laughed and said, Satisfying, take another punch from me. Roar! Roar! Tens of thousands of meters in the sky behind him, the wind and clouds fluctuated. Faintly, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient giant among the layers of white clouds. That giant was 300 meters tall, and its aura was like a mountain. It reared its head back and roared, stirring up the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Sitagang used this overwhelming aura to stomp heavily on the surface of the lake. He spread out his arms and soared like a great rock, sending another punch at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows. He recognized that this was the ancient giant bloodline that the people of the Battle Realms relied on to become famous. After Sitagang activated it, it was truly startling, its aura startling. The veritable essence energy that Xiao Chan had refined twice circulated quickly in his body, flowing through all the meridians of various sizes. It was like thousands of gushing rivers. The aura that Xiao Chan had been hiding erupted. A dragon roar seemed to build up in his chest, and he was not suppressed by the other party's aura. Just as the other party arrived, Xiao Chan merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, and sent out a berserk dragon fist. Bang! 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 As the dragon's head roared, it clashed its fists. A strong aura spread out into the surroundings. The lake water split in half, forming 200-meter-tall walls of water surging towards the shore. Damn! The wall of waves carried a huge force. The inner sect disciples who were watching from the shore cursed and quickly flew into the air. Hu Qi! This strike forced Xiaoqin back 300 meters. His qi and blood surged endlessly. His internal organs were shaken, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Earlier, when Xiaoqin used the four-season saber technique in the courtyard, he had exhausted a significant amount of veritable essence energy. After that, he used the four-season saber technique again in the battle with Gue Wu. Now, he only had a quarter of his veritable essence energy remaining. Hence, when Xiaoqin merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, he could not display even half of his usual might. Before Sitagang, who had activated the ancient giant bloodline, he was slightly weaker. When Sitagang saw the situation, he laughed loudly, appearing very cocky. Before the lake water gathered again, he prepared to launch another attack. Boom! However, just at this moment, an azure flame suddenly burned the white clouds above Situgang's head. The azure flame spread out and quickly covered half the sky. A dragon claw clenched tightly into a fist and descended from the sky, smashing towards Situgang's head. Situgang was shocked. He quickly threw a punch at the dragon claw, but the dragon claw that descended from the sky did not move at all. However, the dragon claw descending from the sky had the advantage of the terrain. Furthermore, it had caught Situgang off guard. Before he could store up the ancient giant's aura, the punch smashed him back to the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the two parts of the lake merged back together. The force of this collision was more than 5,000 kilograms. Situgang's Battle Realm friends at the shore could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Pusi! Water splashed everywhere as Situgang leaped out. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His clothes were all torn, revealing his sturdy muscles filled with explosive power. Damn it! Situgang had not expected Xiaoqin to make a fool out of him despite holding the upper hand. He felt flustered and exasperated, wanting to soar into the air. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He spread out his spiritual sense and had already predicted the direction Situgang would take. He punched the sky with his right fist and said calmly, "Heaven-burning stance, dragon claw." Xiaoqin's vital qi burned in his body, and a strand of azure smoke came out of his Tianmen acupoint, burning large patches of white clouds. An azure dragon claw descended from the sky, carrying the might of the 9 heavens. Pa! It smashed Situgang into the bottom of the lake again. The rage of a dragon could burn the sky with raging flames. How could ordinary people resist it? Such a scene startled the people at the shore. Yu Jiqiang said with a sullen expression, "Originally, I thought that Situgang would crush this fellow after exhausting most of his quintessence. Unexpectedly, he still has such a startling physical body. His vital qi probably reached 500 tons of kilograms. We have to get rid of this fellow. Otherwise, none of us can think of becoming true inheritors. He is an even greater threat than Situgang and Gue Wu," Feng Wuheng said through clenched teeth. A purple-clothed man stood quietly on one of the tall green trees on the opposite bank. The purple-clothed man's aura was almost perfectly fused with the green tree, which was why such a large target could be seen. Unexpectedly, no one noticed him. At a glance, he looked like a branch that originally existed on the tree, unremarkable. Not bad. Unexpectedly, aside from having a startling physical body, this fellow's saber techniques are also so demonic. This person was Chen Xiao, one of the 2 true inheritors who had received Xiaoqin in the past. Chen Xiao's lips curled up in a smile as he said indifferently, "However, my quintessence is about to run out. These 2 wondrous fist techniques also burn my vital qi as the price. I'm afraid I'm at the end of my rope. I have to help him. This fellow's potential is pretty good. He is worth befriending." Right after Chen Xiao spoke, he drifted down like a falling leaf, slowly heading for the center of the lake. Situgang, who was at the bottom of the lake, felt extremely depressed. He had learned his lesson this time. He held his breath at the bottom of the lake and stored up the aura of an ancient giant, exhausting half of his quintessence to kill Xiaoqin with one punch. Boom! The lake water churned endlessly like there was a huge creature roaring ferociously. As the waves surged, everyone felt a horrifying energy surging under the water. White-robed bladesman die. A pillar of water shot up, and Sitagang's aura reached its peak. He leaped out of the water and roared ferociously. A golden flame covered his entire body as he punched at Xiao Chan. However, before Sitagang could react, he saw a purple figure flash by. Then he got kicked in the chest. The angle of that kick was shockingly accurate, hitting his only weak point. The quintessence in the kick was extremely horrifying, several times stronger than that of a peak medial-grade martial monarch. It was as vast and boundless as the sea. Pa! Sitagang could not resist at all. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and the flames on his body vanished. Then, he fell back into the water in an even more sorry state than before. He felt extremely sullen. Chan Shao, one of the 9 true inheritors, is here as well. The expressions of Yu Jiqiang and the others changed. They all had suspicious gazes in their eyes. They could not figure out why someone of Chan Zhao's status would appear in such a situation. Damn it! Who the hell kicked me? Are you tired of living? Simmering with rage, Sitagang leaped out of the water once more. Ignoring his internal injuries, he started cursing loudly. When the purple-clad Chan Shao heard this, he could not help but smile faintly. Then he rushed over at lightning speed and kicked heavily again. Sitagang, who had just emerged from the water, did not even get a clear look before he was kicked back into the lake again. The people of the battle realms all had fiery tempers. When Sitagang recovered his wits, he immediately leaped out. He did not even have time to wipe the water off his face as he continued cursing. Damn it! Who kicked me? Haha! Curse! Continue cursing. Chen Xiao smiled faintly and did not explain anything. Then he kicked Sitagang back into the water again. The group of Battle Realm people at the shore paled. When they saw the Battle Realm genius Sitagang being repeatedly kicked into the lake without being able to retaliate, they felt extremely embarrassed in their hearts. If it were someone else, they would have ignored the rules long ago and charged over. However, when facing the true inheritor, Chan Shao, they did not dare to say anything or make any moves. Gurgle! Gurgle! This time, Sitagang at the bottom of the lake finally sobered up. He knew that an incredible person had arrived. Sitagang held his breath at the bottom of the lake before resurfacing in fear. He only revealed half his face and watched carefully. Chapter 666. When Sitagang saw the smiling true inheritor Chan Shao in the air, his heart turned cold. He quickly prepared to fly out and apologize. However, Sitagang seemed to think of something. Just as he rose to the surface, he sank back into the water. Sitagang's appearance was extremely comical. After being knocked into the water several times today, a shadow had already formed in his heart. Senior brother Chan, Sitagang apologizes to you. He was rude earlier and deserved to be kicked. However, senior brother, please explain why you suddenly interfered in my duel with Xiao Chan, Sitagang said as he performed a cupped fist salute, hiding the rage in his eyes. Such a scene made Yu Jiqiang and the others' gazes blaze with fervor. An intense yearning appeared in their hearts. This was a true inheritor. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, if he kicked you, so be it. If you dared to speak rudely, then he would continue to kick you. Even if he severely injured you, there would be no one to reason with. Although the true inheritors' cultivations were not as high as those martial sage elders, they were still young, no more than 40 years old. They were all talented people. In the future, they would definitely become the pillars of the Haotian sect. Their statuses were equal to that of elders. They could use the full power of punishment elders against inner sect disciples and directly control the life and death of outer sect disciples. Their statuses were high, and the resources they enjoyed were even better than those of elders. These were the lifelong goals of Yu Jiqiang and the others. Sitagang had been in the Haotian sect for more than 2 months. He already knew how terrifying true inheritors were. Hence, when Sitagang discovered that the person who kicked him was Chan Shao, all his temper immediately vanished. Chan Shao said coldly, "Are the people of the battle realms all as shameless as you? Xiao Chan just fought with Gue Wu, and you took advantage of him while he was down. Yet, you still dare to call this a duel?" Sitagang paled as he slowly flew out of the water. He glanced at Xiao Chan and said, "Good. In that case, I'll wait for you for 2 months. Xiao Chan, 2 months from now, let's finish our unfinished duel here. Do you dare?" Xiao Chan retorted indifferently, "Why would I not dare? If you want to fight, I will grant your wish. I will wait for you here in 2 months." Originally, Sitagang had intended to end today's duel quickly, spreading his reputation far and wide. Unexpectedly, it ended like this. Sitagang felt extremely sullen in his heart. He snorted coldly and slowly walked back. In the distance, Yu Jiqiang's expression was incomparably gloomy as he said, "Let's go as well. This kid hasn't risen to prominence yet, so we must think of a way to deal with him. However, he actually has a connection to Chen Xiao. We have to discuss this when we get back." The few of them felt threatened in their hearts and their expressions were ugly. They were no longer as relaxed as they were when they first arrived. "Junior brother Xiao Chan, I have done you a great favor. Are you not going to invite me back for a seat?" Chen Xiao turned around and smiled at Xiao Chan after everyone left. He had Xiao Chen. Had no idea. Chen did God. Of it. Chin. Xiao. Chenan. And Xiao. However, even if Chen Xiao had not come, Xiao Chen had a 60% chance of defeating Sitagang. However, the secret of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram and the blue dragon would have been exposed. Chen Xiao knew what Xiao Chen was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink. Someone asked me to bring you something. It was just a matter of convenience." The suspicions in Xiao Chen's heart deepened. However, he could only put them aside and lead Chen Xiao into his courtyard. Chen Xiao took a sip of the tea that Xiao Chen brewed for him. Then he took out a jade bottle and a brocade box. He said, "There is a stalk of monarch bloodgrass in the brocade box. After consuming it, it can improve a cultivator's blood, giving them a trace of an ancient monarch's bloodline. There is half a drop of dragon marrow in the jade bottle. It can seep into a cultivator's marrow and allow their bones to undergo a complete rebirth, giving them 1/10 of the dragon bone's defense. The value of the two added together would be difficult to buy even if one spent tens of millions of superior-grade spirit stones." Great waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. Could these two things be for me? Haha, that's right. These two natural treasures are for you. Even I am envious of such things, Chen Xiao said with a faint smile. Chen Xiao said with a faint smile. He wasn't lying. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones was a huge sum even for a true disciple. Furthermore, these two natural treasures were actually very difficult to measure with spirit stones. Even if one had money, one could not buy them. Most people would just consume them themselves. This happiness came too suddenly. Xiao Chen found it hard to believe. He asked, "Senior brother Chen, who gave me these two items?" Chen Xiao shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. First senior sister got someone to pass them to you at Bushin Palace. As for who gave them to you, I do not know either. I only heard from first senior sister that this person has a great background." The first senior sister that Chen Xiao mentioned was the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. She was also one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation, second only to the sons of the 3 holy masters. She was undoubtedly a hero among women. In the 18 southern provinces, the Haotian sect's reputation was higher than the other 2 9 ranks of the great families. Aside from the mysterious sect master, a large part of the reason was this woman's prestige. Even after Chen Xiao left, Xiao Chen still could not figure out who was so generous as to bring him such a gift. Xiao Chen did not remember interacting with anyone in the Kunlun realm. Never mind. There is no point in overthinking. These two natural treasures happen to be very useful to me. Originally, I was worried that I would not be able to reach the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer in a short time. Now I can relax, Xiao Chen said softly as he placed the jade bottle and the brocade box into his universe ring. After renting this courtyard, Xiao Chen had only 1 million superior grade spirit stones left. Xiao Chen did some calculations. 1 million superior grade spirit stones would only allow him to reach the middle stage of the firmament body tempering art for a short time. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art at best. He did not even dare to think about reaching the peak of the firmament body tempering art. After his vital qi reached 500 tons of force, It would be very difficult to increase it by even 10%. With this monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, all his problems would be solved. As for who sent them, that would be a problem for him to consider in the future. Xiao Chan quickly replenished his exhausted quintessence using a spirit vein's origin in the cultivation room in the courtyard. Then, he immediately rushed to the herb shop in the inner city, where he bought the quintessence gathering pill. The shop was cold and cheerless. There was not much business. The shop assistants and the owner all seemed dispirited. Suddenly, when the owner saw Xiao Chen walk in, his eyes lit up. He immediately remembered that this was the rich customer who spent 200,000 superior grade spirit stones to buy 2 quintessence gathering pills. The owner immediately perked up and smiled. It has been a few days since we last met. Little brother's cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations. The owner's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that Xiao Chan had consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Chen's strength was at least 20% stronger than the last time he came. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said calmly, "It cannot be said that my cultivation has improved greatly. Bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures that I mentioned previously." The owner was startled. The medicinal pills that Xiao Chan mentioned previously cost a total of 7 or 800,000 superior grade spirit stones. Even a regular inner sect disciple would not be able to take out so many. Where did Xiao Chan get so many spirit stones? What's wrong? Are they all sold out? Xiao Chan asked with a slight frown when he saw the owner not moving. When the owner reacted, he revealed an expression of wild joy. He shouted, "How can this be? Quick! Bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures for body-tempering cultivators." Soon, the counter in front of Xiao Chan was filled with medicinal pills and natural treasures for body tempering. Xiao Chan casually glanced through them and said, "You can remove the medicinal pills that are not useful for 500 tons of force of vital qi." The owner was astonished once again. This Xiao Chan did not look very old, only 21 or 22 years old. For him to be an inferior grade martial monarch was not too shocking in the Tianwu domain. However, Xiao Chen's physical body had also reached 500 tons of force of vital qi. This was rather scary. After taking away the inferior medicinal pills and natural treasures, Xiao Chan counted them and took out a bottle of spirit freezing pills. Tempering the physical body was like tossing a piece of metal into a blazing fire, tempering it thousands of times, tempering it into steel. The process was extremely painful. The further one went, the more horrifying the pain would be. Hence, many cultivators were willing to spend time tempering the physical body. The spirit freezing pill was a medicinal pill unique to the Kunlun realm. It could reduce the pain during the tempering process. If used at the right time, it would be very useful. However, it was very expensive. There were no more than 3 spirit freezing pills in one bottle. However, they cost 150,000 superior grade spirit stones, comparable to the rank 8 quintessence gathering pill. Furthermore, the spirit freezing pill only reduced pain. It was far from comparable to the quintessence gathering pill. It had to be said that the expenses of a body-tempering cultivator were truly flabbergasting. After choosing the spirit freezing pill, Xiao Chan took out a stack of dragon jelly ointment. The dragon jelly ointment was made from the blood of an earth dragon and the fire dragon fruit, using a special formula. When placed in clear water, it would form a medicinal liquid. When a cultivator soaked in it and tempered their body, with the help of the medicinal energy, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. There were many similar medicines. However, at Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, the dragon jelly ointment was the most effective. After that, Xiao Chen asked for a blood refining pill. The blood refining pill had the same effect as the monarch bloodgrass. However, the effects were worlds apart. However, this did not prevent him from using the blood refining pill before consuming the monarch bloodgrass. Finally, Xiao Chen took out a yellow spirit flower. The yellow spirit flower had the same effect as the half-drop of dragon marrow. However, the latter was extracted from the spine of an ancient dragon, so the two were not on the same level. The shop owner smiled happily as he counted the items. Then he said to Xiao Chan, "All in all, it will cost 1,600,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, you are a Haotian sect inner sect disciple. It is the same as buying the quintessence gathering pill. You only need to pay half the spirit stones. Xiao Chun put away all the items. Then, he took out 800,000 superior-grade spirit stones and gave them to the shop owner. Xiao Chun still had some spirit stones on hand, but he was not in a rush to leave. "Boss, do you know where I can buy immortal spirit rings in the city? How much would they cost?" The shop owner muttered, "Immortal spirit rings. You can definitely buy them in the city's auction houses. However, the items there are very expensive. If you want to buy them, you can go to the miscellaneous goods street in the west of the city. That place specializes in miscellaneous goods. There are also some unknown treasures that you can find in remnants. As for the price, inner sect disciples do not get any discounts when buying immortal spirit rings. The more expensive ones cost 1 million superior grade spirit stones. The worse ones only cost tens of thousands of superior grade spirit stones. The more expensive the immortal spirit ring, the larger the space inside. Of course, the consumption is higher as well." Chapter 667. Xiao Chun sighed softly and said, "The immortal spirit ring consumes energy?" The owner stroked his beard and smiled. "That is natural. Otherwise, where would it get the energy to form a world of its own? Unless it is an immortal spirit ring from the immortal epoch, which can be used in a limited fashion. The current immortal spirit rings all require spirit stones." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he asked, "Medial grade spirit stones?" Xiao Chun had several million medial grade spirit stones, but he had not had a place to spend them. If he could use them in the immortal spirit ring, he would not waste them. Yes, the effects are the same. It is just a matter of how much you use. After obtaining the answer he wanted, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to leave. "Little brother, wait for a moment. Actually, I have an immortal spirit ring here." In the past, the inner sect disciples did not have enough spirit stones and used it to exchange. The energy in it has already withered. However, it is still rather large, at least 1,000 hectares. The owner seemed to have thought of something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun gave the other party a strange look. Then, he quietly received the ring that the other party handed him. After sizing it up, he sent in his spiritual sense. Xiao Chun saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. Aside from a nearly negligible spot of light, he could not see anything else. Xiao Chun could not help but frown. Although he had not seen an immortal spirit ring before, he would not be fooled like that. Clearly there was something wrong with it. "Wait a moment. Don't be in a rush to return it." Suddenly, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Xiao Chun's mind. He saw a figure flash in the pitch-black space. It was Ao Jiao. "This ring has a very dense aura of the immortal epoch. Toss in your medial grade spirit stones and take a look." Without saying anything, Xiao Chun tossed in 1 million medial grade spirit stones. Drizzle fell in the pitch-black space. The raindrops gave off a faint glow, looking very beautiful. However, after the rain stopped, the pitch-black space did not change. Nothing could be seen, it was just pitch-black. "Continue." Seeing that Ao Jiao wanted to continue, Xiao Chun tossed in another 2 million medial grade spirit stones. However, nothing changed. "Continue." Xiao Chun tossed in another 3 million medial grade spirit stones. The light dripped down but nothing changed. "Continue." Xiao Chun felt conflicted. Medial grade spirit stones were not very useful in this Kunlun realm. However, they were not cabbages. They could be used to refine spirit gathering pearls and exchange for superior grade spirit stones after suffering some losses. In just a few moments, he had used up all of his middle grade spirit stones. If he still did not obtain anything, then he would really be a fool. Ao Jiao said anxiously, "Hurry up. Just throw in another 2 million spirit stones. If you are any slower, all the spirit stones in front will be gone." Helpless, Xiao Chun could only place in the final 2 million medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun. Spirit flame and Chun the sun Chen's heaven and in spirit and Chun Chen spirit. Now, the originally small speck of light had turned into a small sun hanging in the sky. The world in the ring was a place of its own. There were mountains, rivers, and vast boundless plains. There were all sorts of flowers, grass, and trees everywhere. It looked very lively, covering a vast area. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Silly brat, you picked up a treasure, right? This is a bona fide immortal spirit ring from the immortal epoch. In the past, when I was adventuring with the Thunder King, I saw one. We had to throw in a large number of spirit stones at the same time to open it. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart, but his expression did not change. Without saying anything, he tossed the immortal spirit ring to the owner with a dark expression and turned to leave. Little brother, wait a moment. Wait a moment. This ring is really just drained of energy. Just throw in some more spirit stones and it will be fine. The owner held on to Xiao Chun, refusing to let go. Xiao Chun rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? This ring is already damaged. It is completely useless." The owner chuckled and said, "It is fine even if it is damaged. It can be repaired. How about this? I'll sell it to you at a lower price. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones." Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression did not change, the owner clenched his teeth and said, 80,000, no 50,000 is fine as well. The lowest price is 30,000. Xiao Chen said, "I'll buy another bottle of spirit freezing pills. I'll give this ring to you as a gift." The owner looked around and immediately started calculating. The profit from the spirit freezing pills was about 30,000 superior grade spirit stones. This lousy ring was not worth anything at all. Xiao Chun would be lucky to be able to throw it away. Soon the owner came up with an answer. He said with a smile, "Deal. Give him another bottle of spirit freezing pills." Xiao Chun took out 150,000 superior grade spirit stones and carefully put away the immortal spirit ring and the spirit freezing pills. Then, he hid his expression and walked out of the shop. "Owner, wasn't that immortal spirit ring you picked up from the sundry goods street? Why did you give it to someone else for free?" The owner laughed happily and said, "What the hell do you know? I was just bragging. Those old fellows from the sundry goods street cheated me to death. I bought it for 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. In the end, I wasted 5 million medial grade spirit stones and still did not manage to open the space inside. I was lucky to be able to throw it to this arrogant buy." Outside the shop, Xiao Chun walked out for a long time before he revealed an expression of wild joy. He solemnly wore the immortal spirit ring on his finger, his eyes filled with joy. When Xiao Chun returned to his courtyard, he still could not hide the joy in his heart. The owner of the immortal spirit ring had actually given him a 50,000 hectare immortal spirit ring for free. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out the huge piece of soil with the netherworld flower from the universe ring and moved it into the air with a xiao sound. After close to 3 months without the support of spiritual energy, the netherworld flower had clearly withered significantly. Fortunately, the white flame in the center of the flower was only slightly dimmer. It still looked full of life force, showing no signs of withering. Xiao Chun used the immortal spirit ring to sweep across the square piece of soil in the air. A strong suction pulled it in. He sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring, and that piece of soil floated quietly in the air. Xiao Chun discovered that his spiritual sense could easily control that piece of soil in the world within the ring. However, when Xiao Chun looked at this vast and boundless world within the ring, he felt somewhat worried. He did not know where to place it. "Come with me. Place the netherworld flower on the spirit vein's origin. It will grow faster," Ao Jiao said as she floated over. Xiao Chun controlled the netherworld flower and followed Ao Jiao. At the same time he felt it was strange. He asked, "There is a spirit vein in this ring? Why do I not feel it?" Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "There is. However, it is just a rank 1 spirit vein. Furthermore, it is of the lowest rank. The area it covers is rather small. In the future, when you are strong enough, you can bring in a few more high-rank spirit veins. At that time, you can have your own herb field here." Following Ao Jiao's lead, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense brought the netherworld flower to a small herb field. Ao Jiao executed a small trick and immediately opened up a large hole in the ground. A spiritual light flickered at the bottom of the hole. Strands of spiritual energy turned into white mist and rose up. It was as Ao Jiao said. There was indeed a spirit vein here. The square piece of soil with the netherworld flower slowly filled up the hole. With the replenishment of spiritual energy, the dispirited netherworld flower instantly became much brighter. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he rejoiced in his heart. The netherworld flame in the netherworld flower was a superior inattributed flame. After the extremine flame consumed it, it could greatly increase the strength of the extremine flame. increasing the might of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. All along, the yang flame had flourished while the yin flame dwindled. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiao Qian could not even unleash half of the purple thunder true fire's might in his right eye. This greatly limited the strength of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was one of Xiao Qian's greatest trump cards. From a certain perspective, it was even stronger than the heaven-ranked martial technique, the dragon subduing slash. In this Kunlun realm, although heaven-ranked martial techniques were expensive, they were not particularly precious. The true inheritors of the various 9 ranks of the great families would all obtain a heaven-ranked martial technique. Only the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could achieve the balance of yin and yang that no one had been able to achieve since ancient times. Xiao Qian used the unique Taiji yin-yang flame diagram on Earth to merge them together. Even the martial sage Emperor Wu could not do it. You will be staying here in the future. With me helping you take care of the netherworld flower, you can make it mature a few months earlier, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she stretched lazily. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, "You know how to do this as well?" Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she replied, "That is natural. In the past, I helped to take care of the Thunder King's immortal spirit ring. Every Emperor Wu has his own immortal spirit ring. He can plunder spirit trees and spirit herbs to nurture his own herb field. The immortal spirit ring of the immortal epic is not that easy to obtain. Even some peak martial sages would be jealous of you. Just this point alone puts you ahead of many people." Xiao Qian smiled and did not say anything. He could only listen to Ao Jiao's words. With Xiao Qian's current strength, it would be impossible for him to fight for a spirit origin, even if it was just a rank 1-1. Those martial sages could kill him with one slap. With Ao Jiao's help, Xiao Qian did not need to worry about the netherworld flower. He withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring and started preparing to cultivate the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Qian found a large bathtub and filled it with clean water. Then, he slowly placed the dragon jelly ointment into the water. Chi! Chi! The water instantly boiled, and the medicinal effects of the dragon jelly ointment slowly came out. The clear water quickly turned steaming hot, and a medicinal fragrance spread throughout the room. Xiao Qian observed carefully before stopping. The remaining dragon jelly ointment seemed like it could be used 2 more times. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones were gone just like that. Removing his clothes, Xiao Qian muttered, "I spent so much money to buy this dragon jelly ointment. I hope it will have some effect." Xiao Qian placed an ice spirit pill in his mouth and entered the bathtub. Then he sat down cross-legged. The medicinal liquid in the water immediately seeped through his pores and entered Xiao Qian's body. Xiao Qian's complexion flushed red. He felt a warm current spread throughout his body. The strength and toughness of his physical body slowly increased at a weak rate. The quintessence in his dantian stopped flowing, and everything became quiet. Xiao Qian circulated his vital qi, letting it flow up and down his body, driving the medicinal energy. Qi, qi. As Xiao Qian circulated his vital qi, his bones, blood, skin, and flesh felt like they were being hammered by a steel hammer. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Chapter 668. The first 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art had been painful as well. However, it was not as intense as this time. Furthermore, with the help of the medicinal energy, the intense pain doubled. Xiao Qian was not in a rush to crush the spirit-freezing pill. He relied on his tenacious will to endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times and clenched his teeth. Night arrived quietly. The morning sun rose and set without anyone noticing. Xiao Qian completely forgot about the flow of time. As he circulated the firmament body tempering art and the dragon jelly ointment, the strength of his physical body rapidly increased. The pain was like maggots in one's bones, following them like a shadow, constantly interrogating the cultivator's will. As long as Xiao Qian circulated the firmament body tempering art, the pain would attack him continuously. As his strength increased, the pain would increase. Only by stopping cultivating could he eliminate the pain. At this moment, a cultivator's will and mental state became very important. You can endure loneliness and temptation. You have outstanding talent, excellent aptitude, and outstanding comprehension ability. You are ruthless to your enemies, showing no mercy. However, you do not dare to be more ruthless to yourself. If you cannot endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times, you will not be able to become a peak expert standing out from the crowd. Endure. 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 Xiao Chun roared in his heart. He did not give up. He circulated the firmament body tempering art continuously, waiting for the pain to surpass his limits. When he fainted from the pain, he would quickly crush the spirit freezing pill in his mouth. A bone-chilling coolness immediately came from Xiao Chen's fiery body. The pain that was about to surpass his limits immediately decreased. The spirit freezing pill could not completely eliminate the pain. It could only slow it down. However, it was able to prevent Xiao Chun from fainting at this moment. It was very useful. The effects of the spirit freezing pill would not last for long. Xiao Chun continued to cultivate, preparing to break through this limit in one go. Every time he reached his limit, he would make a small breakthrough in the firmament body tempering art. Soon the effects of the spirit freezing pill wore off. Xiao Chun immediately stopped cultivating. This was because the pain would cause him to faint. If he persisted, he would waste his cultivation time. Amidst the splashing water, Xiao Chun got up and walked out of the bathtub. He casually wiped off the medicinal liquid on his body. Xiao Chun clenched his fists tightly as he felt an extremely strong force. Gotcha! Gotcha! The bones in Xiao Chen's body crackled like beans being fried. A formless power spread out uncontrollably. The airflow in the room surged endlessly. Some of the ornaments suddenly shattered, turning into fragments that danced in the air. That was not all. An acupoint on the sole of Xiao Chen's right foot suddenly opened. As the green dragon chi spread, Xiao Chun felt that his right foot was filled with endless explosive power. Xiao Chun had a joyful expression as he said, "The firmament body tempering art has reached small perfection. My vital chi has increased by 50 tons of force. I finally managed to open another acupoint. In the future, my ability to break through defenses will increase by at least 20%. Looking back at the bathtub behind him, he found that the Longling ointment in it had almost been used up. After spending some effort, Xiao Chun poured out all the water and replaced it with fresh water. I can still use the Longling ointment 2 more times. With the blood refinement pill and the bright yellow flower, I should be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. Finally, with the monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, I should be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer." Xiao Chun muttered to himself before entering the bathtub again. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. 10 days later, Xiao Chun had exhausted the spirit freezing pill, the Longling ointment, the blood refinement pill, and the yellow spirit flower. Everything was as he expected. The firmament body tempering art had reached the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. His vital chi had increased by 100 tons of force. Now, without using quintessence, Xiao Chen's total vital chi could reach 1,300,000 tons of force. He had not suffered for nothing in the past few days. The hundreds of thousands of medicinal pills he spent on medicinal pills had not gone to waste. Now, if he met Situ Gang again, he would be able to put up a fight without using his quintessence. He would not be forced back by Situ Gang's vast quintessence like before. Aside from his right foot, Xiao Chun also opened 2 of the acupoints on his left foot. There were 12 acupoints on each foot. For the sake of balance, Xiao Chun intended to open both feet at the same time. He did not want to end up with a strong explosive force in his right foot and an ordinary one in his left foot. That way, there would be fewer variations in combat, making it easy for his opponent to see through him. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiao Chun arrived at the courtyard. Then, he cautiously took out the half-drop of dragon marrow and the monarch bloodgrass. These 2 items were worth cities. Even now Xiao Chun felt somewhat weak. He felt that this was a pie falling from the sky. It was simply inexcusable. However, no matter what, the reality was that these 2 items were in Xiao Chen's hands and could raise his strength. As for the rest, there was no point in thinking too much about it. In that case, there was no point in thinking about it. The monarch bloodgrass was golden in color, with only a scarlet line in the middle. The entire herb looked very ordinary, somewhat unworthy of its famous reputation. However, with Xiao Chen's sharp spiritual sense, he could sense the unique might of an ancient sovereign. Although it was already very faint, it clearly existed. The pressure it gave off was also very real. Nguyen had obtained the monarch bloodgrass in the savage battlefield, which was filled with danger and danger. According to rumor, a startling war had taken place there during the ancient era. For the sake of the human race, the ancient sovereigns had fought against the other races, the fiend race, the beast race, the half-fiend race, the half-demon race, and the deity race. All the experts of the various races who participated in the war were martial emperors of their races. The scale of that war was vast, indescribable with words. Once the sky had 9 suns. After that war, only 1 sun remained. It was also after that war that the humans obtained the resource-rich Tianwu domain of the vast Kunlun realm. Then they divided the territories of the other races. The cultivators who could become martial emperors were the overlords of the world, blessed with great luck. However, many of them died in that war. The monarch bloodgrass's original name was golden bloodgrass. It grew in many other places as well. Only the golden bloodgrass in the savage battlefield had been tainted by the blood of the ancient martial emperors. The golden bloodgrass that could not be burned to death by the sovereign's blood was the monarch bloodgrass that everyone saw today. Xiao Chan sat down cross-legged and used the purple flames to refine the monarch bloodgrass into liquid. Then, he swallowed it in one gulp and quickly circulated his quintessence, increasing the speed at which it spread through his blood. Qi, qi. As the monarch bloodgrass flowed in, some of the impurities in Xiao Chen's blood seeped through his pores and turned into a faint azure smoke, scattering out strand by strand. At the same time, Xiao Chen's aura slowly changed. A tyrannical aura spread out. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. The clouds churned endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, it was like a sovereign had arrived. After 1 hour, Xiao Chan completely absorbed the trace of sovereign's bloodline in the monarch bloodgrass. Xiao Chan opened his eyes and his sharp gaze was like a pair of powerful treasured sabers, boundlessly sharp. A boundless aura surged out, and the trees in the courtyard swayed wildly. The lush green grass all bent over, not daring to raise their heads. Xiao Chan moved slightly and stood up. His aura suddenly soared. Kasie. Under the pressure of this aura, the swaying tree broke in half. Countless bent green grass broke out of the ground. Then they were crushed into bits and scattered in the air. With a thought, Xiao Chan withdrew his aura. The howling strong wind instantly stopped, and the grass that filled the air fell to the ground. That insufferably arrogant sovereign's aura also completely calmed down. However, this calmness was only temporary. As long as Xiao Chan willed it, it could erupt at any time. The trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline is indeed strong. Now, I do not even fear the aura of a martial sage. As Xiao Chan looked at the chaotic scene in the courtyard, he thought to himself, just a trace of a diluted bloodline is already so mighty. In that case, how graceful were the ancient sovereign's bloodline? It really inspired one's imagination. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chan took out the other half-drop of dragon marrow. True dragon marrow was valuable as well. There were no longer any true dragons in the current martial epoch. Only some true dragon skeletons from the Immortal epoch remained in some extremely dangerous remnants. This half-drop of dragon marrow was obtained by one of the Tianwu domain's 7 giants, Wang Meng, in an underground dragon grave after going through great danger. Wang Meng had always been reluctant to use it. Unexpectedly, he ended up benefiting Xiao Chan instead. Dragon marrow could penetrate deep into a cultivator's tough bones, changing the structure of the bones and strengthening their toughness. Its effects were several times better than those of a similar spirit herb. Xiao Chan took much longer to refine this half-drop of dragon marrow than to refine the monarch bloodgrass. He used half a day. After Xiao Chen's entire skeleton absorbed the energy in the dragon marrow, he underwent a drastic change. His physical defense increased by at least 20%. Compared to the increase in his aura, Xiao Chan preferred such a direct change. When Xiao Chan felt such a change, he felt dissatisfied. He said, "There is too little, only half a drop. In the future, when I am strong enough, I will definitely obtain some more dragon marrow and monarch bloodgrass." The monarch bloodgrass strengthened Xiao Chen's bloodline, allowing his aura to withstand the might of a martial sage. The half-drop of dragon marrow directly strengthened his physical defense. These 2 items allowed Xiao Chan to undergo a complete transformation. The The benefits they brought could not be measured in spirit stones. While the natural treasures were still in effect, Xiao Qian cultivated the firmament body-tempering art through the night. Finally, before the sun rose, Xiao Qian cultivated the firmament body-tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer. Xiao Qian cultivated the firmament body-tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, and his vital qi increased by 50 tons of force. This marked a perfect end to his closed-door cultivation. The sun shone brightly, filling Xiao Qian's room with mottled light. He looked at the time in the hourglass. In the blink of an eye, it was already the start of the month. It is time to take on missions. This time I have to make it to the top rank of the contribution ranking. Xiao Qian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed with extreme confidence. He no longer feared anyone in the inner sect. The top rank of the contribution ranking would receive 500,000 superior grade spirit stones, 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, and 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior grade spirit stones and inferior grade spirit gathering pearls were still manageable. If Xiao Qian worked hard, he would be able to earn them. However, 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls were hard to come by. Even if one had money, one would not be able to buy them. Xiao Qian had to obtain them. Xiao Qian had a premonition that inferior grade spirit gathering pearls would be useless to him when he wanted to break through to medial grade martial monarch from inferior grade martial monarch. Only medial grade spirit gathering pearls would do. Chapter 669. After leaving the door, Xiao Qian headed straight for the mission hall. The mission hall at the beginning of the month had very little traffic due to some unknown rules. Regular inner sect disciples had to wait until the 10th before they could accept missions. They had to let the veteran disciples and the giants pick first. Back then, when Xiao Qian defeated Gue Wu and fought with Sita Gang, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. His strength was already acknowledged long ago. Seeing Xiao Qian walk in with large strides, the expressions of those inner sect disciples fluctuated slightly before they calmed down. I want to accept missions to kill loose cultivators. Let me see those with more than 2,000 contribution points. Xiao Qian directly stated his request to the black-clad administrator. When the others heard this, shock filled their faces. Missions with more than 2,000 contribution points were extraordinarily difficult. Most importantly, those missions were monopolized by the inner sect's 5 giants and Yun Feiyu. These inner sect disciples had to be too busy or refuse to accept them. Otherwise, if Xiao Qian snatched their missions, the other party would definitely seek trouble for him in private. The black-clad administrator knew about this but did not care. Survival of the fittest. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. This was the rule of any sect in the first place. Going by the book, the black-clad administrator took out the mission list that Xiao Qian wanted. He said, missions with more than 3,000 contribution points can only be accepted by true inheritors. The rest are all here. Xiao Qian received the list and carefully looked through it. After eliminating the extremely time-consuming missions, he accepted a total of 10 missions. He said, "That's all. Xiao Qian, are you seeking death? How dare you snatch our missions?" A furious shout came from outside the hall. It was the leaders of the inner sect's 5 factions. When Yu Jiqiang and the others received the news, they rushed over. Lan Feichen appeared the angriest. He strode over and grabbed the mission list in Xiao Qian's hand, not caring about Xiao Qian at all. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. He casually placed the mission list behind him with his left hand and circulated his vital qi with his right hand. Bang! The palm landed on Lan Feichen's shoulder and a huge force surged out, sending the unprepared Lan Feichen flying. Everywhere Lan Feichen passed, the inner sect disciples on both sides were sent flying. His strength was unimaginable. Everyone was shocked, and their brains short-circuited. Lan Feichen, one of the leaders of the inner sect's 5 great factions, was actually sent flying by a casual palm strike from Xiao Qian. Outside the entrance, Yu Jiqiang and the others from the other 4 factions were all shocked. Although Lan Feichen had been careless and had not expected Xiao Qian to resist him in front of everyone, he had not expected Xiao Qian to resist him. However, with a casual push from Xiao Qian, he was sent flying. Furthermore, with such great force, he knocked away all the cultivators along the way. That was truly terrifying. Thud! By the time Lan Feichen reacted, he had already retreated 100 meters. His feet rubbed against the ground, producing a chi-chi sound. Lan Feichen's palm strike did not contain any offensive power. He only wanted to push Lan Feichen away. In reality, Lan Feichen did not suffer any damage. However, Xiao Chun humiliated him in front of everyone. Rage blazed in his heart. Who was he? To think that a newly advanced inner sect disciple humiliated him like that. How could he endure it? How dare you, Xiao Chun? You actually dare to push me? I? Before he could finish his words, a figure flashed in front of him. The shadow of a leg broke through the void with a whistling sound, attacking him from the side. Lan Feichen was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so bold. First, Xiao Chun directly pushed him away. Now, before Lan Feichen finished speaking, Xiao Chun took the initiative to attack. Very well, you attacked first. Even if I cripple you today, there is no way for you to say anything. Lan Feichen steeled his heart and circulated his quintessence, preparing to deal the killing blow. However, Lan Feichen had somewhat underestimated Xiao Chun's kick. That kick was not supported by quintessence, saving him the effort to circulate his quintessence. When Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence and prepared to catch Xiao Chun off guard, he discovered that he no longer had an opportunity. He discovered that he no longer had a chance. If he continued to attack Xiao Chun would definitely kick him first. When Lan Feichen thought about Xiao Chun's physical body and how he dared to clash head-on with Sita Gang's attack, he did not dare to be careless. Lan Feichen lowered his feet and gathered quintessence on his left hand, wanting to block this kick first. Whoosh! Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart, and the acupoint on his left foot opened. Instantly, a strong shockwave shot out from his foot. Then he turned around in the air, instantly changing his position. Xiao Chun's right foot landed on Lan Feichen's left shoulder. A huge force instantly exploded out, catching Lan Feichen off guard. He had focused all his quintessence on his right arm, leaving his right shoulder defenseless. Pa! Lan Feichen fell to the ground from Xiao Chun's kick. The entire process happened in an instant. The crowd only saw Xiao Chun kick at Lan Feichen before he could finish speaking. Then Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence in the direction of Xiao Chun's kick, preparing to block with his right arm to receive this kick. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chun's kick would be blocked, Lan Feichen fell to the ground in a sorry state. His aura instantly crumbled. You! How dare you kick me? I will kill you today. Blood leaked out of a corner of Lan Feichen's lips as he lay on the ground. He was somewhat stunned as he pointed at Xiao Chun and glared at him. Normally, when the inner sect disciples saw Lan Feichen, they would all treat him with respect. None of them were as unruly as Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun did not wait for Lan Feichen to finish speaking. Just as Lan Feichen was about to get up, Xiao Chun spun around in the air without touching the ground, ruthlessly kicking him back down. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chun did not stop exerting force. This kick not only caused Lan Feichen to fall to the ground again, but it also sent him sliding back 100 meters and crashing into the threshold. He even slid back 100 meters before crashing heavily onto the door sill and spitting out another mouthful of blood. You actually dare to kick me again. I will kill you. Lan Feichen was so enraged that he no longer panicked. All his quintessence surged as he stood up and charged at Xiao Chun. Yu Jiqiang and the others outside the door reacted. They all snorted coldly and attacked together. Wind immediately surged in the mission hall, and strong winds howled endlessly. Stop! This is the mission hall. If you want to seek a personal grudge, go somewhere else. When the black-clad administrator saw that the matter was getting out of hand, he shouted ferociously and sent out a palm strike. It was like he was pushing a mountain in the air. Yu Jiqiang and the other four who were flying over let out muffled groans as they were pushed back by the palm wind. Lan Feichen did not feel satisfied in his heart. He adjusted his breathing and pointed at Xiao Chun. He said to the black-clad administrator agitatedly, Lord Administrator, you have to see this clearly. We are not the ones causing trouble. This brat made the first move. The black-clad administrator said coldly, I saw it very clearly. You broke the rules and snatched his mission list. That's why he made a move. Furthermore, he did not use any quintessence. He only knocked you back in advance. Lan Feichen argued. That's not right. From the start to the end I never truly made a move. He was the one who made a move. How laughable. The black-clad administrator smiled coldly and said, It is not that you did not want to make a move. It is just that you did not have a chance to. Since you already decided to make a move, why are you still being so wishy-washy? Do you think that a battle between cultivators is child's play? You were beaten up so badly that you could not retaliate, losing all your face. Yet, you still have the cheek to stand here and reason with me? I really feel ashamed for you. The others in the hall felt that the old man's words made sense. This Lan Feichen thought too highly of himself. He thought that with his prestige, the other party would not dare to make a move. Even after being knocked back by Xiao Chan, Lan Feichen still harbored the illusion that he could use his prestige to scare off Xiao Chan. If he had used his true strength from the start, he would not have lost so much face. Do you really think that you are some incredible person that others have to listen to you? If you really think that he snatched your mission list, you can settle your personal grudges outside. As long as one is capable, anyone can take the mission here. The black-clad administrator did not show any mercy, reprimanding Lan Feichen again. Lan Feichen's complexion alternated between green and red. The scolding made him feel ashamed. He could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. As Lan Feichen looked at Xiao Chan, he hated that he could not immediately charge forward and kill him. This time he had completely lost to Xiao Chan, losing all his face. Yu Jiqiang thought for a while and gave Xiao Chan a meaningful look. Then he said, Come, let's leave first. With the black-clad administrator around, Lan Feichen knew that he could not do anything to Xiao Chan today. So he could only leave the mission hall with a hateful expression. As Xiao Chan watched them leave, he did not think too much about it. If he wanted to obtain the first rank, he would definitely offend these people. The other party would not back down, so Xiao Chan would not back down either. A conflict was unavoidable. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste words with these people. He would just start fighting. After receiving the mission, Xiao Chan said to the black-clad administrator, Many thanks for senior's help. The black-clad administrator remained expressionless as he said calmly, Even if I did not make a move, you would have dealt with it. There is no need to thank me. Furthermore, the inner sect has been like a pool of stagnant water for many years. I hope that there will be more people like you, the better. Xiao Chan did not find it strange that the other party could roughly see his bottom line. As for the last sentence, Xiao Chan did not care much about it. After saying that casually, he prepared to leave. Wait for a while. You will not be able to surpass Yun Feiyu with the missions you have on hand. I'll give you a mission worth 3,000 contribution points. Do you dare to accept it? Xiao Chan was stunned for a while before saying, Didn't you say that only true inheritors can take on missions worth 3,000 contribution points and above? The black-clad administrator said indifferently, There are always exceptions to everything. In the past, the exception was Yun Feiyu. Now there is another. You can take a look at the details of the mission yourself. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. I will not interfere. Xiao Chan received the mission list and looked through it. He could not help but frown. The difficulty and risk of this mission were too high. However, the rewards and contribution points were startling as well. All right, I will accept this mission as well. Xiao Chan had always been a decisive person. He was very firm on his goals, so he quickly made his decision. A light flashed in the black-clad administrator's eyes. He smiled faintly as if he had expected this to happen. Xiao Chan turned around and walked out of the door. The other inner sect disciples in the hall all looked at him and gave way, automatically opening a path for him. Earlier, Xiao Chan had not said a single word. He had only used his actions to prove himself, beating Lan Feichen into a sorry state. Although Lan Feichen had been careless, just Xiao Chen's courage alone left them in the dust. Normally, when the leaders of the 5 factions swept their gazes over, they would be frightened to death and obediently hand over their spirit-gathering pearls. Chapter 670. Although this Xiao Chan is very awe-inspiring now, he offended the people of the 5 factions. In the future, it will be hard for him to settle this peacefully. Earlier he offended Sitsugang and Gue Wu. Now he offended these 5 people. This Xiao Chan is really fearless. After Xiao Chan left, The people in the hall started discussing in low voices. After leaving the hall, Xiao Chun glanced at Yu Jiqiang and the other 4 standing guard outside. Then he paused for a moment before leaving without looking back. As Lan Feichen watched Xiao Chun leave, the rage in his eyes looked like it would spew out at any moment. Senior brother Yu, are we just going to let him leave like that? You all saw his ambition. He clearly wants to fight for the first rank on the contribution ranking and push us down, Lan Feichen said hatefully. The other 3 nodded, agreeing with Lan Feichen's opinion. Then they all looked at Yu Jiqiang. Yu Jiqiang replied indifferently, what else can we do but let him leave? After all, this is still the inner sect. We cannot be too heavy-handed. It is just scratching an itch, there is no point. Then what should we do? We can't just watch this fellow rise up step by step, Lan Feichen said anxiously. A cold light flashed in Yu Jiqiang's eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, naturally not. In the following month, we will not accept any missions. Hand over all the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that you have accumulated. I will help you exchange them for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. All of you will enter closed-door cultivation for 1 month, and do your best to raise your cultivation to peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. When he returns, we will deal a fatal blow to him outside the city gates and snatch away all the proof of his missions. After saying that, a sinister expression flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, haha, I really want to see his expression when he receives the sect's punishment after failing all the 2,000 contribution point missions. The eyes of the other 4 lit up. They all felt that this plan was indescribably wonderful. They did not need to kill Xiao Chun and bear the crime of killing a fellow sect member. Furthermore, they could deal a fatal blow to him. In the sect, the punishment for failing a mission was extremely severe. The higher the reward of a mission, the heavier the punishment for failure. All the missions that Xiao Chun accepted required at least 2,000 contribution points. If he failed all the missions, the combined punishment would be sufficient to strip him of his cultivation in the Haotian sect and expel him from the sect. Suddenly, Feng Wuheng thought of another problem. With a suspicious expression he asked, Senior brother Yu, where did you get the means to exchange inferior grade spirit gathering pearls for medial grade spirit gathering pearls? You won't let us suffer a loss, right? At their cultivation, they could no longer use inferior grade spirit chun to break through bottlenecks. They could only rely on Feng with spirit. Spirit. Chan Feng and spirit Xiao Qian Yun Chan Feng, and she was to say, spirit of Xiao Yun with Chan Tu, Yun Chun Xiao Chan of Chan Xiao and Chan and Tu of Chun of Ling Tu of Chan Tu He to Chan. Hence, Xiao Chun found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering pearls to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Furthermore, he was worried that Yu Jiqiang would have to sacrifice himself to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. That would be too much of a loss. Hence, Feng Wuheng found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering spirit beads to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering spirit beads. Furthermore, with senior brother Hua's backing, we are not afraid of offending senior brother Chun for Xiao Chun. The true inheritors are also split into 2 factions. Senior brother Hua's faction happens to be senior brother Chen's enemy. With senior brother Hua's backing, we are not afraid of offending senior brother Chun for Xiao Chun. The others no longer questioned Xiao Chen's plan. They all felt that it was feasible. They could enter closed-door cultivation to break through bottlenecks and wait for Xiao Chun to return before dealing him a lightning-fast strike, snatching away the proof of completing the mission. This was a perfect plan. Yu Jiqiang continued. Even if he manages to escape from us and obtain the first rank, Yun Feiyu will not let him off. Yun Feiyu is even more ruthless than us. How could he let a newcomer ride on his head? No matter what, this Xiao Chun is destined to never rise up. We will forever suppress him. Xiao Chun could guess the schemes of the others. However, he did not think too much about it. Aside from the mysterious Yun Feiyu, he did not fear anyone else in the inner sect. In the face of absolute power, any scheme would be futile. As long as he continued to strengthen his own strength, it would be enough to achieve the goal in his heart. This trip would take a long time, and there would be many unpredictable dangers. Xiao Chun exchanged the quintessence gathering pills and other rank 8 medicinal pills that he had no use for superior grade spirit stones. After that, Xiao Chun went to the inner city and chose some rank 8 medicinal pills that he could use in battle. He bought 3 medicinal pills that could quickly replenish quintessence, 3 medicinal pills for treating injuries, and a bottle of antidote pills. After making all his preparations, Xiao Chun spent all the spirit stones he had on him. He held the 3,000 contribution point mission slip in his hand. Xiao Chun encouraged himself in his heart as he set off. The 2,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. The difficulty of the mission was higher than that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, they were mostly within the same cultivation realm and would not be too far apart. However, the 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. These loose cultivators were not small bandits that only roamed the nearby provinces but true great bandits. Great bandits were everywhere in the 108 provinces of the Tianwu domain. They moved about everywhere and their tracks were hard to track. Normally, these bandits would not cause a ruckus or rob a small city or a small clan. That did not match their status or the way they did things. Often, they would not leave the mountain for half a year. When they did, they would do something big and then disappear without a trace. They would enter closed-door cultivation for 1 or 2 years before coming out again. They were far more troublesome than the 7 Black Wind Killers. Loose cultivators were also known as evil cultivators. In the entire Tianwu domain, there were no more than 100 loose cultivators that could be called great bandits. Because of this, the mysterious intelligence organization made a list of evil cultivators and listed all the famous bandits in it. This time, Xiao Chen's 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill a great bandit ranked 96th, the loose cultivator known as Lone Wolf. According to the information on the mission list, Lone Wolf was a peak medial grade martial monarch. He was a half-fiend and possessed the blood of the White Wolf race. His physical body was outstanding and he could turn into a fiend at any time. By relying on his half-fiend body, regular late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs would not last more than 100 moves against Lone Wolf. Furthermore, the baleful aura that Lone Wolf had accumulated far surpassed that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. His baleful aura could already turn solid. Just one look from him could frighten others. The various negative emotions formed by the baleful aura could enter a cultivator's sea of consciousness and turn into all sorts of illusions. They were extremely difficult to deal with. The other sects probably received news of Lone Wolf coming out of closed-door cultivation. Aside from Lone Wolf, the disciples of the other sects are my greatest enemies. Xiao Chun thought to himself, sometimes, the disciples of the righteous sects are even scarier than loose cultivators. 5 days later, Xiao Chun used the transportation formation to cross several provinces. Finally, he arrived at the smallest of the 18 southern provinces, Qiushui Prefecture. Although Qiushui Prefecture was the smallest, it was about half the size of the Sky Dome Realm's Great Qin Nation. A rank 7 sect managed Qiushui Prefecture. The sect leader was only a half-sage. With such a sect, it was easy to imagine how much control they had over the many cities in the prefecture. This was also an opportunity for bandits like the White Wolf to take advantage of. This time, Xiao Chun received news that the White Wolf was preparing to come out of closed-door cultivation and make a move on the second-largest city in Qiushui Prefecture, Heavenly Water City's City Lord's residence. Heavenly Water City had several rare mines and controlled a merchant river. There were also a few rank 2 spirit veins. Although there were no precious treasures, there were some low-grade treasures that reached a horrifying number. If Xiao Chun plundered all of them, his harvest would be considerable. For example, 1 million medial-grade spirit stones was nothing. However, 10 million or 20 million medial-grade spirit stones were enough to make several sect disciples jealous. Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and went to an inn closest to the city lord's residence in Heavenly Water City. He was not in a rush to check in. Instead, he ordered some food and wine to reward himself. The inn had 4 floors and a spacious hall in the middle. One could see the roof. Xiao Chun sat on the 3rd floor and could see the people on the floors above and below. As Xiao Chun ate, he felt several probing auras sweep over him. These probing people were not simple. The weakest among them was a late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Several of them were even peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. Although late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs and peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs differed by only 1 grade, the difference in strength was huge. If Xiao Chun fought a late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, he had a 70% chance of victory. However, if he fought a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, he only had a 50% chance of victory. He had to be extra careful. Naturally, there was no reason for so many experts to come to the insignificant Heavenly Water City. There could only be one reason. Their purpose was the same as Xiao Chen's. While Xiao Chun seemed to be casually eating and drinking, he carefully scanned all the peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs with his spiritual sense, not missing a single one. Although Xiao Chun withdrew his aura, he had not learned any martial techniques to hide his strength. These martial monarchs were also medial-grade martial monarchs. When they used their spiritual sense, they quickly discovered his cultivation. A late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch is not worth mentioning. The masters of these gazes withdrew their gazes and revealed disdainful expressions, no longer paying attention to Xiao Chun. Even early-stage medial-grade martial monarchs would not be enough to kill Lone Wolf. They needed a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch to lead them. A lone middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarch would be seeking death. Xiao Chun took note of these people's expressions. He smiled faintly to himself and ignored them. Then, he continued sizing up the peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. A man in gorgeous black embroidered clothes sat at a table by the window on the 3rd floor. He looked elegant and handsome, and he gave off an extraordinary aura. He was a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. There were 2 people on each side of this man, both late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. The entire team was very strong. There was a similar group at a table on the 4th floor. The person leading this group was a yellow-clad girl. She looked very pretty and gave off a stunning aura. She was also a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Aside from the Haotian sect, there were 2 other large factions in the 18 southern provinces, the 9 ranks of the Great Families, the Full Moon Pavilion and the Thousand Mystery sect. If Xiao Chun guessed correctly, the man in black embroidered clothes should be from the Full Moon Pavilion, and the yellow-clad girl should be from the Thousand Mystery sect. They were the peak inner sect disciples of their respective factions. Chapter 671. Aside from these 2 strongest teams, there were 3 weaker teams, made up of several late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. These teams should be from rank 8 sects like the Rising Sky Pavilion in the 18 southern provinces. In their sects, one could become a true inheritor once they reached peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. True inheritors did not lack resources. They would not risk their lives to kill bandits for medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. However, among these cultivators with high cultivations, the one that caught Xiao Chen's attention was a lone, white-haired cultivator. This white-haired cultivator had a faint scar on his face. He also wore white clothes, and his aura was simple and clean, appearing very peaceful. However, Xiao Chun detected a hidden ruthlessness in the depths of this white-haired cultivator's eyes. This aura was completely different from the aura he displayed. If not for Xiao Chen's mental energy being much stronger than that of regular cultivators, he would not have noticed this strange thing. This person was also a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, based on his aura, he was no weaker than the black-clad man or the yellow-clad woman. Xiao Chun calmly paid the bill and asked for a room. After he took a bath, he immediately started using the spirit gathering pearls to cultivate. Night arrived quietly. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sending down its radiance. The entire world was quiet and serene. Dong! 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 Knocking came from outside the room. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then he opened the door and went out. At this moment, one of the yellow-clad woman's team stood outside the door. She was also a pretty azure-clad woman. She smiled gracefully and said, "This young master should be an elite disciple of the Haotian sect, right?" Under the moonlight, this woman looked extremely beautiful when she smiled. There was a flirtatious look on her face that tugged at one's heartstrings. This woman must have cultivated some kind of charm technique. As she spoke, she silently executed it. However, this was useless against Xiao Chun. Her charm technique was far inferior to Leng Yu's. Using a charm technique on her for no reason was no different from attacking her. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual sense shook to break this woman's charm technique. He said rudely, "Don't use these little tricks on me again. If you have something to say, just say it." If not, don't come and disturb my cultivation. The azure-robed woman took a step back. Her complexion was somewhat unsightly after her charm technique was broken. She was very dissatisfied with Xiao Qin's reaction. This fellow was clearly only an inferior-grade martial monarch. However, he was not polite when he spoke. However, Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Naturally, there is something for me to visit so late at night. If I guessed right, you should be here for Lone Wolf." Xiao Qin did not deny it. He nodded lightly and waited to see what the other party had to say. In that case, it will be easy to deal with Lone Wolf. Full Moon Pavilion's young master Qiu Yi and our Thousand Fantasy Sect's senior sisters Wu Ping want to gather everyone's strength to deal with him. As for Lone Wolf's head, when the time comes, everyone will fight for it based on their own abilities, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The azure-robed woman spoke in a leisurely manner, extending an invitation to Xiao Qin. Of the teams that came, these two clans were the strongest. Their joint invitation was more of a threat than anything else. If Xiao Qin did not agree, to prevent Xiao Qin from causing trouble, they might deal with him first. If Xiao Qin agreed and the battle ended, these two clans would have the highest chance of obtaining the proof of completion. Given this, the other teams would be unable to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly to himself. This was an overt scheme. Even though Xiao Qin knew the other party's scheme, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to continue playing. Following the azure-robed woman, Xiao Qin arrived at a balcony on the top floor of the inn. The 5 teams and other factions that he saw during the day were all gathered here. The white-haired cultivator that Xiao Qin paid special attention to stood in a corner, appearing extremely calm. When the man in luxurious black clothes saw Xiao Qin arrive, he immediately walked over and smiled warmly. "This brother, I am the Full Moon Pavilion's Qiu Yi. Welcome to the team." At the same time, he introduced the other people in the team to Xiao Qin. When the white-haired man was introduced, he said, "This is Brother Zhongli from the north. Like you, he is also a bladesman. He is very skilled at saber techniques." After Xiao Qin introduced himself, he stood alone in a corner and looked at the city lord's residence below. The defenses of the city lord's residence were not particularly strong. It seemed like they had not received any news. Under the illumination of the full moon, everything was very calm. "I wonder if Lone Wolf will come tonight. He attacked for the past few nights. We spent a lot of effort to repel him. We absolutely cannot let him escape today." 2 people in the team conversed softly. When Xiao Qin heard this, he was startled. He had not expected Lone Wolf to appear so early. The leader, Qiu Yi, said, "Everyone be careful today. Lone Wolf has the blood of the White Wolf race. During the full moon, he will be several times stronger. He will not be easy to deal with tonight." Boom! Right after Qiu Yi spoke, a black figure quickly flew over from the distant horizon under the golden full moon. A baleful aura spread out from this figure, and a horrifying aura rose and fell like the vast sea. Even from a distance, one could feel it clearly, causing one's hair to tremble. "He's here." Everyone's expressions changed as they perked up at the same time. "Xiu! Xiu!" The eyes of Qiu Yi and Wu Ping lit up. They immediately led their companions and leaped off the roof, quickly flying towards Lone Wolf. The others took a deep breath and revealed excited expressions. Then they flew off one after another. The white-haired cultivator, Zhongli, glanced at Xiao Qin and said, "Brother Xiao, we are both alone. How about we travel together?" Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Several dozen black figures flashed in the calm night. A strong killing qi spread out, filling the air with a cold and somber intent under the bright full moon. Bang! 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 At the very front, Qiu Yi and Wu Ping had already made a move to block Lone Wolf. An intense battle immediately broke out in the sky. All sorts of horrifying forces burst out with 5-colored lights in the dark night. Heavy explosions rang out continuously in the night. Before Xiao Qin and Zhongli could rush over, they saw some weaker cultivators trying to help get knocked back. When Xiao Qin got closer, he discovered that Lone Wolf, who wore black leather armor, wore a mask on his face. He could not see his appearance clearly. Fighting 1 against 2, Lone Wolf faced Qiu Yi's and Wu Ping's sharp attacks. His defense was impenetrable. Occasionally, he could pull back his hand and easily block the attacks of the others. As Lone Wolf leaped up and down, he occasionally caught hold of an unlucky cultivator's weakness. Then he used his baleful aura to attack them and severely injure them in an instant. Everyone's expressions turned somewhat unsightly. Tonight's Lone Wolf was indeed as Qiu had said. He was much stronger than the night before. Xiao Qian looked to the side and saw Zhongli staring at the battle in front of him. He looked extremely engrossed. Zhongli's expression did not seem to be wrong. However, Xiao Qian keenly noticed that Zhongli was not focusing on Lone Wolf. Instead, Zhongli was staring at Qiu and Zhuoping. It was like he was analyzing their fighting styles and unique martial techniques. "Brother Xiao, it is time for us to make a move." Seeing that Xiao Qian had noticed him, Zhongli withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. A thick saber appeared in his hand as he charged at Lone Wolf first. Zhongli's thick saber sent out a white icy saber chi. Under the restraint of saber intent, the state of ice did not leak out at all. In the night, the dense white saber chi looked like a line descending from the sky, piercing through Qiu and Zhuoping. The saber chi accurately struck Lone Wolf's body. Ice spread out, and in an instant Lone Wolf was completely frozen. When Xiao Qian saw this saber strike, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He exclaimed in shock. A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent. Qiu was even more astonished. He had not expected this Zhongli to be hiding his strength. However, this was not the time to be thinking about this. The sword in Qiu's right hand trembled, and a flame spread out. A quintessence bird in high spirits flew out from the sword with a cry. The bird gave off a bright golden light. Every feather of the bird burned with a blazing flame. As it flapped its wings, heat waves surged into the sky, completely eliminating the cold of the night. As the bird flapped its wings, rings of formless flames appeared in the air, spreading out like ripples. The power of the ripples was extremely terrifying. As they vibrated, the entire space trembled. The expressions of the others changed. They immediately understood what Qiu was trying to do. He wanted to use the opportunity while Lone Wolf was sealed in ice to knock everyone back. After that, he would snatch the other party's head and obtain proof of completion. The logic was very clear. However, not many people dared to clash head-on with the formless flame ripples. They could only retreat helplessly for now. The pretty Zhuoping snorted coldly and thrust the thin sword in her hand forward. The tip of the sword released a dazzling light. The surging ripples immediately parted. The tip of the sword clashed with the ripples, creating countless resplendent flames. Under the bright moonlight, the flames were as beautiful as starlight. Although Zhuoping blocked the flame ripples, she was delayed. She could only watch as Qiu charged at Lone Wolf with the golden flaming bird. Kase! Just at this moment, countless cracks appeared on the originally smooth and precipitous ice sculpture. Lone Wolf instantly regained his freedom. When Lone Wolf saw the golden flaming bird flying over, he roared ferociously. His right arm swelled up continuously. His sleeve instantly tore, revealing a werewolf's arm. Quintessence containing fiend energy gathered in his transformed hand. Then he punched. Bang! Bang! In the silence of the night, two loud explosions resounded as the giant flaming bird was smashed to pieces. It was like a golden bright fireball had turned into countless flames in the dark night, scattering in all directions. Qiu's killing move was forcefully broken. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he vomited a mouthful of blood and retreated several hundred meters. However, Lone Wolf was in an even more sorry state than Qiu. The energy from the explosion blasted his transformed arm into a mangled mess. Even the bones were visible. One of his arms was temporarily crippled. However, Lone Wolf took advantage of this opportunity to fly back a kilometer, quickly fleeing out of the city. After him! We can't let him escape again! Zhuoping shouted. Then she led the 1,000 mystery sex people and quickly gave chase. Chapter 672. Xiu. However, there were two white figures that were even faster than them. Xiao Qian and Zhongli had arrived the instant the intense explosion occurred. The instant the intense explosion occurred, they both somersaulted and executed their exquisite movement techniques, dodging the shock wave and flying forward. Their figures shot out like arrows tearing through the sky. The two of them chased after the fleeing Lone Wolf. When the two were about to reach the city gates, Lone Wolf suddenly stopped and turned around. Suddenly, his undamaged left hand transformed into a wolf claw and smashed at Zhongli. Zhongli, who was in hot pursuit, did not expect Lone Wolf to be so crafty. Despite fleeing in such a panic, Lone Wolf still dared to stop and fight. Zhongli quickly raised his saber and formed a screen of saber light filled with ice. However, the strength of Lone Wolf's transformed arm clearly surpassed that of a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The sharp claws tore through the screen of saber light and tore through Zhongli's protective quintessence. Then they left 5 horrifying claw marks on Zhongli's chest and knocked him back. Lone Wolf's horrifying strength was astonishing. It was not that Lone Wolf could not put up a fight. It was just that his arm was injured and he did not want to take the risk. Lone Wolf's masked face revealed only a pair of scarlet eyes. After knocking back Zhongli, he turned around and the baleful aura in his eyes turned solid, heading towards Xiao Chen and entering Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Then, Lone Wolf laughed maniacally and sent out a pitch-black quintessence palm with his left hand at Xiao Chen. It was like Lone Wolf was certain that, given Xiao Chen's cultivation, Xiao Chen would die without a doubt. After doing all this, Lone Wolf once again fled out of the city without looking back. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged and roared. It shattered the various illusions of the other party's baleful aura, causing them to vanish. The baleful aura of loose cultivators, which made the sect disciples tremble in fear, was useless before Xiao Chen. A resplendent saber light lit up in the dark night. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and sent out a dense electric saber chi. The electric light exploded out and shattered the quintessence beast claw flying at him. Zhongli, whose chest was injured, fell to the ground in a sorry state. When he saw this scene, he frowned slightly. An imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been paying attention to Zhongli's expression. When he saw this scene, he seemed to understand something. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. When he saw that Lone Wolf was not difficult to catch up to, he gave up on giving chase. Damn it, he escaped again. The rest of the troops caught up. When they saw that Lone Wolf was only a small black dot left, they all cursed. The somewhat pale Qiu revealed a contemplative light in his eyes. He said, "Let's return to the inn first. Everyone should recuperate." On the rooftop, the original members of the team gathered together again. After checking, he found that several martial artists had suffered serious internal injuries and needed to recuperate for a long time. They would definitely not be able to fight for the next few days. Thus, the strength of the team had been weakened. This Lone Wolf is really crafty. If he does this every day, our team will be weakened again tomorrow. He has a half-face body. He recovers much faster than us. If this drags on, we will not be able to hold on. Everyone analyzed the results of the battle. They all felt somewhat dispirited. It looked like Lone Wolf's harassment over the past few days had greatly damaged their mental states. Shuoping said, "I feel that this Lone Wolf is becoming more and more familiar with Qiu Yi's and my moves. It is like when we fought, he could see our attacks from every angle. It is getting easier for him to deal with our combined attacks. At the start, he did not have any spare energy to attack the others." Qiu nodded and said, "I feel the same way. Perhaps his comprehension ability is astonishing. However, this is not the time to think about this. We do not have many chances left. Lone Wolf is extremely cautious. He will only appear for 5 days. Tomorrow is the last day. If we cannot take him down by then, he will disappear again." After saying that, Qiu looked up at the silent Xiao Chen. He said, "Brother Xiao, I saw that you easily broke Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Do you have any good ideas?" Following Qiu Yi's reminder, everyone recalled Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Xiao Chen had not been affected at all. This person was definitely not as simple as he looked. Xiao Chen smiled gently and shrugged. "I was just lucky. I do not have any good ideas. Ask Brother Zhongli. He sealed Lone Wolf with one saber strike." Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, "That was also because young Master Qiu and Miss Shuo delayed Lone Wolf. That was how I had the opportunity to seal Lone Wolf. Just look at the wound on my chest, and you will know the result." Seeing that the two were unwilling to say more, Qiu did not ask any further. He discussed the arrangements for tomorrow night before announcing that everyone should go back and rest. After the others left, Qiu said to Zhuo Ping, "Those two fellows are not simple." Qiu did not say their names, but Zhuo Ping knew who he was talking about. She smiled and said, "I don't know whether they are simple or not. I only know that you are not simple. You have not even killed them, and you are already thinking of burning the bridge after crossing it." Qiu smiled unconcernedly and said, "Tomorrow is our last chance. The two of us cannot hold back anymore. We cannot give the two of them any chances." The moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After the huge battle, the night sky of Heavenly Water City returned to normal. Perhaps some of the cultivators in the city could sense the horrifying energy fluctuations from earlier. However, to this small city, cultivators at the level of Xiao Chen's group were not people they could come into contact with. Even if they knew, they would not dare to have any thoughts about it. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. As for the ordinary citizens, they had already fallen asleep. To them, that was a distant world. It would be difficult for it to interact with their lives. The lamp in the guest room flickered. Xiao Chen did not cultivate, nor was he in the mood to sleep. He thought about what he had seen today and came up with a vague answer in his heart. Xiao Chen searched the universe ring for a long time before he finally found what he was looking for. With a flip of his palm, half a piece of spirit wood appeared in his hand. The spirit wood was a branch of an ancient spirit tree, the Wutong tree. Xiao Chen vaguely remembered that he still had some spirit wood. Indeed, he had found it. Revealing a faint smile, Xiao Chen took out a carving knife and carefully carved the spirit wood, which was only half the length of his palm. The flickering light from the lamp illuminated Xiao Chen's delicate and fair face, making him look very focused. Bits and pieces of spirit wood fell with the rise and fall of the carving knife. However, these bits of wood did not turn into dust or soil like they usually did. Instead, they turned into motes of crystalline light that drifted into the guest room. The enchanting light was very bright and dazzling, making the simple guest room look like a dream. Xiao Chen was completely focused, not paying attention to his surroundings. In his eyes, there was only the wooden sculpture in his palm. His mind was calm. There was nothing else. When the wooden sculpture was completely formed, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He felt incredibly dizzy, so he checked the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Just a simple wooden sculpture had actually exhausted most of his mental energy. No wonder he felt even more tired than fighting. The wooden sculpture was of Xiao Chen himself. He wore white clothes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His eyes were intelligent and clear, like a miniature version of himself. Spirituality and temperament are sufficient. It still lacks a bit of life. Xiao Chen thought for a while and sent a drop of essence blood into the wooden sculpture. In that instant, a spiritual light flashed in the wooden sculpture's eyes, and red blood flowed through its body. It was like real blood flowed through the blood vessels in its body. This wooden sculpture was no longer an inanimate object. Only at this moment did Xiao Chen reveal a satisfied smile. He looked around and discovered the dreamy motes of light in the room. He smiled gently and said, "Unexpectedly, after not practicing for a long time, my carving skills have improved. It looks like carving also tests one's mental state." For the sake of this small wooden sculpture, Xiao Chen had exhausted too much mental energy. He did not waste any more time and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to recover his mental energy. Xiao Chen only recovered his mental energy when the sky turned dark the next day. After making some preparations, he opened the door and met up with Qiu and the others. "Hey, is that brother Xiao?" The moment Xiao Chen left the room, he ran into Zhongli, who was also going to the roof. The white-haired, white-robed Zhongli had already recovered from his injuries and looked very spirited. Xiao Chen turned around and smiled. "Brother Zhongli, are you looking for me?" Zhongli carefully sized up Xiao Chen. He felt that today's Xiao Chen was somewhat different from yesterday. However, he could not pinpoint what was different. Zhongli collected his thoughts and smiled gently. "It's fine. If I did not see wrong, Brother Zhao's saber strike last night should have grasped a perfect 40% comprehended saber intent. At such a young age, you already have such comprehension abilities. You are truly admirable." These words were not just flattery. Xiao Chen looked like he was only 21 years old. In the Kunlun realm, where 30-odd years old were considered youths, 21 years old was considered very young. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "It is just a 40% comprehended saber intent. How can it compare to Brother Zhongli's perfect 50% comprehended saber intent? Furthermore, you have the state of ice that surpasses the limits." After one's state reached the limits, it was extremely difficult to raise it to a will. If one wanted to increase the might of one's state, one had to think of other methods. The extreme insect's Wan Feng's secret technique and Xiao Qin's immortal state of thunder were similar methods. Clearly, this Zhongli had grasped such a secret technique as well. A proud look flashed in Zhongli's eyes. He said, "I am just a few years older than you. We are both bladesmen. If there is a chance, we should exchange pointers with each other." "I would be delighted to. I have long wanted to exchange pointers with bladesmen of the same generation," Xiao Chan replied calmly without changing his expression. When Zhongli saw Xiao Qin's serious appearance, he felt some disdain in his heart. A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent was much stronger than a 40% comprehended saber intent. Zhongli's state and cultivation were both stronger than Xiao Qin's. Did Xiao Chan really think that he could compare to him? As the two spoke, they arrived at the rooftop. The peak intersect disciple of the Full Moon Pavilion, Qiu Yi, and the peak intersect disciple of the Thousand Mystery Sect, Zhuo Ping, had been waiting there for a long time already. The moon was round on the 15th. Tonight's moon was indeed rounder and larger than the previous night. As the bright light shone down, it made heavenly Water City appear gentle and peaceful. No matter how beautiful the moon was, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. They all stood at the side lazily, resting for the final battle. Chapter 673. Seeing that everyone was present, Qiu said, "Tonight is our last chance. This is also Lone Wolf's last chance. I hope everyone will not hold back. Otherwise, you might lose your lives. Zhuo Ping and I have discussed it. We have decided that no matter who obtains the proof of completion, Lone Wolf's treasures will be given to everyone else." Right after Qiu spoke, the eyes of the others lit up. Someone immediately smiled and said, "That is good. Even if we do not obtain any contribution points, Lone Wolf's treasures will be more than enough to make up for our losses." "This suggestion is pretty good. We agree." The others all agreed. They knew that with Zhuo Ping and Qiu working together, there was no chance for them to fish in troubled waters. If they could obtain Lone Wolf's treasures, they would make a huge profit. Qiu shifted his gaze to the silent Zhongli. He asked, "What does Brother Zhongli think?" Zhongli let out a meaningful chuckle and said, "I will obey young Master Qiu's orders." As for the silent Xiao Chan, everyone ignored him. They believed that as an inferior grade martial monarch, he would not reject this suggestion. "Good. In that case, it is agreed. When Lone Wolf appears, we will not say anything and immediately use our killing moves." Qiu was in high spirits. He said in a magnificent manner, "We will kill Lone Wolf in one move, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Kill Lone Wolf and split the treasures." Qiu's words roused everyone's morale. They wished that Lone Wolf would appear immediately and hack him to death. Bang! Bang! Just as the crowd was in a state of agitation, a hole was suddenly torn open on the roof above their heads. A giant hand fell down from the hole at lightning speed. With a schwa sound, it grabbed the head of the person who spoke. Then the hand swelled up before everyone's eyes and turned into a thick beast claw. With a slap, the beast's claw lifted the warrior up, and the entire roof was torn off. The black-clothed and masked Lone Wolf, who exuded a baleful aura, had already stopped on the roof at some point in time. His injured arm had already recovered. "Are you saying that you want to kill me?" Lone Wolf laughed loudly. Then he used his hands to tear the captured person in half, causing blood and internal organs to fall out as the person screamed in fear. The sudden scene stunned everyone. They had thought that Lone Wolf would fly in through the city gates like he did a few days ago. Who would have thought that Lone Wolf would be so bold today? He had already stopped on the roof and waited for everyone. Their minds had already short-circuited in the first place. Now that they saw a person dismembered, the many horrified cultivators felt their minds go blank. Their earlier bold words had already vanished into thin air. Qiu, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned, Lone Wolf, whose arms had already turned into spirit fiends, descended at lightning speed. Amid the frenzied attacks, another 3 or 4 people died on the spot. Courting death. Surround him. Qiuyi and Zhuoping reacted quickly. They shouted angrily and charged at Lone Wolf. Who knew that Lone Wolf was not greedy? After killing a few people, he laughed loudly and punched through the wall, easily flying out. Chase! With their plan completely disrupted, Qiuyi and Zhuoping could not care about anything else. They took the lead and gave chase. When the others recovered their wits from their shock, they cursed and quickly chased after Lone Wolf with their weapons in hand. Xiao Chun and Zhongli leaped up at the same time, following Lone Wolf. Under the full moon, Qiuyi and Zhuoping still acted as the main force against Lone Wolf, whose arms had already turned into spirit fiends. Today the two of them knew that this was their last chance. They did not hold back at all. Their quintessence surged as they executed all sorts of killing moves without holding back. Last night, Lone Wolf, who could still use both his hands, was forced into a corner and could only do his best to block. A ferocious glint flashed in the eyes of the remaining cultivators. They all made up their minds to fight this final battle. They pushed their cultivations to the limits and attacked Lone Wolf repeatedly. Loud sounds rang out continuously in the night sky. As the figures flickered, more wounds appeared on Lone Wolf's body. Several sect disciples were in an even more miserable state. Lone Wolf directly tore them in half with one swipe of his claws. However, no one retreated. Things had already reached this point. If anyone cowered, the advantage that Qiuyi and the others held would immediately crumble. As Xiao Chun and Zhongli entered the battle, the situation in the air took a turn for the worse. Lone Wolf gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lone Wolf roared, and his body swelled up several times. His black clothes tore apart as he completely turned into a spirit fiend. After Lone Wolf's body turned into a spirit fiend, his aura became even more ferocious. His scarlet eyes glared at a cultivator who tried to sneak attack him. A horrifying baleful aura turned into a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, hell, and all sorts of negative emotions exploding in that cultivator's mind, causing him to become distracted. Pa! Lone Wolf laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike. The black palm wind was like the gigantic hand of a strange beast. With a loud bang, it mangled that cultivator, killing him on the spot. A ruthless look flashed in Qiuyi's eyes. He said, "I was waiting for you to completely turn into a spirit fiend. Zhuoping, stop holding back." Zhuoping did not say anything. Her expression turned cold, but her aura became even more terrifying. Then she withdrew her slender sword and sent out 9 strands of surging sword chi connected from head to tail. Each strand of sword chi created ripples in the air, capable of splitting mountains and rivers. The 9 swords merged into one, looking like a ferocious flood dragon bearing its fangs and claws as it charged at Lone Wolf. 3 sharp screeches came from Qiuyi's body. Flames surrounded him and formed 3 glistening golden flaming birds. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these 3 flaming birds were extraordinary. Every single flaming bird's charm contained an incomparably sharp sword intent. This allowed the flaming birds formed from quintessence to possess not only strong explosive power, but also unparalleled penetrative power. Boom! 2 killing moves that could rival inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial techniques struck Lone Wolf's transformed body with the help of quintessence. Attack! The other cultivators, who had been storing up power, did not wait for the shock waves of the explosions to scatter. They raised their auras to their limits and turned into beams of flowing light as they hacked down with their weapons. Bang! 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 Intense metallic clangs came from the shock waves. Each sound was like thunder unending. No one in Heavenly Water City would be able to sleep tonight. Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered that Lone Wolf, who had already turned into a spirit fiend, was still very ferocious despite the attacks. Lone Wolf clashed head-on with Qiuyi and Zhuoping's attacks. Occasionally he made a move, smashing some of the flies flying at him into a mangled mess. Xiao Chun faced 2 sect disciples who were no weaker than him. Furthermore, there was a group of medial-grade martial monarchs interfering. Furthermore, Xiao Chun's side suffered heavy casualties. They could not truly kill Lone Wolf. Just thinking about it was incredible. Unexpectedly, combat experience and the baleful aura accumulated from killing others had such a strong effect in a true battle. After pausing for a while, Xiao Chun charged over again, joining the group surrounding Lone Wolf. The battle was extraordinarily arduous. When facing the completely transformed lone wolf, the group did not hold back at all. They expended their quintessence without holding anything back as they surrounded him. After attacking for a long time, frustration flashed in the ferocious lone wolf's eyes. He directly attacked and tore a hole in the encirclement, retreating out of the city. Chase! This time we cannot let him escape. Even if we have to go to the ends of the world, we have to kill him. Xiaoyi shouted coldly and took the lead to chase after Lone Wolf. The others did not hesitate either. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, they would not let it go. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and stood upright. As he watched the group of people leave, he did not give chase. All the more, he felt that there was no need to. Zhongli, who did not give chase as well, arrived before Xiao Chan. As he got closer, he smiled and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you not going to give chase?" Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "There is no need. Pu Ci." Before he could finish speaking, the smile on Zhongli's face instantly disappeared. He was only 2 meters away from Qin Chao. The killing qi that Zhongli had been suppressing surged out. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, sent out a saber light faster than lightning. With the support of the perfect 50% comprehended saber intent, the resplendent saber light was as bright as the sun. The full moon in the sky instantly lost its luster. The distance was too close and Xiao Chun was caught off guard. The moment Xiao Chun placed his hand on the saber hilt, blood spurted out like an arrow, and his head fell to the ground. The eyes of the head floating in the air were wide open. It looked like Xiao Chun had died with a remaining grievance. The headless body quickly fell to the ground. The eyes of the white-haired cultivator, Zhongli, glowed red, and he radiated killing qi. His originally scholarly aura vanished completely. He became as ferocious and berserk as a wild beast. Just one glance from him would cause others to tremble in fear. Zhongli's lips curled up in a cold smile as he looked indifferently at Xiao Chen's headless corpse. He said in disdain, "With such little vigilance, he dared to fight with me. Serves him right to die." Zhongli looked meaningfully at Xiao Yi and the others, who were chasing after Lone Wolf. He smiled and said, "The sect disciples are still as gullible as before. Bring me to finish my business and then we will deal with them." Everything was going according to plan. Zhongli was in a good mood. He had a sinister smile on his face as he quickly headed for the city lord's residence. "It has been a long time since I started a massacre. My baleful aura has stagnated." Zhongli stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his chapped lips. He could not help but tremble, looking very evil. However, Zhongli did not notice that when Xiao Chen's headless corpse landed on the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, there was only a small, exquisite, headless wooden sculpture lying there quietly. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhongli moved very quickly. In a few breaths, he arrived at the gates of the city lord's residence. However, the strange thing was that there was not a single guard at the gates of the city lord's residence. This somewhat disappointed Zhongli, who was in a rush to drink blood. "There is no need to rush. There will be a chance later." Zhongli laughed cruelly. Then, he sent out a beam of energy with his right palm and shattered the heavy gates. Zhongli strode in. The scene of panic that he imagined did not appear. The gates had been destroyed. Despite such a big matter, not a single cultivator from the city lord's residence came out. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhongli quickly walked forward. His expression turned increasingly unsightly. Unexpectedly, there was not a single person in the vast city lord's residence. Chapter 674. Under the illumination of the moonlight, this place appeared very cold and quiet. It did not make sense. Zhongli arrived at the great hall of the city lord's residence with some anticipation. However, he discovered that there was no one there. It was so empty that it made his heart go cold. "Brother Zhongli, are you looking for someone? I have to tell you that I have already dismissed the people of the city lord's residence." "Wait, that's not right. I should call you the great bandit Lone Wolf." Just as Zhongli was feeling confused, a white figure sat on the roof of the great hall. This person had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Zhongli. Even though Zhongli had killed countless people and was no longer afraid of anything, when he saw the white figure's appearance under the hazy moonlight, He was so frightened that he took a step back. Zhongli exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. Didn't I just chop off your head? How can you be back here? Xiaochen stood up calmly. His white clothes had a faint moonlight on them, making him look elegant and refined, giving him an ethereal air. You are not the only one who knows that cloning technique. I know it as well. By now, Zhongli had already calmed down. He felt it was funny. He felt that he had overreacted. He smiled faintly and said, So what? What do you think you can do? You are just letting me kill you again. Nothing much. I just want to borrow your head. Xiaochen raised the lunar shadow saber above his head and slowly drew it. The slender blade reflected the faint moonlight. When the saber was completely drawn, it gave off a resplendent light. A resonant dragon roar came from Xiaochen's body as he leaped off the roof. The moon was bright like fire. Xiaochen's figure created a huge purple arc in the night sky. In an instant, he arrived at Zhongli's side and hacked down with his saber. Suddenly, Zhongli felt the saber intent on the saber, and the immortal state of thunder contained in it. His expression changed greatly, and his heart thumped wildly. When Xiaochen swung his saber, it was clear that Xiaochen's saber intent had already reached a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. It was already close to great perfection, much stronger than Zhongli's. The electric light leaping in the saber light contained an immortal intent. It was very different from a regular state of thunder and lightning. It could rival his state of ice, perhaps even surpass it. Zhongli's expression sank, and he drew his thick saber. He did not dare to be careless as he met Xiaochen's saber strike from the side. A cold light surged on the saber radiance. Under the night sky, all the cold air seemed to have gathered on the saber radiance. Dang! When the sabers clashed, a loud clanging sound rang out. Waves of uncontrollable energy turned into strands of saber wind flying everywhere. Rumble! Rumble! The saber wind shattered the buildings in the city lord's residence. With just one move, everything within 500 meters turned into a mess. Xiu! A huge force entered Zhongli's body through the saber's edge. Zhongli retreated 100 meters as the lightning rampaged in his body. The lightning contained the will of immortality. It was extremely difficult to get rid of, giving one a headache. What shocked Zhongli even more was that Xiaochen's quintessence was no weaker than his. It did not seem like Xiaochen was just an inferior-grade martial monarch. When Zhongli thought of this possibility, shock flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this fellow refined his quintessence before consuming the quintessence-gathering pill as an inferior-grade martial monarch? Even I, a half-face, could not endure such pain. Could it be that this person could? However, if that was not the case, Zhongli could not think of any other possibility. After pushing back Zhongli with one saber strike, Xiaochen said indifferently, "Don't get careless. Otherwise you will die a miserable death. I did not intend to kill you so easily. Since coming to this Kunlun realm, I have not had a proper exchange with a bladesman of the same generation. Don't disappoint me." The blue dragon image under Xiaochen's feet circled around. Auspicious clouds floated around it as it carried Xiaochen over to Zhongli's side. Dang! 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 Saber lights danced around. A perfect 60% comprehended saber intent infused with the immortal state of thunder supported Xiaochen's aura as he launched a barrage of attacks. You are so young, but your tone is not small. Today, I will show you the true ability of a great bandit. Zhongli smiled coldly to himself. He did not think that Xiaochen could force him to bow down to him with just this bit of ability. Suddenly, a scarlet light circulated around Zhongli's body. This light was made of pure baleful aura. Boundless anguished wails came from the light, and all sorts of aggrieved spirits appeared. These were not illusions. They truly existed. Among the aggrieved spirits were 70-year-old men, pregnant women, and newborn babies. These people's faces were all extremely distorted and indistinct. They looked cruel and heart-palpitating, not daring to look directly at them. The greatest difference between baleful aura and killing chi was that the people the former killed were filled with intense resentment. Only loose cultivators with extremely cruel hearts could do this. Most cultivators would kill others for their treasures as well. However, they would never attack ordinary people. This was the most basic principle. However, loose cultivators never cared about this. As a result, their killing chi would mutate into an even more horrifying baleful aura. 100 times more horrifying than killing chi. Zhongli smiled cruelly and said, "My baleful aura can scare ordinary people into idiots. Let's see how you block it." Within the Scarlet Sea, Zhongli sent out a scarlet, icy saber chi. The saber chi was like a pillar, and rings of scarlet clouds floated around it. In every scarlet cloud, there was a horrifying corpse screaming. At a glance, the scarlet clouds looked like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, vast and boundless. After clashing with Zhongli, Xiao Chun retreated 100 meters and landed on a tall wall with a grave expression. He had not expected such a martial technique to completely infuse baleful aura into saber technique. The world of evil cultivators was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun. However, it is just a small Dao in the end. Xiao Chun held his saber and smiled coldly. He activated the ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body, and his vast aura became as heavy as a mountain. Vast, ancient, drawn out, noble and inviolable. The ancient sovereign's aura surged out like a strong wind. It swept away all the scarlet light around the saber chi, leaving only that saber chi. Blazing sun, burning to desolation. In the dark night, the slender lunar shadow saber gave off a saber light as bright as the blazing sun. Then Xiao Chun leaped down from the tall wall while holding his saber. Bang! Under the moonlight, the might of the burning to desolation saber technique was inevitably reduced. It could only hold its own against the scarlet, icy saber chi. Explosions rang out endlessly, and a deep pit appeared in the ground. The two each took 100 steps back, and blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths. The blue dragon under Zhongli's feet spiraled around. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and said, "In the end, my cultivation is still lacking. If I advanced to medial grade martial monarch, this would not be the case." The shock in Zhongli's eyes was even more intense than Xiao Chen's. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun broke the baleful aura that he was so proud of so easily. Fated person in autumn water. Without any hesitation, the instant Xiao Chun landed, he charged over again. He turned into a gentle autumn wind, carrying a boundless saber light as he split the air in half. Damn it! Zhongli's aura, state and saber intent were all inferior to Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, his advantage in cultivation was not obvious. Zhongli could not gain an advantage over Xiao Chun. A red light flickered in Zhongli's eyes as he lost his patience. He roared, and his body swelled up several times, ripping his clothes. Then, he turned into a white wolf standing on its hind legs. Zhongli used an even denser saber chi to scatter the saber light filled with the feeling of autumn. The werewolf's foot, which was filled with strength, spun around and left behind an afterimage as it arrived at Xiao Chen's side. After Zhongli turned into a werewolf, his speed instantly increased by 20%. His sharp claws clawed at Xiao Chen's head. Open! The acupoint on Zhongli's right foot opened. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun quickly turned around and held his saber with both hands to block this claw. The claws were as hard as frost iron. Sparks flew as they rubbed against the saber, forcing Xiao Chun back continuously. Pa! Zhongli layered his palms over each other. When his strength increased explosively, he knocked Xiao Chun back. Ha ha ha! Let's see if you still dare to spout nonsense. This was the first time Zhongli obtained such a large advantage. He felt very carefree. He laughed maniacally and prepared to give chase. Roar! 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 However, just at this moment, 3 dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. Aside from the blue dragon image under his feet, 2 more blue dragon images appeared around him. A blue dragon swung its tail. Instead of advancing, Xiao Chun retreated. His saber light danced as he executed cycle of seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, winter cycle of seasons, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Cycle of seasons? Zhongli's expression turned startled. With a flip of his hand, he took out his thick saber and pushed the quintessence infused with fiend energy to its limits. Scarlet snowflakes erupted from the saber. Bang! Using all the quintessence in his body, Zhongli's wolf claws cracked. Blood leaked out and he felt incredible pain. However, he managed to block this saber strike. Dang! 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 Xiao Chun rode on the 3 blue dragon images, catching up to the transformed Zhongli. Once again, the two engaged in an exceptionally arduous battle. Dark clouds covered the sky, completely blocking out the moonlight. One man and one wolf fought an intense battle in the vast city lord's residence. The aftershocks flattened many buildings. If not for Xiao Qian sending away the unrelated people, who knew how many innocent lives would have died tonight? A huge battle was also taking place outside the city gates. Qiuyi and Zhuoping led 10-odd medial-grade martial monarchs to surround the transformed lone wolf clone. Without caring about their quintessence consumption, they managed to gain the upper hand. As long as they dragged things out, lone wolf would die for sure. Qiuyi checked the quintessence in his body and discovered that it was almost depleted. He shouted, "Everyone put in more effort. I will kill Lone Wolf soon. He is a bona fide great bandit." Far away, the battle between Xiao Qian and Lone Wolf Zhongli was about to end. It was exceptionally crucial. Earlier, Lone Wolf had clashed head-on with Xiao Qian's heaven-ranked martial technique. Blue Dragon returns to the sea. A horrifying wound appeared on Lone Wolf's chest. The wound extended all the way to Xiao Qian's abdomen. Several bones broke and blood dripped down. However, even so, Lone Wolf was still incredibly tenacious. At the last moment, he counterattacked and even struck Xiao Qian with his claw, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. The two of them panted heavily as they glared at each other fiercely. At this moment, they were competing with their willpower. Neither of them could relax at all. Sea of Lightning, Saber Light. Xiao Qian shook his head ferociously and took the initiative to attack. He quickly sent out 7 saber lights, which turned into 21 saber images and encased Zhongli. Dang! 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 Zhongli's eyes lit up. He dragged his injured body and blocked all 21 of Xiao Qian's saber images. He even prepared to counterattack. Chapter 675. However, he did not know that the moment he executed the might of this saber strike, a sea of lightning suddenly formed and exploded on his body, blasting him into the air. Die! A strand of saber light flew out from somewhere in the sea of lightning. It was as fast as lightning, disappearing in a flash. The dark clouds scattered, and the full moon in the sky peeked out. The moonlight happened to illuminate this scene. A scarlet light shot out, and Lone Wolf's head flew off. Xiao Qian reappeared and spun around. He sheathed his saber and caught the head. Seeing the headless corpse on the ground, Xiao Qian's fatigued body heaved a sigh of relief. I finally killed him. Outside Heavenly Water City, Qiuyi watched as Lone Wolf slowly fell over. His anxious face relaxed and he revealed a faint smile. The others panted heavily as well. They all had wounds on their bodies. As for their quintessence, they had already drained it long ago. They had consumed all the medicinal pills they could. Even if they had peak-grade medicinal pills, they would not be able to replenish their quintessence immediately. They had consumed too many medicinal pills in a short period of time and developed a resistance to them. Qiuyi sheathed his sword and looked at the similarly fatigued Zhuoping. He said, "Both of us exhausted ourselves today. After we recover tomorrow, we can decide who gets the proof of the mission. How about that?" Zhuoping nodded gently and did not say anything. She did not have much quintessence in her body, and her condition had deteriorated significantly. Earlier, she had relied on her quintessence to fight Lone Wolf. Now that she relaxed, she no longer had any fighting spirit. She could only decide tomorrow. Everything was going according to plan. Qiuyi smiled faintly and walked over to Lone Wolf's corpse, feeling very satisfied. Then he stretched out his hand to remove Lone Wolf's mask. "Let's see what exactly you look like." Qiuyi waved his hand and removed Lone Wolf's black mask. However, when he saw Lone Wolf's face, the smile on his face froze. A face that Qiuyi could not imagine appeared under the mask. He cried out hoarsely, "How can this be?" When the others saw the strange situation, they quickly came over to take a look. They all exclaimed in shock, "Zhongli! How can it be him? How can this be?" Chi! Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lone Wolf's corpse shrank until it finally became the corpse of a white wolf. Zhuoping's expression turned grave as she said, "We were tricked. This is the external incarnation unique to the half-fiend race. The incarnation strength is no different from the main body. It is very difficult to cultivate. I did not expect Lone Wolf to learn it." Qiuyi's expression turned cold as he sent out a sword chi. With a so, the white wolf on the ground was sliced in half. That Xiao Chun must have found out long ago. Let's hurry back. Qiu Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his entire being was terrifyingly cold. After planning for more than half a month and meticulously preparing, he was actually tricked at the last moment. At this moment, his mood could be said to be as terrible as it could get. The group of people had consumed too much true essence, so they didn't dare to use qi to fly. They could only desperately run towards the city. Halfway there, Qiu Yi said, "It will definitely take some time before a victor is decided. We still have a chance." Indeed, it was as Qiu Yi said. When the group arrived at the city lord's residence, they happened to see Xiao Chun removing a spatial ring from a headless corpse. When Qiu Yi saw the headless corpse, he was stunned at first. Then he shouted, "Xiao Chun, how bold of you! You discovered that it was Lone Wolf's clone long ago. Yet you still dared to trick us." The moment Qiu Yi spoke, he accused Xiao Chun of cheating, trying to use reason to pressure Xiao Chun. Long ago, Xiao Chun had expected this group of people to rush over. He searched Lone Wolf's body unhurriedly and found a secret manual. Before everyone's envious gazes, he took it. "It was not me who tricked you. It was Lone Wolf who tricked you. Full Moon Pavilion's Qiu Yi, don't make a mistake." Xiao Chun spoke calmly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Qiu Yi felt angry in his heart. He wished that he could slap Xiao Chun to death. However, he had exhausted too much essence, so it was not convenient for him to make a move. He could only say coldly, "Xiao Chun, according to the rules, no matter who obtains the proof of completion, Lone Wolf's treasures have to be handed over to us." Xiao Chun smiled disapprovingly. "Whose rule? Since when did you ask me? Since when did I agree to it?" When Qiu Yi saw Xiao Chun's attitude, not caring about him at all, he could not help but feel stifled, unable to say anything. "Xiao Chun, what are you pretending for? You already got what you wanted, yet you are still trying to act innocent. Hurry up and hand over Lone Wolf's treasures. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this city lord's residence today." "Right, that's right. Hurry up and hand over Lone Wolf's treasures. We don't need your proof of completion. We have already treated you well enough. You can take the proof of completion and leave. However, you must leave behind Lone Wolf's treasures." The people from the surrounding sects all spoke in an irritated tone. They had worked so hard for so long. They did not want to end up empty-handed. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was alone and did not have a high cultivation. If not for the fact that he was a Haotian sect disciple, they would not even give him the proof of completion. Qiu Yi and Zhuoping exchanged glances. They understood each other's intentions from their gazes. "Xiao Chun, on account that you are a Haotian sect disciple, I will not make things difficult for you. As long as you leave behind Lone Wolf's spatial ring and that secret manual, you can leave." Qiu Yi spoke frankly with assurance. This was already his final concession. If Xiao Chun still did not know what was good for him, then Xiao Chun could not blame him for being ruthless. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. This group of people is really funny. They were fooled by Lone Wolf's clones and did not obtain anything. Unexpectedly, they came over to extort him. Furthermore, they were very magnanimous, acting like they were showing mercy. What did it have to do with them that I killed Lone Wolf alone? What sophistry? Xiao Chun stepped forward expressionlessly. He looked at the various sect cultivators hiding their murderous intent and said sullenly, "I was the one who killed Lone Wolf. It is impossible for you to take anything from me. I advise you to give up on this thought." Qiu Yi released his murderous intent without hiding it at all. He stared at Xiao Chun with a sinister gaze and smiled coldly. "So, you are saying that you are not going to hand it over?" Zhuoping's pretty face also turned sullen. She said, "What is the point of speaking so much nonsense with him? Just cripple him and we can just take the things and leave. This woman is really vicious. She looks so good for nothing," Xiao Chun thought to himself, feeling that it was a pity. As Xiao Chun looked at the crowd that could not wait to charge over, he laughed loudly and said, "I really want to know what gives you the courage to threaten me like this despite your veritable essence energy being almost drained. Our quintessence is exhausted, but so is yours. Do you think we are air? Could it be that you can defeat so many of us by yourself?" A person said disdainfully as he held a sharp saber in his hand and looked at Xiao Chun. Congratulations, you are right. In my eyes, you are indeed not even worth air. Xiaochan smiled coldly and charged at the person who spoke. As he ran, his aura flourished. Vital qi surged in his body, causing the ground to tremble. Bang! The two cultivators in front of that person were knocked into the air by Xiaochan. Half the bones in their bodies shattered. That person was horrified. When he saw Xiaochan suddenly charging at him, he did not know what to do. When Xiaochan arrived in front of him, he swung his saber. Kase! Xiaochan used his palm as a saber, and a strong wind howled. When the palm saber struck that person's wrist, the sound of bones breaking resounded. The treasure saber fell to the ground with a huangdang sound. Before that person could cry out in pain, Xiaochan landed a palm strike on that person's chest. He used less than 30% of his 1.5 tons of vital qi, breaking that person's ribs and sending him flying back 100 meters. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping. After they reacted, they circulated the remaining quintessence in their bodies and charged at Xiaochan. After the initial panic, the others roared ferociously and sent out their remaining quintessence. They sent out several dozen beams of energy at Xiaochan. Xiaochan crossed his arms and smiled coldly. He materialized the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. When the sword qi and saber qi struck his arms, they gave off dang 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 sounds. Two especially sharp sword qi flew at Xiaochan amid the shock waves. They were the peak inner sect disciples of the full moon pavilion Qiu Yi, and the thousand mystery sect Zhuo Ping. Crouching tiger hidden dragon. Xiaochan spread out his arms, and the aura that he had stored up erupted. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, he sent the two flying. Cultivators relied mainly on quintessence. If a cultivator exhausted all their quintessence, they would not be able to bring out their full strength, no matter how capable they were. Right now, the group of sect elite disciples in front of Xiaochan was in such a situation. When they met with Xiaochan, who had a strong physical body, they could only get beaten up. Damn it! Qiu Yi vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling very sullen in his heart. He had not expected a minor character from the Haotian sect to beat him into such a sorry state. Qiu Yi smashed his right palm on the ground, not caring about overdrawing on his quintessence. His sword danced, giving off a bright light. He wanted to use technique to break force, using exquisite sword techniques to defeat Xiaochan. Unfortunately, Qiu Yi was too naive. When the difference in strength was too great, no matter how exquisite a sword technique was, without quintessence to rely on, it would just be for show. Xiaochan took a step forward and kicked. A strong wind blew and scattered Qiu Yi's sword technique. Then Xiaochan kicked Qiu Yi's face back. Qiu Yi's handsome face immediately contorted into a sorry state. Xiu! Just at this moment, an exceptionally sharp killing qi flew over from behind Xiaochan at an incredible speed. The thousand mystery sects Zhuo Ping took advantage of the time when Xiaochan was distracted by Qiu Yi to sneak behind him. Then she found an excellent angle to launch a sneak attack. The thin sword flickered with a cold light. The angle was tricky. Soon it would stab into Xiaochan's spine. A sinister expression appeared on Zhuo Ping's face. Xiaochan smiled faintly. He had already noticed the other party with his spiritual sense long ago. She really thought that her sneak attack had succeeded. Xiaochan nimbly turned around and brushed past that fatal thin sword. Then, he clenched his right fist and punched Zhuo Ping's pretty face without any tenderness for the fairer sex. Zhuo Ping cried out miserably as she held her collapsed nose. Then she fell to the ground in pain, rolling a few times before stopping. When the other elite disciples of the various sects saw their two leaders end up in such a state, they looked at Xiaochan and could not help but take a few steps back. Chapter 676. Xiaochan swept his gaze over everyone's expressions. A deep look of disdain appeared in the depths of his eyes. He snorted coldly and left. The full moon hung high in the sky. As everyone watched the white figure leave, no one dared to say anything. I will not let this matter rest like this. Some time after Xiaochan left, Qiu Yi, who had recovered slightly, punched the ground with his right hand. As a peak inner sect disciple of the full moon pavilion, Qiu Yi had become famous at a young age. If he put in a little more effort, he would have been a genius who could have become a true inheritor. However, today, he had exhausted his quintessence and was humiliated by a nameless brat. How could he swallow this down? Choi slowly stood up. The footprint on his face had not completely disappeared yet. When he moved his lips, it caused his swollen wound to feel excruciating pain. As Choi watched Xiaochen leave, heavy hatred filled his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Don't think that everything will be fine just because you left. In the future, I will definitely challenge the Haotian sect and let you know what regret is." On the other side, Zhuoping also slowly stood up. She sneak-attacked Xiaochen and ended up getting her nose broken by Xiaochen. She was in an even worse state than Choi. A malicious look flashed in Zhuoping's eyes as she silently left without saying a word. This Xiaochen is probably in big trouble now. We do not dare to challenge the Haotian sect. However, these two are bona fide disciples of the 9 ranks of the great families. How could they swallow this down? Let's go. This white-robed bladesman is too arrogant. When the time comes, I will definitely go and see how miserable he looks. After Choi and Zhuoping recovered their quintessence, the group of helpless sect disciples who were beaten up by Xiaochen grumbled angrily for a while before leaving the place helplessly. Outside the city lord's residence, the city lord's expression was even more unsightly than the others when he saw the ruins of the city lord's residence. However, Xiaochen was a disciple of the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, he had helped the city lord kill Lone Wolf. No matter how depressed he felt, he could not do anything about it. After leaving Heavenly Water City, Xiaochen was not in a rush to open Lone Wolf's spatial ring. Instead, he found a desolate place in the forest and started to recover his quintessence. When the sun rose, Xiaochen opened his eyes and smiled at the rising sun. Then he happily opened Lone Wolf's spatial ring. Normally, loose cultivators would not have much wealth on them. However, the other party was a great bandit. No matter how unsightly he was, he definitely had more wealth than the 7 Black Wind Killers combined. After all of this Xiaochen of his life of the loose of the 7 black bandits he felt. Xiaochen counted the large number of superior grade spirit stones. There was a total of 3 million superior grade spirit stones. Xiaochen could not help but reveal an expression of joy. No wonder those fellows coveted Lone Wolf's treasures. With so many superior grade spirit stones, even if they were split evenly, everyone would still obtain a large harvest. There were also several rank 8 medicinal pills and natural treasures. Most of them were essential medicinal pills for cultivators. Even if Xiaochen could not use them, he could sell them for spirit stones. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find the spirit gathering pearls that Xiaochen needed the most. Not only did he not see any inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, but he did not even see a single medial grade spirit gathering pearl. That should not be the case. If there were no medial grade spirit gathering pearls, it would be understandable. However, there should still be some inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Xiaochen revealed doubt in his eyes as he continued his search. He even searched several corners of the spatial ring several times. After a long time, an ordinary-looking brocade box appeared in Xiaochen's spiritual sense. With a thought, Xiaochen took out the brocade box. The box was very strange. Xiaochen's spiritual sense could not penetrate it. However, it did not contain any spiritual energy, looking very ordinary. Whoosh! After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen gently opened the brocade box. He saw a bright light radiating everywhere. There were inferior grade spirit gathering pearls neatly arranged in the box. Xiaochen said joyfully, "This box is indeed strange. No wonder I could not find the spirit gathering pearls. So they were all hidden here." Xiaochen counted the number of inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Although there were not many of them, Zhong Zhongli was a loose cultivator. For him to obtain so many inferior grade spirit gathering pearls as a loose cultivator, he must have killed many sect disciples and robbed many noble clans before he could obtain them. This lone wolf Zhongli must have killed many sect disciples and ransacked many noble clans before he could obtain them. A white light flashed. Xiaochen did not stand on ceremony and placed all the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls in his spatial ring. In the end, his cultivation was still lacking. He urgently needed spirit gathering pearls. Just as Xiaochen was about to close the brocade box, he suddenly discovered that there was a hidden compartment beneath the brocade box. He did not even place 200 spirit gathering pearls in the hidden compartment. Could it be that the things inside are even more precious? When Xiao Chun opened the hidden compartment, there was a beast skin map inside. The aura of the map was extremely ancient and vast. There were all sorts of maps and red dots on it. The red dots were of different shades. When one looked at the darker red dots, one would feel a ferocious and dangerous aura, causing one's heart to tremble. What kind of map is this? Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he looked at the map. The mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and flying beasts on the map actually materialized and leaped out of the map. The map quickly spread out before Xiao Chen's eyes. Clouds churned vast and boundless. Ancient rivers, mountains, and palaces appeared one by one. At the same time, the beast skin map lit up. A horrifying savage aura soared into the sky, causing hundreds of beasts in the forest to flee. They panicked and caused a huge commotion. Xiao Chen's face sank. He quickly covered the brocade box again. Only then did the vast and ancient savage aura disappear without a trace. When Xiao Chen saw the commotion in his surroundings, he frowned. Then he looked at the clouds in the sky, which had been stirred up by the savage aura. I have to leave quickly. That aura earlier clearly has tens of thousands of years of history. This map must have a great origin. Who knows, some major character might have sensed that aura earlier. Fortunately, this strange brocade box could seal this aura. Otherwise, even if he placed it in his spatial ring, Xiao Chun would not be at ease concealing that overwhelming aura. Xiao Chun summoned out 3 azure dragon images. As the dragons roared, he moved up and down, disappearing into the forest, going as far as he could. Not long after Xiao Chun left, a black figure appeared above the forest. His aged face revealed a grave expression as he looked at the clouds in the sky. Old Qiu, you sense the savage aura as well, right? Soon, another white-haired old man flew over and spoke to Old Qiu indifferently. Old Qiu said regretfully, "It is definitely a spirit diagram from the savage battlefield. Based on that aura, it is definitely the real deal. However, it is currently concealed by a treasure that can hide spiritual energy." Old Qiu sighed in pity. Then, he ignored the white-haired old man and flew far away. The white-haired old man closed his eyes and spread out his vast mental energy into the surroundings like the tide. From 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers it reached 10 kilometers. However, he still could not sense the treasure that released the savage aura earlier. He could not help but shake his head and say, "The demonic barrier in the savage battlefield is weakening soon. If I can find this item, it will be of great help to my sect's disciples when they enter the savage battlefield. I'll go search again and try my luck." The white-haired old man's figure flashed, and he turned into a beam of light. His figure seemed to merge with the world and he moved incredibly fast. In the following days, Xiao Chun did not open the brocade box again. Instead, he took out the mission list and started to complete the 2,000-point missions. Although the remaining missions were still difficult, they were not as difficult as lone wolves. Now that he had dealt with the most difficult part, the rest was much easier. Xiao Chun could even take a break and use the spirit gathering pearls to raise his cultivation. Time went by slowly. As the end of the month approached, Xiao Chun completed 10 2,000-point missions. The intense battles with the many loose cultivators had not only strengthened Xiao Chen's combat experience, but he had also accumulated a lot of war spoils. Now Xiao Chun had a total of 7 million superior grade spirit stones. He had some extra money. He also had 300 or 400 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. However, Xiao Chun still did not obtain any medial grade spirit gathering pearls. If a loose cultivator obtained such a precious item, they would definitely consume it immediately and not hide it. With 23,000 contribution points, I should be able to rank first. If I fail, I can only think of other ways to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. With the aid of the large number of spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. All he had to do now was wait for the medial grade spirit gathering pearls to break through the bottleneck. 5 days later, Xiao Chun returned to the Haotian province and headed for Haotian city. The moment Xiao Chun walked out of the ancient transportation formation outside the city gates, he felt a few flickering gazes on him. His expression turned grave. He knew that something was about to happen. Indeed, when the city gates came into view, Yu Jiqiang led the leaders of the inner sect's 5 factions down from a flying beast and blocked Xiao Chen's path. Yu Jiqiang blocked Xiao Chen's path, withdrawing the killing qi in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "Junior brother Xiao, it has been a long time. How have you been?" Lan Feichen was very cocky. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he teased, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, after not seeing you for half a month, your cultivation has grown rather fast. You have already reached peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Unfortunately, you are only peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch." As Lan Feichen spoke, he unleashed his strong aura, showing that he was a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. His aura spread out, and a strong wind blew in the surroundings, pressing down on Xiao Chen. One was a peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch, and the other was a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. On the surface, it looked like there was an entire cultivation realm between them. However, Xiao Chen had refined his quintessence twice before. He had refined it once before he consumed the quintessence gathering pill. During his fight with Lone Wolf, he knew that there was not much of a difference in their cultivations. The Lan Feichen before Xiao Chen had just advanced to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. He was still weaker than Lone Wolf. How could he inspire any fear in Xiao Chen? Ignoring Lan Feichen, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at Yu Jiqiang. He said calmly, "There is no need to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it directly." Seeing that Xiao Chen ignored his actions like a clown, Lan Feichen could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He immediately wanted to make a move. Yu Jiqiang stopped Lan Feichen and smiled gently. "Junior brother Xiao is right. If you have something to say, just say it directly. In that case, I will say it directly. Hand over all the proof of your mission. Otherwise, you can forget about entering the city today." Chapter 677. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "Do you think I will agree?" Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly and said, "I knew you would say that. However, no matter what you say today, the outcome is already decided." Right after Yu Jiqiang spoke, the five unleashed their auras and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Each of them was a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The five auras were like five solid mountains. They carried great momentum and kicked up a strong wind as they pressed down on Xiao Chen. A strong wind blew, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chen's eyes were closed, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. It looked like a strong wind would blow him away at any moment. Several Haotian sect disciples on the city walls felt the strong auras and leaped out to investigate. When they saw this scene, they were all greatly startled. The leaders of the five factions that dominated the inner sect actually made a move at the same time to deal with a new disciple of the Sky Dome realm. This was too exaggerated. Any one of Yu Jiqiang's group of five would be at the peak of the inner sect. They were somewhat famous in the 18 southern provinces. The five of them attacking together was something they had never seen before. What's wrong with this white-robed bladesman? Unexpectedly, he offended all five of them in one go. "Ha ha! After being in the Haotian sect for so many years, do you still not understand? There is no such thing as offending or not offending. It is just that these five people feel that Xiao Chen is a great threat to them, and are purposely looking for trouble. That's not right. Xiao Chen is only an inferior grade martial monarch. He is far weaker than them. Why do they feel threatened by him? Who knows what is going on? In any case, this Xiao Chen is going to suffer today." As the disciples discussed, they looked at Xiao Chen with sympathy. If Yu Jiqiang's group of five attacked together, the outcome would be clear. The stout Sitagang, who was hidden in the crowd, also had a cold glint in his eyes. There was also a person beside him who looked at Xiao Chen with hatred. Guiwu asked sinisterly, "Sitagang, are you here to join in the excitement as well?" Sitagang chuckled and said, "That is natural. Today Xiao Chen definitely has no chance. How can I not take advantage of this opportunity to trample on him?" "Guiwu, you have the same idea, right?" Guiwu smiled sinisterly and said, "With the five peak inner sect disciples making a move, how could there be a miracle? If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being in the limelight and not understanding how to conduct himself." No matter what the outside world said, Xiao Chen wore a white robe, looking calm and natural. He looked at the powerful auras of the five people in front of him, not moving an inch. Yu Jiqiang and the others were inwardly shocked. They could not understand how Xiao Chen, who was a major realm lower than them, could remain so calm and composed when facing 5 auras. Senior brothers, let's go all out and suppress him with our auras. Lan Feichen felt even more depressed in his heart. He roared, wanting to work together to completely suppress Xiao Qin's aura. Don't hold back. Suppress him with all your might. Yu Jiqiang felt somewhat frustrated as well. The 5 of them had attacked together before so many people, yet they could not suppress Xiao Qian with their auras. No matter what, this could not be justified. Boom! The quintessence in the 5's bodies surged, and they no longer held back. They unleashed their auras to their limits, and a faint light appeared on their bodies. The surging and boundless auras surged like a raging river, gushing endlessly. They wanted to wash away Xiao Qian, pressing forward without turning back. Xiao Qian smiled coldly to himself. This group of people is really naive. Now that I have the aura of an ancient sovereign in my bloodline, I will not fear the auras of a peak martial sage. How could the auras of 5 insignificant medial-grade martial monarchs put any pressure on me? Their thinking is simply laughable. Back off! Xiao Qian roared in his heart and took a step forward. As he did so, he unleashed the aura of an ancient sovereign. Bang! 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 5 intense collisions rang out in the void. Each sound was like a sudden clap of thunder. The sound was deafening, and the void within a radius of 1,000 meters was trembling. Yu Jiqiang and the others all vomited a mouthful of blood. With one step, Xiao Qian forced them back 100 meters. Their expressions were filled with horror. This scene stunned everyone. 5 bona fide peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs actually lost to Xiao Qian in a competition of auras. They lost to Xiao Qian, a cultivator of the Sky Dome realm, to Xiao Qian, a peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, they lost so decisively and in such a sorry state. How can there be such a strong aura? I actually feel the aura of an ancient sovereign. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. While you are down, I will take your life. Xiao Qian did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. Before the 5 landed on the ground, a resonant dragon roar came from his body, and an azure dragon image appeared. Rise! Standing on the blue dragon, Xiao Qian moved very quickly. In an instant, he arrived before the weakest of the 5, Lan Feichen, and threw a punch. Lan Feichen was greatly startled. He placed his right hand on the weapon at his waist, wanting to draw it to face his enemy. Xiao Qian's left hand turned into a palm saber. Azure vital qi surged as it struck Lan Feichen's wrist. Kasie! Lan Feichen's wrist bone shattered. The force in his hand immediately dissipated. The weapon that Lan Feichen had just drawn fell back into its scabbard. Lan Feichen endured the intense pain and watched the fist approach his ear. He clenched his left fist and punched out before he could store up much quintessence. When the 2 fists met, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Under Xiao Qian's 500 tons of force, Lan Feichen's left hand was not enough. His entire left hand was crippled on the spot. This time Lan Feichen could no longer endure it and cried out in pain. Xiao Qian did not even bother to look at him. He raised his hand high and sent him flying with a slap. Lan Feichen vomited a mouthful of broken teeth and blood as he fell to the ground. Lan Feichen's right wrist shattered, and the bones in his left hand shattered. Despite having all his quintessence, he could no longer get up. 1 palm saber, 1 fist wind, and 1 slap. Xiao Qian crippled Lan Feichen in 3 moves. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly so fast that it was hard to believe. Yu Jiqiang and the other 3 were knocked back by Xiao Qian's aura. They had just landed. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Attack together. We cannot hold back at all. Horror flashed in Yu Jiqiang's eyes. He quickly drew a sword and charged at Xiao Qian at lightning speed. 100 flowers soar. Scarlet light sword. Clear cloud rui saber. The other 3 drew their weapons as well. Infused with strong quintessence, they executed their best moves. In an instant there was a bright light, and killing intent filled the air, encasing Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian smiled gently, and 2 dragon roars came from his body again. 2 blue dragons appeared around him, and the blue dragon swung its tail in an arc. A strong wind blew, and the dragons roared ferociously. Xiao Qian found an opening and easily passed through the encirclement of the 4. The blue dragon below him circled around and carried him up. After him. Seeing Xiao Chan escape, Yu Jiqiang shouted coldly and leaped forward while holding his sword. 4 beams of rainbow light flew at Xiao Chan. After rising to a certain height, Xiao Chan stopped. He did not fear the encirclement of the 4. However, there were more angles for him to dodge in the air, making it easier to deal with them. Xiao Chan was not in a rush to take out the lunar shadow saber. Seeing Yu Jiqiang fly up first, Xiao Chan opened his left hand into a claw and clenched his right hand into a fist. As Xiao Chen's vital qi surged, he executed Berserk Dragon at the same time. A dragon roared ferociously on his right fist, and a dragon claw appeared on his left claw. The head and tail connected, forming a complete blue dragon. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiao Chan attacked the approaching Yu Jiqiang without any hesitation. A blue dragon formed purely from vital qi. The blue dragon flickered with light, and its eyes glared ferociously. As it bared its fangs and claws, it exuded a boundlessly arrogant aura. How arrogant! You actually dare to use only vital qi to fight. Do you think my cultivation is just for show? Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly, and a green light spread out from his sword. Vast quintessence gathered in it, forming a 10-meter-long green sword light. The sword light contained a heavy aura of earth. It gave the sharp sword qi a stable and solid quality, making it even more solid. It was clear that Yu Jiqiang's attainments in the state of earth were deep. Kasie. The sword light flashed, and Yu Jiqiang chopped the blue dragon flying at him in half. However, the dragon head did not dissipate as he expected. Instead, it continued roaring at him. Yu Jiqiang's expression changed slightly, and he had no choice but to send another sword strike to chop it in half. With this delay, Xiao Chan rode the blue dragon and took advantage of the opportunity to arrive 2 meters before Yu Jiqiang. Then he punched him 81 times. The fist lights contained boundless vital qi. Explosions rang out incessantly. Space trembled as fist images flickered. Xiao Chan stood on a blue dragon, and 2 other blue dragons floated around him. Not only did his speed increase, but he was also very nimble. Every so often, he would send out several dozen punches. Xiao Chan moved gently, and he arrived behind Yu Jiqiang without leaving a trace. Then, he sent out several dozen more punches. Although Yu Jiqiang had the advantage of veritable essence energy, he could not touch Xiao Chan at all. He was forced into a fluster by Xiao Chan. He could only passively defend, unable to counterattack. When the other 3 saw the situation, they quickly rushed over to help. However, Xiao Chan only smiled faintly, not greedy at all. He left behind an afterimage and quickly fled far away. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Before the others could catch their breaths and search for Xiao Chan, they saw another strong wind blow. 3 blue dragons reared their heads and roared ferociously, giving off a startling aura. When the dragon's roar stopped and the strong wind stopped, the others discovered that Xiao Chan had clashed with Feng Wuheng, who was on the rightmost side. Feng Wuheng's cultivation was slightly weaker than Yu Jiqiang's. When faced with Xiao Chen's overwhelming fist images, he found himself at a disadvantage. He could only struggle to deal with them. While Feng Wuheng was flustered, he quickly revealed an opening. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not greedy at all. This was because the other 3 had already reacted. The blue dragon under Xiao Chen's feet dipped down before rising up and flying away easily, not giving the other 4 a chance to surround him. Another strong wind blew as Xiao Chan charged at by Zihao, who was on the leftmost side. Similarly, fist images filled the sky, coming and going without a trace. Xiao Chan used his advantage in speed to send out countless shocking fist lights. Bang! 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 The sky trembled and white clouds scattered. Loud rumbles sounded like rolling thunder, not stopping for a moment. The onlookers could only see Xiao Chan flying up and down within the 3 azure dragons. He punched out, filling the sky with fist images. Each punch carried a force of 75 kilograms, enough to shatter a mountain. Chapter 678. Yu Jiqiang's group of 4 had high cultivations, but they were too slow. They could not catch Xiao Chan or surround him. Instead, Xiao Chan grasped the rhythm of the battle. Such an unimaginable scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Their mouths were agape, and they seemed to be in complete disbelief. Move closer. Shoulder to shoulder. Yu Jiqiang consumed his quintessence and tried several times to surround them, but to no avail. The muscles on his face twitched, and he could not help but say these words. The four quickly moved closer to each other, shoulder to shoulder, forming a small circle. They did not give Xiao Qian any opportunity to attack. This move was indeed effective. No matter who Xiao Qian attacked, the other three could quickly charge over, preventing him from making use of his advantage in speed. Haha! Yu Jiqiang, didn't you want my proof of completion? Why are you like a turtle hiding in its shell? How pitiful! When Xiao Qian saw this scene, he laughed loudly and mocked them without any hesitation. The four were enraged. They could not help but charge forward, wanting to clash with Xiao Qian again. However, it is useless to hide together. Burning the heavens. Before the four could charge out, Xiao Qian burned his vital qi. Azure smoke came from the Tianmen acupoint on his head and soared into the sky. Large patches of white clouds quickly burned with azure flames. From a distance it looked like the sky was really burning. There seemed to be a huge dragon-shaped creature swimming in the azure clouds. As Xiao Qian shouted, a dragon claw clenched into a fist and descended. The four worked together to defend, each sending out a move to clash head-on with this burning the heavens fist. Their qi and blood surged, and their internal organs trembled. With another shout, Xiao Qian burned all the vital qi in his body. After his firmament body tempering art reached peak 6th layer, he could already face a medial-grade martial monarch alone. After consuming the half-drop of dragon marrow and monarch bloodgrass, he could be said to have undergone a rebirth. His blood vessels and bones all looked brand new. When he was about to burn his boats and burn all of his strength, the power that erupted was enough to overturn a mountain and shake the heavens and earth. Roar! Following Xiao Qian's shout, the dragon shadow hidden in the surging green clouds also roared furiously, echoing Xiao Qian's shout. The wind and clouds surged. The burning blue sky seemed like it was about to sink. The entire space began to tremble endlessly. Burning Heaven Claw. A huge, solid-looking dragon claw covered in dragon scales tore through the clouds and quickly pressed down on the four people gathered together. The dragon claw was like a small mountain. The instant it broke through the clouds, a huge shadow enveloped the four of them. Bang! The four of them did their best to resist, but they were still slightly lacking. The suppressed qi and blood in their bodies could no longer endure it, and they vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Fortunately, the dragon claw only appeared for an instant before disappearing without a trace. Otherwise, it would have killed the four of them with a single claw. After executing this move, Xiao Qian's boundless vital qi was completely drained. He did not have any left. In fact, he had even overdrawn on it. However, Xiao Qian still had not used his quintessence. He still had not used the saber technique that he was so proud of. He had not drawn the lunar shadow saber from the very start. With a flip of his left hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm from the universe ring. Then he grasped it tightly. The blue dragon danced in the air. Xiao Qian's white robes fluttered in the wind. He gave off an indescribable sense of solemnity and elegance, intoxicating others. It was hard to imagine that a bladesman could have such an otherworldly aura. His heart of innocence seemed to be untainted by the mundane world. When Xiao Qian drew his saber, a dazzling purple light flickered with boundless electricity. Under the restraint of the perfect saber intent, it quickly merged into one, not leaking out at all. The azure dragon image attacked at full power, chasing after Yu Jiqiang's group of four with all its might. After 2 leaps, it caught up to them even though it had started later. Sea of lightning saber light. Xiao Qian quickly swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike perfectly infused the immortal state of thunder into it. Then it split into 21 saber images that looked both real and fake. The saber technique was like a surging sea, boundlessly vast. It was also like thousands of light images, making it hard to distinguish between real and fake. The hearts of the four sank. They could tell that this saber technique was extraordinary. However, they could not tell what was extraordinary. Unfortunately, the saber images had already arrived. There was no time to think. They could only use their own means to block this strange saber technique first. Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, there was a metallic sound. The four were all injured, but their vital points were not injured. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Bang! However, they had not expected that this was just the beginning. The 21 saber images that scattered suddenly formed a vast sea of lightning. The sea of lightning arrived. Its horrifying force knocked the four back, aggravating their internal injuries. What was even more horrifying was that Xiao Chun had disappeared. Furthermore, there was a venomous gaze staring at them from an unknown place, making the four tremble in fear. A strand of saber light suddenly appeared, like a rainbow piercing through the sky. It disappeared in a flash without a trace. When the four of them came back to their senses, it was already too late. When the four recovered their wits, they discovered that wounds had appeared on their left shoulders. Then their four left arms fell off. For miserable screams resounded. Yu Jiqiang and the rest could not be bothered with the pain as they quickly grabbed their arms. Then they ran back into the city in a sorry state. They hated that they could not grow another leg. If they could recover their arms in time, they could still reattach them. However, if they were too late, it would be hard to say what would happen. Just as everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill at Xiao Chen's strength, a figure suddenly leaped out of the crowd. That person drew upon the power of heaven and earth, forming the silhouette of an ancient giant in the void, holding a heavy cyan ruler. This ancient giant carried the vast might of the ancient giant as it charged at Xiao Chun, who had just finished his battle. "Xiao Chun, you brat. Eat this ruler of Grandpa Situ's." Situ Gang revealed a sinister smile. Xiao Chun had exhausted all his vital qi and executed a killing move. This was a good opportunity for Situ Gang to launch a sneak attack. That ancient giant was 300 meters tall in the sky. It stood in the clouds, pointing to the sky and standing on the ground. Like Situ Gang, it also held a heavy azure ruler. A boundless might spread out, and the sky turned gloomy. A storm was brewing, and the atmosphere turned heavy. The heavy and ancient aura solidified the air. Clearly, Situ Gang had stored up power for a long time for this attack. He truly wanted to injure Xiao Chun, so he did not hold back at all. The opportunity that Situ Gang sought was also extremely vicious. It happened to be an opening after Xiao Chun executed the Sea of Lightning Saber Light. Situ Gang wanted to deal a fatal blow. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. From the moment Xiao Chun stepped into the Haotian sect, Situ Gang had sought trouble for him. Then he took advantage of Xiao Chen's battles to launch sneak attacks. Situ Gang was clearly a boorish person, but his thoughts were so sinister and despicable. Did he really think that Xiao Chen did not dare to do anything to him? That he could not do anything to him? "If you want to play big, then I will play big with you." Xiao Chun sank his heart and circulated his quintessence in his body. He circulated the energy of the dragon subduing slash, and the aura of the blue dragon emerging from the sea quickly accumulated. Suddenly, a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind Xiao Chun. A boundless, surging sea appeared in the sky. A vast aura spread out and clashed intensely with the ancient giant's desolate qi in the air. In that instant, winds blew, clouds churned, and waves roared. Lightning crackled in the sky, and the sky changed color. Situ Gang merged with the giant image, and the heavy ruler in his hand shone with a brilliant light. Situ Gang grew to 300 meters tall, revealing a ferocious expression as he hacked at Xiao Chun. This one ruler seemed to split the sky in half. The air in front of Situ Gang turned turbulent, forming berserk tornadoes in the air. If there was a mountain blocking Situ Gang's path at this moment, it would probably be split in half by this heavy ruler without a doubt. The destructive power of Battle Realm geniuses truly lived up to their reputations, inspiring fear in others. However, Xiao Chun had a heaven-ranked martial technique, so he did not fear it at all. He stored up a boundless aura as he looked at the approaching Situ Gang and shouted, "Boom! Boom! Boom!" 999 pillars of water soared into the sky from the vast sea behind Xiao Chun. Each pillar of water contained boundless quintessence, causing space to tremble and the world to tremble. Amid this startling aura, a dragon roar rang out, piercing through the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. It descended to the deep abyss and tore apart the boundless sea. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea and infused itself into the saber, bursting out a 3-kilometer-long saber light. "Scram!" Xiao Chun shouted coldly and chopped at Situ Gang, who was above. The 3-kilometer-long saber light had a blue dragon circling it, and auspicious clouds appeared, adding boundless might to it. "Kasie!" Under the attack of this saber light, the heavy ruler in Situ Gang's hand shattered, turning into thousands of specks of light and disappearing. Bang! The saber light struck Situ Gang's body, knocking him back and causing him to vomit blood. The giant image around him also vanished. The unparalleled aura pressed down on the air, vanishing without a trace. Situ Gang flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the city wall behind him. Half his body hung there, his survival unknown. When the inner sect disciples saw the ferocious Situ Gang get knocked back by Xiao Qin's saber strike, they were speechless, unable to recover their wits for a long time. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and checked the quintessence in his body. Then he frowned slightly. He had been too rash. In order to teach Situ Gang a lesson, Xiao Qin had brought out the complete heaven-ranked martial techniques full might. Now, he did not have much quintessence left. If another enemy appeared, he would have to use his final trump card. The eyes of Gue Wu, who was hidden in the crowd, flickered as he struggled internally. Originally, Gue Wu had been prepared to beat Xiao Qin up. However, when he saw Xiao Qin display his might, the shock and disappointment in his heart far surpassed what others could imagine. Gue Wu wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Xiao Qin. However, he feared that Xiao Qin still had a trump card that he had not used. If that happened, he would end up like Situ Gang. However, Gue Wu was not willing to leave just like that. If he missed this opportunity, he would not have another chance to defeat Xiao Qin in the future. I'll go all out. He exhausted all his vital qi and used powerful moves consecutively. Right now, he definitely does not have much quintessence left. When his aura is at its peak, I will trample on him. That will definitely cast an indelible shadow on him, making it hard for his cultivation to improve in the future. Gue Wu showed a resolute expression as he made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he turned into a beam of dim light and shot towards Xiao Qin. Chapter 679. Xiao Qin's gaze sank. He had not expected someone to be so bold. Even after seeing his strength, he still dared to challenge him. This fellow is really seeking death. I can only reveal the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Rage filled Xiao Qin's heart. A light flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, a blazing morning sun suddenly flew down from the city walls. Xiao Qin glanced at it and smiled to himself. He knew that he would not have to expose that trump card. A rainbow bridge of 7 colors appeared above the city walls. A pretty figure turned into the morning sun on the rainbow bridge and descended gracefully. This person helped Xiao Qin receive Gue Wu's strike. The light exploded and boundless clouds scattered. Shock flashed in Gue Wu's eyes. He wanted to dissipate the other party's energy. However, the power of the morning sun seemed boundless, surging over endlessly. Bang! Finally, Gue Wu's protective quintessence shattered. The morning sun struck him, and he was tossed high into the air like a sandbag. Then he looked coldly at the person who attacked. Gue Wu spun around in the air, preparing to flee into the city. However, another azure-colored staff appeared out of nowhere and struck his abdomen. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of bitter water. The wooden stick spun in a circle and struck him heavily, directly smashing him to the ground. Even his internal organs were shattered. When Gue Wu saw the person holding the staff, he exclaimed in shock. "It's you!" The person holding the staff was the Sky Dome Realm's Gong Yongyu, whom Gue Wu had humiliated in the past. Gong Yongyu and Yu Chenxi had originally come to watch the show. When they discovered that Xiao Qin was in trouble, they did not hesitate to help. Gong Yongyu looked coldly at Gue Wu and ignored him. Then he followed Yu Chenxi and arrived before Xiao Qin. "Are you all right?" Yu Chenxi asked out of concern as he landed beside Xiao Qin after sending Gue Wu flying. Xiao Qin shook his head and glanced at the jade pendant at Yu Chenxi's waist. He said, "I'm fine. I just exhausted too much energy. I will be fine after some rest. By the way, congratulations on advancing to Inner Sect Disciple." At this moment, Gong Yongyu landed as well. He smiled gently and said, "Yu Chenxi and I advanced at the same time this month. We are the best in the outer sect and did not embarrass the Sky Dome realm." Yu Chenxi could tell that Xiao Qin was rather weak. He smiled gently and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's enter the city first before we chat." Situ Gang's friends from the battle realms were originally prepared to charge over, and beat Xiao Chen up. However, when they saw Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu beside Xiao Chen, they were stunned. However, when they saw Yu Chenxi and saw Gong Yu, they knew that they had no chance. The three of them headed to the mission hall, chatting along the way. They talked about their experiences and were very agreeable. Chen worked hard. As he said he, you as he. You was not. As he said he, Chen you Chen he. In the first place, Yu Chenxi's talent was not inferior to anyone else's. However, she lacked experience. After a while she stood out. In this month's outer sect exam, she took the top spot and entered the inner sect. As for Gong Yongyu, after being humiliated by Gue Wu, he became even stricter with himself. After putting in a lot of hard work, he followed closely behind Yu Chenxi and entered the inner sect. The two of them had made great improvements. However, compared to Xiao Chen, they paled in comparison. However, the three of them were all cultivators of the Sky Dome realm. They did not have much desire to compete with each other. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed made the two feel happy. We've arrived. The mission hall is in front. I'll go and see if I can get the first rank this time. Xiao Chen strode into the mission hall with some anticipation. Back then, Xiao Chen had completed 10 odd missions and even received a 3,000 contribution point mission. This had caused a huge commotion. Several people were betting on whether Xiao Chen could return alive or not. This fellow really returned. I wonder if he completed the mission or not. He should have completed most of it. If he also completed the 3,000 point mission, he might have a chance to get the first rank. Wouldn't that mean that he would push Yunfei down? That is a big matter. You must be joking. I don't believe that he completed the 3,000 point mission. He will definitely fail. The discussions in the mission hall rang out. Xiao Chen ignored them. He walked directly to the black-robed administrator and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior, has Yunfei returned yet? The black-robed administrator had noticed Xiao Chen long ago. A gratified look flashed in his eyes as he said, Yunfei returned a little early this month due to some matters. His contribution points are. Xiao Chen waved his hand and smiled. Senior, there's no need to say anymore. I'm still looking forward to it. Go and see for yourself. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chen arrived before the contribution ranking. He looked up and immediately saw the person ranked first. Unsurprisingly, it was still Yunfei. Xiao Chen looked to the left and saw Yunfei's contribution points. 21,000 contribution points. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He revealed a smile on his face. He had completed 10 2,000-point missions and one 3,000-point mission. Xiao Chen's total contribution points would be 23,000, 2,000 more than Yunfei's. If nothing unexpected happened, he would rank first on the contribution ranking this month. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen calmed down. He felt that this was too easy. Yunfei occupied the first rank for a long time. If Xiao Chen could receive a 3,000-point mission, Yunfei would definitely receive one as well. Furthermore, Yunfei would receive more than Xiao Chen. Logically speaking, Xiao Chen should not be able to surpass the black-robed administrator in terms of contribution points this month. To Xiao Chen, this was just a goal. He did not have high hopes for success this time. Based on his original expectations, he would probably spend 2 to 3 months doing so. There must be a reason for this. However, it does not matter. As long as I can obtain medial-grade spirit gathering pearls, it will be fine. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking. Then, he returned to the black-robed administrator and handed over the mission list and proof of completion. The black-robed administrator brought the proof of completion with the group of elders in the mission hall. After they verified that there were no mistakes, they started to arrange for Xiao Chen's rewards. This process took a lot of time. After Xiao Chen waited for a while, he received the rewards from the black-robed administrator. There was a total of 1,500,000 superior grade spirit stones and contribution points. Haha! Congratulations! This time, something unexpected happened to Yunfei. With your contribution points, you will definitely rank first. The black-robed administrator smiled gently, a gratified expression in his eyes. He had not misjudged Xiao Chen. The other disciples in the hall had already perked up their ears. When they heard this, they were all shocked. Yun Feiyu, who occupied the first rank of the contribution ranking for many years, was actually pushed down by Xiao Chan. Xiao Chun carefully put away the spirit stones and asked out of curiosity, "What happened to Yun Feiyu?" The black-robed administrator replied, "He accepted a total of 9 missions worth 3,000 contribution points. In the end, he only completed 8 and gave up on the last one. One of the punishments for giving up on a mission was to deduct 3,000 contribution points. Otherwise, he would still be the first rank." Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun expected. He continued to ask, why did he give up on a mission for no reason? Given his experience, he should not have made the mistake of not having enough time. The punishment for giving up on a mission was very severe in the sect. Normally, no one would give up on a mission for no reason. Either they did not accept the mission because they were not confident, or they would definitely complete it after accepting it. "I'm not sure. I only know that a true inheritor summoned him. They probably promised him benefits that were large enough to make him give up on the sect mission." Interesting. I really want to know what benefits those true inheritors promised to make him willing to accept the punishment for giving up on a mission. However, Xiao Chun was not a gossipy person. Although he was curious, he could not be bothered to investigate this matter. After thanking the black-robed administrator again, Xiao Chun invited Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu to his courtyard as guests. When Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu saw Xiao Chun's courtyard, they sighed. Their eyes filled with envy. "Senior brother Xiao, how many spirit stones does this courtyard cost per month?" Gong Yongyu asked as he looked around the courtyard. When he saw the cultivation room with its own spirit vein, he could not help but ask. After getting the answer, Gong Yongyu and Yu Chenxi could not help smiling bitterly. They said, 200,000 spirit stones per month. It looks like we can only wait. Xiao Chun thought for a while before taking out 1 million superior grade spirit stones, each from his universe ring. Then he handed them to the two and said, "I'm lending you 1 million spirit stones for now. You can return them to me in the future." Xiao Chun took out 2 million superior grade spirit stones in one go. Gong Yongyu and Yu Chenxi were somewhat shocked. They did not dare to accept it. It was not that they were pretentious. It was just that this sum was too large. After being in the Kunlun realm for so long, they were very clear on the value of superior grade spirit stones. If they had to collect 1 million superior grade spirit stones by themselves, they would need at least 3 months. However, given Xiao Chen's character, how could he ask them to return the money? This gift was simply too heavy. "Senior brother Xiao, you should keep these spirit stones for yourself. This is too much. We cannot accept it." The two rejected at the same time. They did not want Xiao Chun to delay his cultivation for them. Xiao Chun said softly, "Just take it. After some time, you will feel that this 1 million superior grade spirit stones is not worth much." Right now, the Tianwu domain looks calm without any waves. However, I guess that there are already undercurrents. The geniuses from the lower realms are all resting and accumulating strength, preparing to challenge the experts who have been famous for a long time. There are also many young geniuses of the Tianwu domain. They are all preparing to shine at some point, becoming famous in one fell swoop. When advancing from half-sage to martial sage, there is a relatively large threshold. This gives the latecomers time to catch up. If I am not wrong, in 1 year at most, the entire Tianwu domain's younger generation will be rewritten. Time waits for no man. We need to make full use of every second. If we are late, a large group of people will surpass us. If we want to rise to the top, we cannot lack the necessary resources. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gong Yongyu and Yu Chenxi were somewhat astonished at Xiao Chen's lofty sentiments. While the others were still focused on the various struggles of the Haotian sect, Xiao Chen had already set his sights on the entire Tianwu domain. Not to mention Xiao Chen's cultivation, just the breadth of his horizon surpassed that of many people in the Supreme Sky sect. Gue Wu and the others were simply not on the same level as him. After some persuasion, the two no longer refused and accepted the spirit stones that Xiao Chen handed over. Chapter 680. When Xiao Chen saw this, he smiled faintly and started to make tea for the two of them. In the pavilion in the courtyard, the three of them looked at the beautiful scenery of the lake in front of them, sipping tea and chatting. They were relaxed and contented. Only after sunset did they bid each other farewell. The vast Kunlun realm was rife with people trying to deceive each other, fighting each other for resources. Hidden dangers lurked everywhere. Someone could make a move at any time. Xiao Chun truly did not hope that these two good friends of his from the Sky Dome realm would fall on the arduous path of cultivation. If he could help, he would do so. There were still about 10 more days before he could collect his monthly stipend. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity to solidify his cultivation as a peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun spent the day comprehending the Sea of Lightning Saber Light. The might of the Sea of Lightning Saber Light was comparable to a heaven-ranked martial technique. When he changed it from a sword move to a saber move, there were still many imperfections. After a few actual battles, Xiao Chun had already discovered some of them. As time passed, Xiao Chun improved on the many flaws of the Sea of Lightning Saber Light. Furthermore, he added many of his own things into it. Xiao Chun's state of thunder contained the state of immortality, which was different from others. If he could perfectly integrate it, the might of his saber technique would be even stronger. Immortal, what was immortal? Not 1,000 years, not 10,000 years, but eternal immortality. Xiao Chun thought about the will of thunder in the Thunder King Valley, which had been circulating for 1,000 years without diminishing in might. Even a martial sage would not dare to display its sharpness. One could easily imagine how powerful the power of immortality was. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "The Sea of Lightning Saber Light is divided into 3 parts. The first part is saber images, which mainly reflect the word light. When the saber lights fill the sky, the enemy will find it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. I'm more or less done with this part. The second part is the Sea of Lightning formed from the will. I still need some time to merge the will of immortality into it. The last move is unpredictable. As the essence of this move, the seniors have already perfected it to the point where it can't be any more perfected. I don't need to think of any other way. Actually, this move could already be said to be perfect. It was definitely not inferior to the original version. It was just that Xiao Chun was nitpicking, using his own characteristics to make it even stronger. 10 days later, after executing the Sea of Lightning Saber Light thousands of times in the courtyard, Xiao Chun finally comprehended something. Xiao Chun leaped into the courtyard. The instant the saber light lit up, he swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike split into 7 strands of saber light. It formed 49 saber lights, which were hard to distinguish between real and fake. It was twice as many as before. In an instant, the saber lights in the courtyard flickered incessantly. Every strand of electric saber light was as dazzling and resplendent as the resplendent sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. However, in just an instant, the saber light vanished without a trace. This made everyone doubt the authenticity of that resplendent saber light. In the next moment, a sea of lightning suddenly formed in the air. The Sea of Lightning wasn't vast, but it emanated an eternal and indestructible aura that made it even more difficult to break through. Shio! The Sea of Lightning vanished, and a strand of saber light leaped out. Aside from its startlingly fast speed, it also had an unfathomable trajectory. The greatest difference between this saber strike and the previous one was that it continued the immortal aura of the Sea of Lightning. It vaguely felt like that strand of saber light had existed for hundreds or even thousands of years, giving off a vast and ancient aura. This saber light gained the air of a great master, sublimating this martial technique. Boundless saber images, immortal Sea of Lightning, mysterious saber light. Xiao Chun completed the 3 steps in one go, feeling boundless joy in his heart. A smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Chun's face. He sheathed his saber and muttered, "I finally succeeded. In the future, this saber strike will be called Ghostly Image Chop, the immortal ghostly image chop that belongs to me, Xiao Chun." Perfecting the Sea of Lightning saber light into the ghostly image chop was sufficient to raise Xiao Chun's strength by 20%. Now, this move finally had some of the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. The senior in the Sage Lamp once said that the might of this move would continuously increase as one's strength increased until it reached its peak. When executed, the sky would be filled with thousands of 3-kilometer-long sword lights. The sea of fire they formed could burn half the sky. The might of one sword strike could tear through the sky. Xiao Chun was fascinated by this. After spending so many days on this move, he had not wasted any of it. After another 5 days, Xiao Chen's peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch cultivation had reached a bottleneck after enjoying a spirit vein's origin alone. He could no longer advance any further. 99 drops of purple quintessence liquid floated above Xiao Chen's dantian. They glowed with a heavy light. Xiao Chen's cultivation was vast and dense. Xiao Chen tried a few times, but he could clearly feel a formless barrier blocking him. Amidst the softness of the barrier, there was an extremely strong tenacity. It would be extremely difficult to break it. After checking a few times, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "The 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls from the top contribution are probably not enough." Given this, Xiao Chen needed to gather enough medial-grade spirit gathering pearls to break through the bottleneck. Forget it. I should go and collect my stipend first. At most, I will take on a few more 3,000-point missions. It will just take some time. Since he could collect his stipend today, Xiao Chen washed up and tidied up his clothes before leaving. Along the way, Xiao Chen ran into several intersect disciples. When they saw Xiao Chen, they immediately moved far away. Fear appeared in their eyes. Half a month ago, Xiao Chen fought with the leaders of the 5 factions of the intersect and defeated all 5 of them by himself. Then he forcefully defeated Sita Gang, who sneak attacked him. Xiao Chen's fame in the intersect was unparalleled, catching up to the mysterious Yun Feiyu. Back then, Xiao Chen had been very decisive and merciless. He had broken the arms of 5 people without any hesitation. Recently, there was news that Xiao Chen had pushed Yun Feiyu off the contribution ranking, pushing him into the eye of the storm. Many people were guessing when Xiao Chen and Yun Feiyu would have a match. Like Xiao Chen, the intersex Yun Feiyu always acted alone. However, no one dared to seek trouble for him. This was because Yu Jiqiang and the other 4 had suffered at his hands as well. Normally, the 2 of them did not like to flaunt their personalities. However, they were both proud and unwilling to admit defeat. As the saying went, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. A fight between the 2 of them was necessary and inevitable. There could only be one top disciple in the intersect. When Xiao Chen saw the evasive gazes around him, he was already used to it. He did not bother with the whispers of these people. When Xiao Chen entered the vast hall where he collected his stipend, he saw many people moving around. Intersect disciples waiting to collect their stipend were everywhere. When Xiao Chen saw a corner, he casually walked over. As he walked, he brushed past a blue-robed swordsman. After passing each other by a few body lengths, the 2 stopped and sensed something extraordinary about each other. Then they turned around at the same time. Xiao Chen looked at this person. The blue-robed swordsman was of medium build and very skinny. He had a stern face, thin lips, and sharp eyebrows that looked like they were carved. He looked very neat and tidy. In his black eyes there was a powerful sword intent that was hidden like a waterfall. With just a glance, the terrifying sword intent would burst forth. This person's cultivation had reached early-stage superior-grade martial monarch, putting a faint pressure on Xiao Chen. Subconsciously, Xiao Chen compared this person to the true inheritor Chen Xiao, whom he had met before. He discovered that this person was not much weaker than Chen Xiao. He was extremely strong. Who in the intersect could have such a cultivation to put such pressure on Xiao Chen? The answer was obvious. Aside from Yun Feiyu, it could not be anyone else. As Xiao Chen sized up Yun Feiyu, the other party sized him up as well. In the end, Yun Feiyu revealed a disdainful smile and said, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Not bad. I finally meet you today." Xiao. Right after Yun Feiyu spoke, the sword intent in his eyes became like 2 sharp blades shooting at Xiao Chen. The sword intent buzzed in the air, giving off a resonant, pleasing sound. Xiao Chen's gaze sank, and the saber intent in his eyes clashed without fear. His perfect 60% comprehended saber intent also turned into an incredibly sharp blade as he looked at Yun Feiyu. Dang! 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 2 melodious clangs resounded in the air. It was like real weapons clashing intensely in the air. As the 2 clashed, a strong wind blew in the hall, causing their clothes to flutter continuously. The strong sword intent and saber intent in the wind spread out. The weapons of the disciples waiting to receive their stipend in the hall all trembled at the same time. A few disciples did not manage to hold on to their swords or sabers in time. Their weapons flew out of their scabbards and flew around the hall. Such a scene immediately attracted everyone's attention to Yun Feiyu and Xiao Chan. The two of them really clashed. I knew it. They would definitely fight. Xiao Chan is really strong. Even when facing Yun Feiyu's 70% comprehended sword intent, he did not give way at all. Excitement immediately appeared on everyone's faces. When they saw that Xiao Chan did not immediately fall into a disadvantage, they were even more astonished. However, even so, they were filled with anticipation for the match between the two. If Xiao Chan lost right from the start, there would be no fun at all. A strange light flashed in Yun Feiyu's eyes. It was not convenient for him to get serious in the hall, so he withdrew his sword intent. The corners of his lips curled up as he said indifferently, "A perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. No wonder you have the confidence to compete with me. However, this is not enough. You're on your own. Don't do something that you will regret for the rest of your life." After Yun Feiyu spoke, he did not wait for Xiao Chan to reply. He turned around and headed for the hall. From the start to the end, Yun Feiyu did not truly care about Xiao Chan. After probing Xiao Chan, he felt that it was beneath him to speak too much. As Xiao Chan watched Yun Feiyu leave, his expression turned grave. Yun Feiyu was indeed as the rumors said. His heart was higher than the sky, and he considered everyone beneath him. Looking into the distance, Xiao Chan discovered 4 people waiting for Yun Feiyu outside the hall. These 4 people had stern expressions, looking aloof and aloof. No one dared to get within 100 meters of them. When they saw them from afar, they all bowed respectfully and greeted them. Based on their medallions, they were all true inheritors. Seeing Yun Feiyu arrive, the 4 lowered their statuses and politely chatted with him for a while before heading off into the distance. Yun Feiyu truly lives up to his name. Even the true inheritors, senior brother Hua, are so polite to him. When the disciples in the hall saw this scene, they all revealed envious expressions. When they looked at Xiao Chan, they all felt that although Xiao Chan was currently in the limelight, he was still far from comparable to Yun Feiyu. Chapter 681. As for Xiao Chan, he was thinking about something else. Yun Feiyu had suddenly rushed back to the sect last month because he was summoned by the true inheritors. Xiao Chan did not know if this matter was related to Yun Feiyu's decision to give up a 3,000 contribution point mission and give up the first rank. There had to be a huge benefit hidden in this. Unfortunately, Xiao Chan was alone. No matter how curious he was, he could not interfere with the matters of the true inheritors. High in the sky outside the hall, the other 4 true inheritors of the Haotian sect watched Yun Feiyu's group leave. Their expressions turned grave. Of these 4, Xiao Chan recognized 2, Chan Xiao and Wang Cheng. Chan Xiao had some friendship with Xiao Chan. Wang Cheng looked at a black-clad youth on his right and said, "Senior brother Hu, it looks like Hua Tianhu and the others really went to find Yun Feiyu. We are in danger now." The black-clad man with the family name Hu sighed softly. With Yun Feiyu's strength, he fully deserves to be the strongest in the inner sect. He will become a true inheritor in at most 1 year. With his help, the balance between us and Hua Tianhu will be broken. Why don't we find one of the inner disciples as well? The only delicate woman among the 4 said softly. The black-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "Easier said than done. We are going to kill a peak rank 8 spirit beast. No matter how much trash we send, they will only be sending themselves to death. They might even cause more trouble." The others thought about it and agreed. Just the aura of a peak rank 8 spirit beast could scare some people. When the time came, they would be flustered and would have to split their attention to take care of it. It was better not to send anyone. Just at this moment, Chan Xiao thought of someone. He said, "I know someone who might be able to help us. Although his cultivation is low, he has a strong physical body. Furthermore, he consumed the monarch bloodgrass and will not fear the aura of a peak rank 8 spirit beast." Who? Chen Zhao's words piqued the interest of the other 3. They could not help but look at Chan Xiao. They spent most of their time exploring and cultivating. They did not know much about the inner sect disciples. Spirit gathering pearls. Spirit gathering pearls. There are still too few. Xiao Chan muttered after he received his stipend. The first rank of the contribution ranking would receive 1 million superior grade spirit stones, 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, and 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior-grade spirit stones and inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls would not be of much help to Xiao Qian now that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Compared to inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls, medial-grade spirit gathering pearls were much more precious. Not only did they require more spirit stones, but they also exhausted a martial sage's origin energy. Regular martial sages no longer had the strength to refine medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. Only superior-grade martial sages or peak martial sages could refine medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior-grade martial sages and peak martial sages were considered the mainstays of a rank 9 sect. Any sect would not have too many of them. Zhao's sect disciples usually, the Chen's martial inheritor Peak Zhao Xiao would Chan sect, they was among the great martial sect of the sect mountain. Chen Yun Xiao family Chen. Yun. He Yun Chen. Normally, his main task was to guard the sect, maintain the stability of the Haotian province, and prevent strong spirit beasts, loose cultivators, and demonic calamities from invading. Spending time every month to refine 100 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls was already very good. Not to mention the thousands of inner sect disciples, there would not even be enough for the 9 true inheritors. One could easily imagine how precious medial-grade spirit gathering pearls were in the sect. If one wanted to purchase them outside the sect, they would have to pay a sky-high price. I'll fight for the first rank again. 20 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls will be enough for me to make a breakthrough. A resolute look flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. Even if Yun Feiyu threatened him, he would not care. He, Xiao Qian, had never feared competition. When Xiao Qian returned to his courtyard, he was surprised to see 4 figures chatting at the door. All of them had unfathomable auras. Their cultivations were incredibly strong. Even though they withdrew their auras, they could not be underestimated. Xiao Qian could tell that they were extraordinary. A strange light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes as he walked over to the 4. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Xiao Qian greets senior brothers." This was the etiquette of the sect. When one met a true inheritor, one had to show respect. According to the rules, one had to not only perform a cupped fist salute but also bow to show respect. Xiao Qian felt proud in his heart. Although the 4 were stronger than him, they had not reached the point where he had to bow. When Wang Cheng saw Xiao Qian's appearance, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Qian, you kept us in suspense. So, you were talking about him." 2 months ago, Wang Cheng had met Xiao Qian once. At that time, Xiao Qian had been an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, his quintessence had been extremely unstable, not dense at all. The only thing that Wang Cheng remembered was the strength of Xiao Qian's physical body. Xiao Qian had been able to clash head-on with the battle realm Situ Gang. However, that was all. Xiao Qian's improvement in cultivation was not very impressive. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm was abundant, and he had the spirit gathering pearls to break through the bottleneck of martial monarch. Logically speaking, a regular genius would be able to advance to medial-grade martial monarch in 2 months. However, Xiao Qian was only an inferior-grade martial monarch. It could only be said that Xiao Qian's talent in cultivation was not high. Hence, Wang Cheng did not think much of Xiao Qian. He shook his head slightly and did not say anything more. The only azure-clad girl among the 4 also frowned slightly. She said, "Junior brother Qian, even if this person consumed the monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, his cultivation is still too weak. He probably cannot break the defense of a peak rank 8 spirit beast." However, the black-clad youth leading the group stared at Xiao Qian in silence. A spiritual light flickered in his pitch-black eyes as if he had discovered something but did not dare to be too sure. Xiao Qian felt somewhat confused when he heard this. What peak rank 8 spirit beast? What low cultivation? What none of this had anything to do with him. Since the other party did not say anything, Xiao Qian did not ask. He only waited calmly for them to continue. Suddenly, the black-clad youth, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Xiao Qian, if I am not wrong, you refined your quintessence twice when you were an inferior-grade martial monarch, right?" The moment the black-clad youth said this, the other 3 were startled. They sized up Xiao Qian once more. Their gazes filled with disbelief. If Xiao Qian refined his quintessence once before consuming the quintessence-gathering pill, he would experience a heart-wrenching pain that could kill him. Since ancient times, there had been many people who had dared to refine their quintessence twice. However, those who could endure it were few and far between. Furthermore, their accomplishments were resplendent, becoming heroes throughout the ages. Since the other party could tell, Xiao Chun had no reason to deny it. He nodded gently in acknowledgement. Indeed. The black-clad youth smiled faintly and said, "In that case, your cultivation should be equal to that of a peak medial-grade martial monarch. Adding in your physical body, you should be able to hold your own against a superior-grade martial monarch." Wang Cheng revealed some doubt in his eyes. He still did not believe it. He asked, "Junior brother Xiao, do you mind if I test you?" The black-clad youth entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "Junior brother Xiao, if you can receive one move from Wang Cheng, we will give you a great opportunity." Xiao Chun already had his cultivation and physical body. However, no matter how much strength he could bring out was the key. Chan Xiao, who was among the four, also winked at Xiao Chan, indicating that he should make good use of this opportunity. Regardless of whether this was an opportunity or not, Xiao Chun was prepared to deal with the next palm strike seriously. Xiao Chun had heard of the fame of the true inheritors for a long time. He had long wanted to fight them. "Junior brother Xiao, I will only use 30% of my strength for this palm strike. As long as you do not get knocked back, consider it as you receiving it," Wang Cheng said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chun. Wang Cheng was a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. He had consumed the quintessence gathering pill 3 times before. Furthermore, they were all expensive superior-grade quintessence gathering pills. After refining his quintessence 3 times, it had reached an extremely sharp level. The thickness of his quintessence was even more terrifying. Even if Wang Cheng used only 30% of his strength, the quintessence he brought out would be equal to that of a medial-grade martial monarch. However, Wang Cheng's requirements were not high. As long as he did not get knocked back, it would be fine. That was to say, being knocked back a few steps was still acceptable. Xiao Chun felt some anticipation in his heart. He nodded with a grave expression and said, "Senior brother Wang, make your move." Coming. Wang Cheng did not seem to go through any process of storing up energy or condensing qi. He casually waved his hand, and his aura erupted. His palm released a jade-like glow. Wang Cheng moved like an arrow as he tore through the air in front of him. 2 strong winds blew, causing Xiao Chen's face to hurt. His clothes also flapped noisily. Wang Cheng moved as fast as lightning. In half a breath he arrived before Xiao Chun. His jade-like right palm smashed towards Xiao Chen's chest. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun quickly made a decision. He gave up on purely defending and took a step forward, merging his quintessence and vital qi. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Chun sent out a similar palm strike. The black-clad youth and the other 2 were surprised. They had not expected Xiao Chun to be so bold. Instead of defending Wang Cheng, he chose to attack. Boom! When the 2 palms clashed, a loud sound rang out. A 100-meter-wide pit appeared under the 2's feet. The other 3 quickly dodged to the side. A horrifying force burst out from Wang Cheng's palm, forming a visible primal chaos shock wave that knocked Xiao Chun back. However, the matter was not over yet. The true inheritor, Wang Cheng, was also sent flying like an arrow. The shock wave knocked him back 100 meters before he landed heavily on the ground. Wang Cheng's qi and blood surged as he circulated his quintessence with all his might. The quintessence in his meridian surged like a river, surging endlessly. It suppressed the quintessence and vital qi that rushed into his body. Xiao Chun was in a somewhat sorry state. He flew back 100 meters. When he landed, he could not suppress the quintessence in his body, so he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was very tough. Wang Cheng did not use any techniques in this palm strike, nor did he try to kill Xiao Chun. Hence, it could only be considered a minor injury. Chan Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Hu, how do we count this?" Both of them were sent flying. The black-clad youth appeared very heroic. He laughed loudly and said, "How do we count this? You can ask Wang Cheng. Look at how embarrassed he is to say that he won." Wang Cheng immediately felt embarrassed. An inferior-grade martial monarch had sent a bona fide true inheritor flying. Although Wang Cheng had only used 30% of his strength, He had already embarrassed himself greatly. Wang Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "Stop teasing me. This is really embarrassing. However, we have indeed picked up a treasure." The green-clad girl also had a smile in her bright eyes. She looked at Xiao Chun with satisfaction. The black-clad youth strode over to Xiao Chun and handed him a jade bottle. He said, "There are 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls in here. I will give you 1 night to advance to medial-grade martial monarch. We will come and look for you tomorrow." Chapter 682. Xiao Chun could not figure out what was going on. When he saw that the 4 were about to leave, he quickly pulled Chun Xiao back and asked, "Senior brother Chun, what's going on?" Chun Xiao turned his head and said, "That is our senior brother Hu Hai, one of the 3 true inheritors with the authority to conscript you. Now that you have been conscripted, you have no right to refuse." Chun Xiao changed the topic and smiled. "Don't worry. If things go smoothly, this will be a fortuitous encounter for you. It will be beneficial to you." Conscription? This was not the first time Xiao Chun had heard of this term. Previously, the black-robed administrator had said that Yun Feiyu had been conscripted and returned quickly. A conscription could not be refused. This also explained why Yun Feiyu gave up on the 3,000 contribution point mission and rushed back. Of the 9 true inheritors, only 3 had the authority to conscript them. Xiao Chun slowly figured out the situation in his mind. Aside from the top-ranked true inheritors Shui Lingling, who worked in the Bushin Palace, there were 2 factions. These 2 factions probably used their conscription powers for the same matter. The other faction conscripted Yun Feiyu, breaking the balance between the 2 factions. For the sake of resisting the other faction, Chan Zhao's faction conscripted Xiao Chun. However, there was too little information for the 2 factions to pay so much attention to this matter. Xiao Chun could not figure it out. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He said softly, "Could it really be for a peak rank 8 spirit beast? Otherwise, Yun Feiyu would have returned last month. He would have completed it already." A rank 8 spirit beast was equivalent to a late-stage superior grade martial monarch. If it was a king among spirit beasts, it would be even stronger. Even a peak martial monarch would not be a match for it. Only a half-sage would dare to say that they could defeat it easily. Even if Chan Xiao and the other 3 worked together, they would barely be able to do so. However, there was no point in thinking so much. Even if there was danger and Xiao Chun was conscripted, he had no right to refuse. Unless he forcibly withdrew from the Haotian sect, that was impossible. Danger often came hand in hand with opportunity. As Chun Xiao said, this might be a great fortuitous encounter for Xiao Chun. Holding the jade bottle in his right hand, Xiao Chun's eyes revealed a determined look. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, he could not afford to be timid. After returning to the cultivation room, Xiao Chun made preparations to advance to medial grade martial monarch. His foundation was firm, and his quintessence was vast and pure. As long as one had enough medial grade spirit gathering pearls and could endure the pain, breaking through the bottleneck would not be difficult. When the sun rose, Xiao Chun successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to medial grade martial monarch. This increase in cultivation allowed the quintessence in his body to soar. It had more than doubled, unlike the minor realms where it only increased by 20%. As the purple thunder divine incantation circulated, the spiritual energy in the spirit veins origin poured in endlessly. The feeling of being unable to advance no matter how he tried to absorb the energy disappeared without a trace. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and a bright light shone in them. His eyes revealed a frightening gaze. His black pupils became even deeper, making them unfathomable. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and saw that Chan Xiao and the others were already waiting outside the courtyard. He did not delay any longer, making some preparations before leaving. When the black-clad youth saw Xiao Chun's aura, he nodded to himself and smiled. "You actually managed to break through in 1 night. This means that your foundation is very firm. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy." The black-clothed youth Hu Hai took out a black token from his sleeve and said sternly, "Let's cut to the chase. I will not beat around the bush. I am now officially recruiting you. According to the rules, you cannot refuse. However, I do not force others. If you are afraid you can reject me, take the spirit gathering pearls I gave you yesterday as a sign of good karma. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not hesitate to receive the black conscription medallion. He said, "Why would I reject you? This is exactly what this Xiao was looking for." The black-clad youth laughed loudly and said, "I just knew that you would not reject me. How can someone who can endure the pain of refining their quintessence twice be cowardly?" Under the Xiao Chun's gaze, Chan Xiao stepped forward and said, "Xiao Chun, now that you are a member of our team, there is no need to hide some things from you. The true inheritors have always been split into two factions. The two factions are like fire and water, constantly fighting each other. Actually, this is something the elders do on purpose. Even though we have become true inheritors, we do not dare to slack off and have to constantly compete with each other. This time we will be competing again. The results of the competition are very important. Whoever gains the initiative will be able to follow first senior sister to the Savage Battlefield." The Savage Battlefield was the place where the ancient emperors fought. It was vast and boundless. It was originally a mysterious forbidden land with countless treasures buried in it. After the Emperor's War, the martial emperors of the various races poured their blood on it, turning it into a land of fortuitous encounters. There were all sorts of natural treasures, spirit herbs and spirit trees that were rarely seen in the outside world. The monarch bloodgrass that Xiao Chun consumed could not even rank at the very top. Aside from this, there were several martial emperors' graves and true dragon caves. There were even several immortal sect remnants from the Immortal epoch. The Savage Battlefield itself was a forbidden land. Furthermore, there were countless forbidden lands within the Forbidden Land. Even the current martial emperors could not explore them all. There were still many unknown forbidden lands waiting for the peak geniuses to explore. This was one of the few public lands of fortuitous encounters in the Kunlun realm. The importance of a fortuitous encounter to a cultivator went without saying. A genius without a fortuitous encounter and a genius with a fortuitous encounter would instantly be far behind. There was a demonic barrier around the Savage Battlefield that would weaken once every 3 years. For the sake of tempering their disciples, the various sects would send their elites into the Savage Battlefield to seek their own fortuitous encounters. The peak young experts of the Tianwu domain would not be willing to miss out on this opportunity. Otherwise, they would be left far behind if others gained a fortuitous encounter. This is indeed a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chun thought to himself. However, he still had some doubts. He said, "I can go as well." Hu Hai nodded and smiled. "As long as you are not afraid of taking risks, naturally you can. You are already part of our team now. Of course, this is all on the premise that we can defeat Hua Tianhe in the competition. Otherwise, it will all be for naught." The goal of the competition was set by the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. The two teams would be the first to kill a peak rank 8 spirit beast. Whoever could follow her into the Savage Battlefield would obtain the qualifications to follow her into the Savage Battlefield. Xiao Chun understood the ins and outs of the matter. He asked, "Are we going now?" Hu Hai sized up Xiao Chun and smiled. "There is no rush. You are still lacking something. You have an early superior grade inner vest secret treasure, but that is not enough for defense." Hu Hai removed his identity medallion and said to the green-clad girl, "Junsi, bring him to buy 2 better shields. We will wait for you outside the city." Defensive secret treasures were rarely seen and extremely valuable. Xiao Chun could not help but feel moved by this black-clad youth's generosity. First, this black-clad youth gave Xiao Chun 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. Now, without even blinking, he bought 2 defensive shields for himself. The group split up for now. The green-clad girl Junsi led Xiao Chun to the inner city. The others headed out of the city, heading to meet up when the time came. "Junior brother Xiao Chun, I heard from Chan Xiao that you came from a lower realm. Which realm are you from?" Junsi chatted with Xiao Chun in the air. Xiao Chun answered honestly, "The Sky Dome realm." Junsi's eyes lit up. She said, "The Thunder King Sangmu's Sky Dome realm?" Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, there was still someone who remembered the name of the Thunder King. Ever since he came to the Kunlun realm, everyone revealed an expression of disdain when they heard the name Sky Dome realm. Very few people were as pleasantly surprised as Junsi. Junsi smiled gently and said, "Our Jun clan received great grace from the Thunder King in the past. Even now, there is a statue of the Thunder King in our clan's headquarters. Little junior brother Xiao Chun, I will take care of you in the future. Tell me about the Thunder King's time in the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chun felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party looked to be about the same age as him. Such a tone made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Xiao Chun still told her about the Thunder King's time in the Sky Dome realm before he became famous. There were too many legends about the Thunder King. Xiao Chun only told a small part of them before the two arrived at the inner city. Junsi said regretfully, "Tell me about it next time. I'll bring you to the auction house first." Time was tight, but Junsi was very serious about choosing. Every time she chose a shield, she would personally check it several times. After searching for a long time, she still could not find a shield that satisfied her. Junsi shook her head and said, "Originally, I was planning to find 2 superior grade shields for you. However, defensive secret treasures are too rare. Without an official auction, it would be hard to find one. These are 2 peak medial grade shields. Give them a try. They might be able to save your life at a crucial moment." The 2 shields were as tall as Xiao Chun. They were extremely heavy and hard. Xiao Chun did not know what they were made of. Xiao Chun held 1 shield in each hand. Then, he placed the 2 shields together and infused his quintessence into them. They immediately formed a sealed barrier, encasing Xiao Chun inside. After feeling the thickness of the barrier, Xiao Chun felt very satisfied. He said, "These 2 then. I feel very good." Junsi was still not satisfied. She said, "That is all we can do. Let's go. They have been waiting for a long time already." Outside the city gates, Hu Hai and the other 2 had been waiting for a long time already. After Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun arrived, they immediately set off. Hu Hai waved his sleeves and a small exquisite black steel warship appeared. The warship slowly enlarged, turning into a lone boat. After the 4 boarded the warship, 4 jets shot out from the back of the steel warship. They burst forth with a strong thrust and soared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun sized up the steel warship and felt amazed. The style of the warship was simple, but it gave off a strong sense of security. Felt cool to the touch. Seeing Xiao Chun's curiosity, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "This is the treasure that senior brother Hu is proud of. It is a fragment of a magic treasure that he obtained from an immortal sect remnant. After the refiners of the Tianwu domain's Firely sect modified it, it is now equivalent to a high-rank superior grade secret treasure." When Hu Hai, who was at the bow of the warship, heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "It is nothing. That magic treasure is already very badly damaged. After modifying it to its current state, it has lost many of its functions." "Xiao Chun, let me tell you about the target of this trip. Our target is the peak rank 8 spirit beast, the Golden Savage Ox. This fellow is a bona fide tyrant of the Savage Beast Forest. It is very difficult to deal with." Xiao Chun had heard of the Savage Beast Forest before. It was an extremely vast forest, even larger than the Haotian province. It bordered the nearby provinces. In the northernmost part of the Savage Beast Forest, after passing through a few cities, one would arrive at the Fiend Domain, which bordered the Tianwu Domain. That was the territory of the Fiend race, and the borders were rather chaotic. Chapter 683. The Savage Beast Forest was once famous for its savage beasts. Savage beasts were creatures unique to the ancient era. They were known for their strength and defense. Even a regular Emperor Wu would not be able to deal with a strong savage beast. They were as tall as small mountains. As they ran, they could shake heaven and earth. Their roars could shatter the clouds, and the sound waves could shatter one's internal organs. However, even now, savage beasts were nowhere to be seen. In the long river of history, savage beasts had already vanished. Only some spirit beasts still had the bloodline of savage beasts. They were much stronger than regular spirit beasts, comparable to king spirit beasts of the same rank. The number of spirit beasts with the bloodline of savage beasts in the Savage Beast Forest was more than anywhere else. Even today, people still habitually referred to it as the Savage Beast Forest. The Golden Savage Ox that Hu Hai and the others wanted to kill was such a spirit beast with the bloodline of a savage beast. In the past month, they had gone in 5 times but returned in failure. This was because the defense of this Golden Savage Ox was simply too strong. When it went berserk, its strength was even more frightening. Just a light strike from it could injure one's tendons and bones. Hu Hai continued, "Xiao Chun, We called you here mainly to help us pin down this golden savage ox, so that we can attack it more easily. This is because your physical body is stronger than all of ours combined. Your endurance far surpasses ours as well. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. No wonder Hu Hai gave him 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls and spent so much money to buy a shield for him. It turned out that there was such a dangerous mission for him. This thing is not easy to carry, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Junci said, Xiao Chun, don't overthink this. We will help you and not put too much pressure on you. Hu Hai nodded and said, do your best. Half a month ago, Yin Feiyu joined Hua Tianhe's group. They will definitely advance faster than us. It was clear that Hu Hai and the others were under a lot of pressure. They had high hopes for Xiao Chun. For hours later, the savage beast forest appeared before their eyes. Many cultivators of various cultivations could be seen at the entrance of the forest. There was a simple bazaar outside the forest. A large number of merchants went there to facilitate transactions for the adventuring cultivators. Let's go down. There are many bird-type spirit beasts in the savage beast forest. It is not easy to fly. Hu Hai gently shook his sleeve, and the steel warship quickly shrank, entering his sleeve. It was a miraculous sight. The 5 of them executed their respective movement techniques and landed firmly on the ground. When the people in the market saw the medallions on the 5 of them, they all had respectful expressions. In this area, the reputation of the Haotian sect was extremely useful. It was enough to deter those who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Senior brother Hu, we're going to kill a golden savage bull again. Don't return empty-handed this time. Just as Xiao Chen's group was about to enter the forest, the footsteps of a group of uninvited guests came from behind. Xiao Chun turned around and saw that it was the other 4 true disciples of the Haotian sect. Yin Feiyu was among them. The person who spoke was dressed in a blue and white robe. His eyes shone with a reserved light, and as he spoke, a lofty aura emanated from him. His arrogance was not a deliberate act, but a natural result of his daily accumulation and the contrast of his strength. Rage flashed in Hu Hai's eyes. Clearly, he had a grudge with this person for a long time. He said coldly, Hua Tianhe, just take care of yourself. The spirit flame monkey you want to kill is not that easy to deal with. Hua Tianhe smiled faintly and said, there is no need for you to worry. We already chopped off the left arm of this spirit flame monkey. This time we will collect its head. The moment Hua Tianhe said that, the expressions of Chan Xiao and the others changed slightly. They had already expected that Hua Tianhe's progress would be faster than theirs. However, they had not expected it to be this much faster. Now that these 5 were ready to go, they were probably going to kill the spirit flame monkey. The victor is not decided yet. It is hard to say. Hua Tianhe, wait until you chop off the monkey head and hand it to first senior sister. Then come and mock me. Hu Hai did not want to say anything more. He looked coldly at Hua Tianhe before leading the 4 away. Hua Tianhe kept his gaze on Xiao Chen's back. After a long time he said, that brat is a little strange. Junior brother Yen, follow them from afar. If anything happens, you know what to do. The person addressed as junior brother Yen frowned and said, Senior brother Hua, you overestimate that person. He is just a medial-grade martial monarch. Any one of us can easily crush him. Hua Tianhe shook his head and said, this fellow is also a body cultivator. I do not want anything unexpected to happen to him. The savage battlefield is too important to us. However, if I go, what will happen to the spirit flame monkey? Hua Tianhe said, don't worry. After losing its left arm, the spirit flame monkey will no longer be able to be the monkey king. Now it is alone. In terms of combat prowess, it is no longer a match for us. Instead, its speed is a headache. Towering trees could be found everywhere. As they walked through the savage beast forest, they felt insignificant for some reason. Chan Xiao handed Xiao Chun a bottle of medicinal powder and said, rub it on your clothes. It can prevent you from being discovered by some low-ranked spirit beasts. We are in a rush. As the group advanced, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Clearly, Hua Tianhe's words made them anxious. When Hu Hai saw the situation, he smiled and said, don't overthink things. The greatest characteristic of the spirit flame monkey is its speed. Now that it has lost an arm and is focused on fleeing, it will be even more of a headache. It will not be much faster than us. If we can succeed in one go and kill the golden savage ox, we will definitely be able to overtake them. Hu Hai's words filled the group with fighting spirit once more. The group moved even faster, advancing quickly through the small paths in the forest. Roar! A berserk beast roared. 500 meters in front, a 10-meter-tall spirit beast with 4 strong limbs and a ferocious aura covered in black scales appeared before the group. Chen Xiao frowned and said, "It is a peak rank 7 spirit beast. The medicinal powder is useless against it. We have to get rid of it." "Let me do it." Hu Hai stopped Chen Xiao, who was about to make a move. Then, he took out a huge axe from his spatial ring and walked over to the scaled tiger with a sullen expression. When the scaled tiger saw Hu Hai holding the huge axe, it opened its mouth and roared again. The roar formed a berserk wind, kicking up all the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. As the dust and pebbles flew, the scaled tiger moved its limbs. So. Sonic booms resounded in the air. The wind brought dust and fallen leaves, and the armored tiger's figure was hidden in it. Hu Hai narrowed his eyes and did not move. It was like he did not know danger was approaching. He did not even release his aura to intimidate the scaled tiger. Suddenly, the scaled tiger pierced through the dust like lightning and appeared above Hu Hai's head. It opened its jaws wide, preparing to bite down. From the back, it looked like as long as the scaled tiger closed its jaws, Hu Hai's head would explode in an instant. The scene would be extremely bloody. However, the other 3 did not show any signs of worry. They were extremely confident in Hu Hai's strength. Xiao Chen did not believe that Hu Hai would die just like that either, so he watched carefully. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Hu Hai's body tilted back slightly and fell to the ground. This was a very simple action, but it effectively dodged the scaled tiger's attack. Kase! The scaled tiger opened and closed its jaws, but it only bit down on air. It was enraged, so it turned around in the air, wanting to turn around and launch another attack. However, just at this moment, Hu Hai, who was about to touch the ground, bounced back up with a xiao sound. Hu Hai's aura burst forth, and his quintessence surged, kicking up a boundless strong wind. He held the huge axe with both hands and roared as he swung it upwards. Pooh! Blood splattered. By the time Hu Hai stood up again, the scaled tiger's body had been chopped in half at the waist. The horrifying quintessence attached to the axe scattered, turning the remaining 2 halves of the scale into a mangled mess of flesh and blood flying in the air. Hu Hai did not care about the black beast's blood landing on his clothes. He put away the huge axe and said, "Let's go." Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. Hu Hai's horrifying burst earlier made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Chen simulated it in his mind. If he had to face it head-on, he would not be able to endure it. A true inheritor who could issue the conscription order could not be underestimated. Along the way, Hu Hai dealt with all the strong spirit beasts that blocked the way. This greatly increased the group's speed. 5 days later, the group stopped in front of a gourd-shaped valley. The surroundings for 5 kilometers around the valley were extremely quiet. There were no signs of any spirit beasts. Hu Hai did not say anything. He led the 4 to the high ground on both sides of the valley. When Xiao Chun looked down, he finally saw the true body of their target. In the middle of the valley, which had an area of thousands of hectares, lay a huge creature. Its body was like a small hill, and it was 20 meters tall. A sharp horn protruded from its head, and its body was covered in golden fur. An ancient aura emanated from its body. At this moment, this golden savage ox lay comfortably on the ground. That was to say, if it stood up, its size would double. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. This big fellow could crush a martial monarch with just its size. No wonder Hu Hai and the others returned empty-handed. Before Xiao Chun could recover his wits, Hu Hai said sullenly, "Xiao Chun, jump down and hold it back." When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. He wondered if Hu Hai had said something wrong. Jumping down to disturb the golden savage ox? Was there something wrong? When Xiao Chun turned his head, he saw the other 3 looking at him with the same expression. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He was certain that the other party was not joking. He no longer hesitated and gently leaped towards the golden savage ox. "Senior brother Hu, can Xiao Chun do it?" Junsi asked worriedly as she watched Xiao Chun descend from the sky. A bright gleam appeared in Hu Hai's eyes. He said, It will depend on his luck. If he wants to make an exception and follow us to the savage battlefield, he will have to bring out a corresponding strength. Otherwise, he will not get any benefits. He returned empty-handed 5 times. However, he finally figured out the Golden Savage Ox's weakness. As long as he can last 2 rounds, he will attract the Golden Savage Ox's attention. With your assistance, I am confident of killing this Golden Savage Ox with 1 strike. The 4 focused their gazes on Xiao Chun, placing high hopes on him. He was someone who could knock the capital flying as an inferior-grade martial monarch. They could not let him down. As the distance between them decreased, Xiao Chun slowly calmed down. This was the most dangerous time since he came to the Kunlun realm. Chapter 684. If Xiao Chun was careless, he might die on the spot. His life's ideals and pride would all turn to dust. All his hard work over the past few years would be for naught. I absolutely cannot fall here. Xiao Chun revealed a resolute expression. He circulated all the quintessence in his body, and his mind reached a highly ethereal state. The sleeping Golden Savage Ox's vigilance did not weaken at all. When Xiao Chun landed 200 meters above it, it immediately sensed him. The Golden Savage Ox's perked-up ears twitched slightly, and it opened its eyes. When it saw the hazy figure in its vision, all its sleepiness vanished. Who? The Golden Savage Ox spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, which turned into a berserk turbulence. Its 4 thick legs protruded and it stood up. The Golden Savage Ox, which was already like a hill, grew another 20 meters, looking even more horrifying. A boundless pressure surged towards Xiao Chun in the air. The ancient savage qi combined with the ferocious aura of a peak rank 8 spirit beast pressed down on Xiao Chun like a small mountain. Xiao Chun did not panic. He activated the energy of the monarch bloodgrass in his bloodline. A trace of the ancient sovereign's aura surged out and clashed with the surging aura. Bang! In the invisible void there was a loud muffled sound. The power of the 2 auras suddenly exploded, and in the spacious valley, there was a strong gust of wind. The 4 people on the cliff stared at Xiao Chun, waiting for Xiao Chun's next performance. If he could not even last 1 exchange, then all their efforts would have been in vain. Seeing that Xiao Chun had disturbed its sleep and even dared to clash with its aura, the Golden Savage Ox became thoroughly enraged. Pushed off the ground and its huge body shot up. The Golden Savage Ox's huge body looked like a small mountain suddenly flying up. It looked very strange. Furthermore, the speed of this small mountain was astonishingly fast, surpassing everyone's expectations. Xiao Chun's expression sank. He knew that he could not dodge this Golden Savage Ox's attack. He needed to thoroughly enrage this Golden Savage Ox before he could create an opportunity for Hu Hai and the others. Berserk Dragon Fist. The vital qi in his body surged as Xiao Chun roared furiously. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the blood in his body surged as a green dragon head formed. He did not dodge the charging Golden Savage Ox. Instead, he punched the Golden Savage Ox's head. Bang! The dragon's head roared. Xiao Chun's punch felt like it had struck a mountain made of cold iron. It was heavy and solid, unshakable. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chun's lips. The Golden Savage Ox instantly sent him flying. A huge force surged into his body. His entire arm felt numb and he lost all feeling. Xiao Chun's internal organs, heart, liver, gallbladder, kidneys and spleen, were constantly being battered by a torrential force, causing him great pain. Such a horrifying strike aroused Xiao Chun's bloodlust. Xiao Chun somersaulted in the air and looked at the Golden Savage Ox flying at him again. Xiao Chun's body sank down as he swung his numb right hand. Then, he executed the Berserk Dragon Claw and charged at the Golden Savage Ox without dodging. Chi! The azure-colored Dragon Claw left 5 wounds on the Golden Savage Ox's face. Blood immediately flowed out. Good. When the 4 people on the cliff saw that not only was Xiao Chun fine, but he even managed to injure the Golden Savage Ox, they all cheered in their hearts. Hu Hai said sullenly, "Prepare to make a move. This time, we will do our best to subdue this old ox." The Golden Savage Ox was enraged. It turned around and retracted its 10-meter-long front hoof, flicking it at Xiao Chun. If the Golden Savage Ox struck him, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Xiao Qian did not dare to receive it head-on. The acupoints on the soles of Xiao Qian's feet opened up. In that instant, his figure flashed and brushed past the ox hoof. As the ox hoof flicked through the void, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out rapidly in all directions. Bang! When the ripples spread out, there was no way to dodge. Xiao Qian quickly took out 2 shields and infused his quintessence into them, forming a sealed space. Hu Qi! When the ripples struck the shields, Xiao Qian flew back like a cannonball. He crashed into the cliff of the valley and sank deep into it. Just the ripples were already so mighty. If Xiao Qian really got hit by the ox hoof, the consequences would be dire. Attack! At this moment, the golden savage ox was completely distracted by Xiao Qian. This was a good opportunity to attack. Hu Hai shouted and leaped out first. The axe gave off a cold light. Hu Hai had a ferocious look in his eyes, and his berserk aura was like that of a raging wild beast. The other 3 did not give way either. They all grasped their weapons and circulated their quintessence, chopping at the golden savage ox without holding anything back. The 4 strong auras caused the air in the valley to surge continuously. As the quintessence flowed, it formed strong winds that kicked up a boundless cloud of dust. The golden savage ox focused all its attention on Xiao Qian, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Qian, using its horns to ram him into the cliff. It did not expect there to be an ambush. Dang! 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 The weapon struck the middle of the golden savage bull's spine, producing metallic clangs that rang out incessantly. However, aside from Hu Hai's axe, which left a horrifying wound on the golden savage ox's body, the other 3 only left shallow wounds that were practically negligible. Hu Hai's expression changed when he saw the blood flowing out of the golden savage ox's wounds. He said, "Oh no! This is not the golden savage ox's fatal weakness. Let's leave quickly." However, it was too late to leave now. The golden savage ox roared miserably in pain, making everyone's hearts tremble. Pa! The golden savage ox swung its long tail ferociously. It carried more than 1 million kilograms of force, causing the air to tremble. Qian Xiao could not dodge in time and was sent flying. Qian Xiao vomited a mouthful of blood. A deep whip mark appeared on the inner vest on his chest. The force from the whip immediately broke a few of his ribs. The golden savage ox turned around in the air and thrust its horn forward. This strike, which could smash apart a mountain, looked like it was about to strike Hu Hai. Hu Hai's expression turned grave. At the moment of life and death, he held his axe horizontally in front of his chest. His quintessence surged and formed a tough 2-centimeter thick barrier. Kasie! The ox horn easily tore through the barrier and struck the axe. Sparks flew everywhere, and the force knocked the axe out of Hu Hai's hand. Then the axe flew into the air. Hu Hai's error in judgment and instantaneous counterattack threw the situation into chaos. The 4 were exposed to the attack range of the raging golden savage ox, and they were in grave danger. If they failed to kill the golden savage ox, they might even lose their lives. On a towering tree in the distance, the cultivator with the family name Yan revealed a smile when he saw this scene. He said, "It looks like there is no need for me to make a move. They will fail again this time." Xiao! Just at this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly changed. An azure light shone in the valley, covering the entire mountain range. The cultivator with the family name Yan's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to look and saw that the white-robed bladesman that he did not think much of had squeezed out of the cliff and punched at the golden savage ox from a distance, burning the heavens. An ancient blue dragon galloped in the boundless azure clouds. It roared ferociously, carrying the might of heaven as it punched furiously. A huge dragon claw clenched and tore through the clouds, descending from the sky and smashing into the golden savage ox's back. An earth-shaking sound reverberated in the vast valley for a long time. The golden savage ox's hill-sized figure landed on the ground with a loud bang. Xiao Qian smashed down the 50,000-kilogram golden savage ox with one punch, causing the ground to tremble and the sky to shake. The cultivator with the family name Yin gaped slightly. He had not expected that the white-robed bladesman, whom he did not think much of, would be able to turn the tide with one punch from a distance. The golden savage ox's huge body weighed more than 50 kilograms. When Xiao Qian punched it, it fell from the sky. After the golden savage ox fell to the ground, It tumbled a few times. The entire valley shook continuously, and rocks fell from the cliffs. The golden savage ox's 4 limbs bounced off the ground, and its seemingly cumbersome body nimbly stood up. When the golden savage ox saw Xiao Chan standing on the cliff, its eyes spewed fire. It was enraged. As an overlord of a region, an insignificant human had actually knocked it into the air. It had never suffered such a setback before. Thump! The golden savage ox stomped on the ground with its front limbs, and more than 1 million kilograms of force exploded out. Countless cracks appeared on the ground out of thin air. The cracks slowly grew larger and soon turned into deep ravines. The golden savage ox's swollen golden eyes locked firmly on Xiao Chan. It roared ferociously and lifted its front legs high into the air. Then it stomped on the ground with its hind legs. Shio! The golden savage ox's huge body shot through the air like an arrow leaving a bow. It was unbelievably fast. The friction between the golden savage ox's huge body and the air gave off thunderous sonic booms that soared into the clouds. The clouds in the sky parted and the sun shone down. Under the illumination of the intense light, the golden savage ox's golden fur gave off a resplendent light. It looked like an ancient savage beast, its aura shaking the sky and the ground. Xiao Chan showed a slightly startled expression, but he did not panic. Dragon roars resounded in his body. The trace of an ancient sovereign's aura clashed with the golden savage ox's aura, preventing the golden savage ox's aura from affecting the circulation of his quintessence. A blue dragon appeared under the golden savage ox's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, it carried Xiao Chan up into the sky. Boom! The moment the golden savage ox retreated, a loud rumble came from the cliff where Xiao Chan had been standing. When the golden savage ox rammed into it, the entire cliff crumbled. Rocks tumbled down like a gushing river. Xiao Chan felt startled. If he had retreated any later, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would have been smashed into bits. After its first attack failed, the golden savage ox soared into the sky again from the pile of mud. Its 4 hooves gave off golden flames as it ran through the air. Every step of the hoof, which was surrounded by golden flames, seemed to shatter the void as it trembled non-stop. Its speed also doubled in an instant. Flames of rage burned in the golden savage ox's golden eyes. For the sake of killing Xiao Chan, this golden savage ox was truly enraged. Another 2 dragon roars resounded. 2 more blue dragons appeared around Xiao Chan, and he moved like the wind. Xiao Chan moved in a strange arc, dodging the golden savage ox's attack. Then, he arrived at the golden savage ox's side and punched it again. Xiao Chan did not put much force into the punch, so it did not hurt or itch the golden savage ox. However, when the golden savage ox saw the slippery Xiao Chan toying with it, the rage in its heart burned even stronger. Chapter 685. Seeing that Xiao Chan had completely pinned down the golden savage ox, Hu Hai and the other 3 heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Hai waved his hand and the huge axe returned to his grasp. Then, he circulated his vast quintessence and quickly adjusted the surging energy in his body. Wang Cheng, whose ribs had been broken, endured the pain and forcibly circulated his quintessence to reconnect his broken ribs. This way he would not lose his combat prowess for a while. "Are you all right, Wang Cheng?" Hu Hai asked Wang Cheng after the 4 gathered together. Wang Cheng nodded gently and said, "Fortunately, I have a superior grade inner vest. Otherwise, the force of that tail would have been enough to split me in half." Chan Xiao and Jun Si, who had not been attacked by the golden savage ox, celebrated in their hearts. Jun Si looked at Xiao Chan and said, "This Xiao Chan cannot be underestimated. That punch at the crucial moment saved us from this hunt." The earlier scene happened in one breath. The golden savage ox had knocked 2 people into the air. If not for Xiao Chen's punch, the outcome would have been terrible. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. Chan Xiao nodded and said, "When the golden savage ox goes berserk, it is really horrifying. With Xiao Chen here, our chances of victory are much higher." Wang Cheng pointed out the crux of the problem. "It is not that optimistic. Xiao Chen must have burned all his vital qi in that earlier punch. He will not be able to do it a second time. We only have one chance left. If we cannot find it, we can only return in failure." Hu Hai said sullenly, "This time I made an error in judgment. Aside from its spine, The only fatal point left is its neck. Actually, Hu Hai could not be blamed for this. There was pitifully little information about a high-rank spirit beast like the golden savage ox. Everything had to be figured out by oneself. It was not possible to find the fatal point without any mistakes. Otherwise, the golden savage ox would not have lived for so long and become the tyrant of this place. Chen Xiao said, "It's fine. We have not even used our heaven-ranked martial techniques. We still have a good chance." The four quickly summarized the earlier battle. Then they remained silent as they stared at the sky at Xiao Chun, who was being chased by the golden savage ox. The situation was thrilling and intense. The golden savage bull's fur glistened under the sunlight, and its aura was violent and terrifying. This was especially so for the four hooves that were surrounded by the golden flames. The might of the hooves was even more astonishing. As they shot out, the sky rumbled and ripples shot out in all directions. More importantly, although the golden savage ox was shockingly large, it was not slow at all. Xiao Chun was in danger of dying at any moment. But the more they watched, the more shocked they became. In such a dangerous situation, Xiao Chun could always turn danger into safety. Riding on the blue dragon, Xiao Chun would occasionally explode forth with astonishing power, dodging certain death situations time and time again. The two blue dragons around Xiao Chun danced, and auspicious clouds appeared, carrying Xiao Chun in circles. Occasionally, Xiao Chun would attack the golden savage ox, luring it back. "Make your move then. Execute a heaven-ranked martial technique, and create an opportunity for me to kill him." Hu Hai grasped his huge axe tightly, and his expression turned grave. Then he led the three over again. This was their only chance today. They had to succeed. Xiao Chun looked around and saw four people flying over. He knew that the golden savage ox would go berserk again, so he raised his guard. Plum Blossom Sword Exhibition. Junsi held a sword in her hand and executed her inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique first. As the sword light danced, it formed countless seven-petaled plum blossoms. In the mundane world, plum blossoms were fresh and elegant, beautiful and fragrant. When the petals spread out, they were pleasing to the eye. However, these plum blossoms were made of pure sword qi. They also contained the indestructible state of metal, turning them into sharp weapons for killing. As the petals danced in the air, sword qi filled the air, slicing all the tiny dust particles in the air into nothingness. Junsi gently shook the hand that held the sword, and the petals gathered together, forming a huge plum blossom that chopped at the golden savage ox. Chen Xiao was on the left side of the golden savage ox. His heaven-ranked martial technique was not as elegant as Junsi's. However, its aura was startling. 7 strands of sword qi filled with starlight floated above Chen Xiao's head. The 7 strands of sword qi connected from head to tail, forming a resplendent ring of swords. This move was called 7 stars surrounding the moon. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao had not completely comprehended it, so he had not been able to bring out the moon. Otherwise, its might would have increased significantly. On the other side, Wang Cheng also executed his heaven-ranked martial technique. Countless strands of sword qi shot out from the ground of the valley and gathered on Wang Cheng's body. Heaven and Earth Sword Heart. Wang Cheng stretched his hand to the sky, and a thick sword light flew over from the east. The sword of heaven and the sword of earth merged into one. Wang Cheng pointed his sword forward, and 2 thick dragons of sword qi appeared on the sword. The 3 of them executed their heaven and earth martial techniques at the same time. In that instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the blazing sunlight. The golden savage ox chasing Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. It wanted to react, but the heaven-ranked martial technique had already been executed. It was not that easy to dodge. Bang! 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 The plum blossom sword qi was the first to arrive and embedded itself deeply into the golden savage ox's back. Then the flower petals scattered and turned into countless strands of sword qi, rampaging through the golden savage ox's body. Junsi's expression turned cold. She arrived with her sword and quickly stabbed it into the golden savage ox's wound, causing it to cry out in pain. Before the golden savage ox could react, Chen Zhao's 7 stars surrounding the moon and Wang Cheng's heaven and earth sword heart arrived at the same time, tearing open horrifying wounds on the golden savage ox's side. Blood swords flew out, and the 3 swords stabbed deep into the golden savage ox's wound. The 3 of them held their swords with both hands and poured their quintessence into the swords without holding back. No matter how the golden savage ox struggled, they held it in place in midair. The 3 of them paled. A strong force came from their swords, and they felt like the golden savage ox could fling them away at any moment. Wuxia, who was in the air, knew that the 3 of them could not hold out for long. He stared at the spot where the golden savage ox's head and body connected. After he made sure of it, he quickly executed his inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. The image of a huge azure axe materialized on the blade of the axe. When the axe chopped down, it chopped the air in half like it was a mountain. The 2 winds split in the middle, forming 2 20-meter-tall tornadoes in the valley. Then they spread out to both sides. Rumble! The tornadoes crashed into the cliffs, erupting with a startling destructive force. Rocks flew everywhere, and the cliffs crumbled. Countless rocks floated on both sides of the tornadoes, spiraling upwards. Xiao Chun retreated to the side. He knew that there was nothing left for him to do. With such a mighty strike, as long as it struck a fatal spot, the golden savage ox would die for sure. Before the axe arrived, the azure light image tore through the golden savage ox's tough skin. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Wuxia's face lit up in joy. He knew that he had found the right person this time. He immediately increased the output of his quintessence, preparing to chop off this ox's head in one go. Shio! However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A sharp sword light quickly flew over from the valley entrance. The sword chi was like a pillar, giving off a dazzling light. The sword intent was like the wind, and its killing chi was startling. The sword moved as fast as lightning, piercing towards Wuxia's chest. As long as Wuxia continued attacking the golden savage ox, he would not be able to dodge this sword strike. Even if he managed to chop off the ox's head, he would still die. The expressions of Junci and the other 2 completely changed. If Wuxia did not chop down with his axe, he would end up killing the golden savage ox. After the golden savage ox struggled free and suffered severe injuries, its counterattack would be extremely horrifying. The 3 of them had exhausted a large amount of quintessence, so they would have to bear the brunt of the golden savage ox's overwhelming rage. However, if Wuxia chopped down, he would die for sure. The person who attacked was no weaker than the 3 of them. There would be no chance of survival. The good situation was completely ruined by the sudden appearance of this sword, and danger was imminent. Either Wuxia died and helped the 3 of them, or he blocked this sword strike and the 3 of them would die. Wuxia felt conflicted in his heart. He showed extreme rage on his face. However, no matter how angry he was, the lightning-fast sword light already arrived before him. He had to make a decision. No matter what decision he made, Wuxia would not be able to accept it. This made it hard for him to make a decision. The timing of the person who attacked was simply too vicious. When the sword light arrived, Wuxia still did not know what to do. Xiao Chen's face sank. It looked like Wuxia was not a heartless person. However, Wuxia still did not make a decision. Not only would Wuxia die, but he would also harm the others. The lips of the person who attacked curled up in a cocky smile. He had not expected this sword strike to be so effective. As long as Wuxia did not make a decision, this sword strike would be able to finish off the people of their faction. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun, who stood in the air on the blue dragon image, arrived beside Wuxia. Xiao Chun circulated his quintessence and did something that no one expected. He sent out a palm strike and smashed it on Wuxia's body. A surging energy surged out. Wuxia's palm strike sent Wuxia flying. Coincidentally, the sword light brushed past Wuxia, saving his life. Junci and the other 2 opened their mouths slightly, wanting to say something. However, they did not dare to. At this moment, the golden savage ox was struggling with all its might. If they were not careful, they would be flung into the air and face the rage of the golden savage ox. When Xiao Chun saw the wound on the golden savage ox's neck, his expression turned grave. He knew he had to make a move. Otherwise, if Junci and the other 2 ran out of quintessence, only death awaited them. Xiao Chun stretched his left hand to the sky and summoned out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Then he grasped the saber hilt tightly. His quintessence surged. and a vast sea appeared behind him. The blue sea surged vast and boundless. Then, 999 pillars of water soared into the sky. Xiao Qian drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. When the blue dragon leaped out of the sea, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the water flowed in reverse. When the blue dragon appeared, it infused itself into the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long light that pointed to the sky and stood on the ground. However, this was not enough. He could not chop off the ox's head in one strike. Xiao Qian understood the difference in quintessence between him and Hu Hai. Xiao Qian's perfect 60% comprehended saber intent bound the 3-kilometer-long saber light, turning it into a 300-meter-long but denser and sharper dragon-shaped saber light. When the golden savage ox below felt the danger of death, it struggled even more intensely. Its back thrashed wildly, and Junci vomited a mouthful of blood as she was flung back. When the balance was broken, Wang Cheng and Qian Xiao could not withstand the force. They both vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and were flung back by the ferocious force from their weapons. Chapter 686. The golden savage ox broke free of its shackles and regained its freedom. Kaxie. Just as the golden savage ox was about to start a massacre, Xiao Qian materialized a 300-meter-long blue dragon and swung his saber. Instantly, blood splattered like a waterfall, dyeing Xiao Qian's white robes red. The huge ox's head flew into the air. Its eyes were wide open as it died with a grievance. The owner of that sword light had just turned around when he saw this inconceivable scene. His brain short-circuited. Just a moment ago, the situation was filled with danger. How did the golden savage ox die just like that? Hu Hai recovered his wits and roared ferociously. Then he swung his axe at the swordsman. The swordsman blocked in a fluster and was sent flying by Hu Hai, fleeing in a sorry state. Hu Hai hated this swordsman to the bone. He did not want to let him off. His figure flashed as he gave chase. Bang! The golden savage ox's corpse fell to the ground with a loud sound. The ground trembled violently for a while before it slowly calmed down. The terrain of the gourd-shaped valley was completely destroyed. The ground was riddled with holes, either ravines or deep holes. The surrounding cliffs had also collapsed beyond recognition. A wind blew from the mouth of the valley. The dilapidated valley was quiet. Junci and the other two had just escaped from the tiger's mouth. When they saw the golden savage ox's corpse, then the blood-stained white-robed Xiao Qian, their eyes filled with incredulity. The insignificant inner sect disciple Xiao Qian had shocked them once again, turning the tide. Earlier, Xiao Qian had been using his physical body to fight. His stunning performance made them forget that Xiao Qian was a bladesman. The instant he drew his saber, they understood that compared to his physical body and movement techniques, Xiao Qian's saber techniques were the most powerful. At this moment they understood that although Xiao Qian's cultivation was low and his combat prowess was weaker than theirs, it was not that much weaker. Junior brother Xiao, we really have to thank you this time. Junci stopped thinking and pulled out her weapon from the golden savage ox's body. Then she smiled at Xiao Qian. Qian Xiao laughed and said, "How could someone I recommend disappoint everyone? Let's take a break first. When senior brother Hu returns, we will split this golden savage ox. This fellow's entire body is a treasure." Only Wang Cheng remained silent. He glanced at Xiao Qian and had a vague feeling that Xiao Qian had not used his full strength when he had exchanged blows with him that day. Xiao Qian knew that once he revealed his true strength, it was inevitable that people would think of him as a rival. However, the situation was urgent at that time, so he couldn't care too much. He didn't regret it now. An hour later. Damn it, that guy still got away. A strong wind blew, and Hu Hai's figure appeared in front of everyone from the valley entrance. However, Hu Hai's face was full of smiles. He did not look dejected at all. He walked in front of Xiao Qian, patted Xiao Qian's shoulder heavily and said with a smile, "Don't say anything. This time you saved my life. You saved our lives. You even helped us obtain the right to enter the savage battlefield. You will get 30% of the harvest this time, and you will have priority in choosing. Does anyone have any objections?" Junci smiled and said, "No objections." Chen Xiao did not care. He said, "It's fine. It is what it should be." He made a move at the two crucial moments. "I have no objections either." When Wang Chang saw the situation, he shook his head to indicate that he had no objections. The golden savage ox contained the bloodline of an ancient savage beast. Furthermore, it was a peak rank 8 spirit beast. Its entire body was a treasure. Naturally, the most valuable part was its spirit core. Its effects went without saying. It could directly raise a cultivator's cultivation. Furthermore, it did not have any side effects, even better than a rank 9 medicinal pill. Next was the pair of golden horns on its head. Those golden horns were even harder than frost iron. They could be polished into a high-rank spirit weapon or ground into powder to refine a peak-grade medicinal pill. The golden hooves on the golden savage ox's forelimbs were rather valuable as well. They contained a special flame, an essential material for forging secret treasures. The marrow hidden in the golden savage ox's spine contained a dense savage beast bloodline. It would be of great help to a body-tempering cultivator. There was also the 10-meter-long golden savage ox's tail. With some refinement, it could be forged into a golden oxtail whip. Cultivators who used whips could sell it for a sky-high price. Aside from these, the golden savage ox's hide, bones, tendons, beef, and blood were valuable as well. However, they could not compare to the other items. For hours later, Hu Hai, who had completely dismembered the golden savage ox, picked up a piece of the golden savage ox's horn as proof of handing it to his first senior sister, Shui Lingling. Then he pointed to the most valuable materials and said to Xiao Chan, "Junior brother Xiao, you choose first. You can choose two. The golden savage ox's horn, the golden savage ox's spirit core, the golden savage ox's tail, and the savage beast's blood were all invaluable." They tempted Xiao Chen greatly. However, Xiao Chen could only choose two. He had to make his choice carefully. First, he eliminated the most valuable savage ox's spirit core. Actually, right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation was rather low. What he lacked the most were natural treasures. However, the human heart was hard to fathom. Although Hu Hai said that he would get 30% and would have the right to choose first, if Xiao Chen did not only take two treasures, he would also take the most precious too. It would be hard to avoid people feeling dissatisfied. They would think that a mediocre-grade martial monarch like him was too greedy. After eliminating the savage ox's spirit core, Xiao Chan chose the savage beast's blood and the golden savage ox's horn. The former could strengthen his physical body further, and the latter could be used in the life bestowal spell, giving him another trump card. To others, these were not very useful treasures, so they would not hold any grudges. Seeing Xiao Chan make his choice, Hu Hai praised him in his heart. Even when faced with such temptation, Xiao Chan could still choose. It was rare to see someone of Xiao Chen's character among the youths. As for the remaining three, each of you can choose one. I do not need them, Hu Hai said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Hu Hai did not need them. He was already a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. It would be difficult for him to rely on external items to increase his cultivation. As a true inheritor with the authority to recruit others, Hu Hai did not lack spirit stones. Since he could not use them, he could not be bothered to choose. Hu Hai only had one goal: to enter the savage battlefield and see if he could run into any fortuitous encounters that could help him advance to half-sage. The three of them decided on the savage ox's hoof, Wang Cheng's spirit core, and Chan Zhao's golden savage ox's tail. They all took what they needed. As for the remaining miscellaneous items, the other four did not care for them. Xiao Chan smiled gently and placed them all in his universe ring. The golden savage ox could be used as rations. As for the other items, they could sell them for a large sum of spirit stones. It would be a waste not to take them. After dividing up the treasures, Hu Hai no longer hesitated. He laughed boldly and said, "Let's go. That Hua Tianhe will not expect us to kill the golden savage ox in 5 days. I want to see his expression when he sees it." So. In a corner of the savage beast forest, a 10-meter-tall but exceptionally nimble white monkey moved about among the towering trees. As the monkey leaped about, only afterimages could be seen in the air. Soon it was left with only one arm. Occasionally it would gently pull on the tree trunk and curl up into a ball, moving 500 or 600 meters in the air. The white monkey was called Spirit Fire Monkey. It lived in groups and had a fixed range of activity in the savage beast forest. Unlike ordinary monkeys, these monkeys had violent blood flowing in their veins. They liked to eat meat and brains. This was especially so for the brains of human cultivators. Furthermore, they were very intelligent and knew all sorts of tactics that only humans could use. Spirit fire monkeys would often learn these tactics and use them on human cultivators. They were one of the spirit beasts that human cultivators did not want to run into. Based on the monkey's height, it was a spirit fire monkey king, a tyrant of the savage beast forest. However, it had lost its position and was chased out of the tribe by the new monkey king. However, today this spirit fire monkey king, which normally trembled in fear, was being chased by others into fleeing in a sorry state. Half of the true inheritors of the Hautian sect surrounded this monkey a few times and finally chopped off its arm. They used the rules of the spirit fire monkey tribe to force it out of the tribe and kill it. In several different directions around the white monkey, there were 4 young men with sullen expressions. It shuttled swiftly through the forest. It seemed like it would be a little difficult to stop this white monkey that only had 1 arm left. This monkey was too crafty. It knew how powerful Hua Tianhe and the others were, and did not want to fight them. The moment it saw any one of the 4, it immediately fled. Puxia. Hua Tianhe, who was in hot pursuit, suddenly sent out a dense sword qi. The sharp sword qi was more than 60 meters long and chopped down a row of towering trees in a certain direction in front of the white monkey. Boom! 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 The sound of trees falling came from the forest. However, the white monkey looked around and chose to flee in the direction of the falling trees. Its long and thin legs gently pushed off the tree trunk and turned into a white shadow moving forward. The trees fell behind the white shadow. By the time all the trees fell, the white monkey could no longer be seen. Xiu! 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 In the forest, a few figures emerged from different directions and gathered together. If the white monkey had not chosen the direction of the falling trees, it would have been forced back and completely surrounded. Damn it! We let this monkey escape again. After another failed encirclement, a true inheritor could not help cursing in a low voice. Another person added, "This monkey is too crafty. It keeps leading us in circles. We nearly got lured into the territory of spirit beasts a few times." Hua Tianhe frowned heavily, but he did not feel too dejected. He said, "It knows how powerful it is and does not dare to enter the core region of the savage beast forest. There are rank 9 spirit beasts, rank 10 spirit beasts, and even existences that surpass rank 10 spirit beasts. As long as it does not enter the core region, it is only a matter of time before we surround it and kill it. We are much safer than Hu Hai and the others." Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, footsteps came from the forest. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they quickly assumed combat stances. Hua Tianhe looked over and smiled. "There is no need to be nervous. It is junior brother Yan. That group of people will probably return in defeat. They will not be able to recover for at least half a month." 10 minutes later, Yin Tao appeared before the group in a sorry state with a few wounds on his body. A bad premonition rose in Hua Tianhe's heart. He asked, "Based on the axe wounds on your body, did Hu Hai do it?" Yin Tao did not dare to meet Hua Tianhe's eyes. He nodded and whispered, "They killed the golden savage ox and are preparing to return to Haotian City." "How can that be? It has